What's going on, strikers, and welcome to Liftoff, the premier qualifier for every single league in competitive Omega Strikers. I'm joined here today with Envy NYC. Envy, how are you doing?
Good. I'm doing pretty good myself. Really glad to be here. So much action ahead of us. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Especially because we are about to get into our first match, which is Ball and Ballers versus the LLC, which I'm very excited for. Ball and Ballers was an OSAS team, won I think season 5 or 4. Hey, I'm a little behind on my OSAS lore,
Huh.
but LLC is the third seed in the tournament, but are also playing with two subs. One in the box instead of Luke, they have Sir, and instead of Hungry Boy, they have Puffy FPS. Which Puffy's a pretty good player. He's been around the block a few times, but I think without Luke, who's a player that I think everyone wanted to team with going into this season, things will be interesting.
I could definitely agree with that, seeing as two subs are going to be taking this spot here. Interested to see how, if they've been participating in each scrim as much as the main roster. Hopefully so, as your subs are just about as important as the main roster, as we're seeing here. Two of them jumping in. Kind of an interesting situation for them. And also for the other side, it looks like we do have the main roster, as far as I know. This team actually does have a bunch of subs on it as well, though. So they are pretty prepared to go. This OSAS sweeping team they are. And yeah, I'm excited for this first match. It's definitely going to be like an underdog situation for the side of Ball and Ballers, though. So they have a lot to work on right now.
Yeah, I mean, upset of a lifetime. Seed 14 against Seed 3, and it's you're going against Wallaby Gangsta, Puffy FPS, and Sir just and against like, hey, you walk away and you say, I beat the LLC, which I think will become a pretty big deal as things go on. This team is third seed for a reason. They're really good. So
Absolutely, dude.
yeah, a very David versus Goliath situation. Can they overcome the beast that is LLC?
For sure. And we can see that on the screen here we have Hotshot and Catalyst, which I believe are our first starting awakenings. I kind of hope so, because that kind of would definitely involve some high intensity gameplay as far as core speed and flip uptime. I mean, this is the energy. This is the core speed game we're about to be getting in here.
Yeah, I mean, chat, sound off for Catalyst start. If I don't see everyone take that, I'm gonna throw a fit. That awakening is good on every character. Who doesn't like more core flips? Yay!
Absolutely, it's just kind of an all essential. Well-rounded is not even a good enough way to put it, because it's not only is it crazy offensive to help you get energy on your flips, but it's also crazy defensive to give you more energy when you're getting hit. When you're hitting, I mean, you get more evades, more core flips. Things are going kind of insane. So honestly, rest in peace for these goalies. They are going to have to try some crazy stuff to keep it up right now, as we appear to be getting in the game right here. And we do have only two hot shots, one on Puffy's Estelle and one on the Dubu goalie. Interesting situation here.
Yeah, Dr. Bebop, I believe known for the Dubu goalie, rolling out. Yep, plays Dubu, has Atlas. Ball and Ballers does have Era X, which, is good. It's there was some contention. It was like not great for a while. X just kind of fell over and died, and now they're back after the season reset and the new updates. X is really good, and Era is also really good. So I think this is a forward duo that can overpower a lot of things. Both barriers down for the LLC right now. Things are looking good for Ball and Ballers.
Absolutely, for sure. X Era, definitely a scaling comp, as X is basically, okay, grab a kill with that pendulum swing, and they're going to grab a goal as they make that power play work out really quick. But yeah, X Era, very big scaling comp. X kind of slow starting out here. If we can see the side of Balling Ballers get a couple of goals, maybe even a set win before they even have a chance to scale. It could be curtains. They could have a really solid shot of beating the LLC here. Kind of missing a piece of the puzzle, though, with Dubu goalie instead of something like the Mako they wish they had, or perhaps even the now possible ban situation. But yeah, it looks like LLC is kind of bringing it home in this first set here, as I have both barriers down already, and Milky's going to be approaching with this flip. Not going to get too much off of it, though, as they didn't really have a chance to get on in there. Wallaby looking for the support of Puffy, who is open here. Yeah, indeed, Puffy is open. Going to go for the shot. Not going to make it. The pendulum swing, possible strike cooldown, and it's going to be another point here for the side of LLC.
Yeah, great intercept. Wallaby Gangsta is showing up today, getting the kill on Dr. Bebop last point, and then putting it in right there, catching the cross clear. Things are looking good, and hey, it's what I hope and expect from the LLC main roster. You know, but both Puffy and Sir also doing incredibly well. Sir holding down this barrier, dealing with the X super well. But Caster's Curse, hey, Ball and Ball is on the board.
Yes, for sure, indeed. Yeah, get that nice flip right in front of the goal. It's nearly impossible to save that, and not even on reaction, so... Alright, if we can see a couple more points here from Ball and Ballers, that's what they're looking for, man. What they need right now is Awakenings, but hopefully they get enough time to get more of them, as they're going to grab that first barrier from the bottom side, a split for the second one. Yeah, okay, now if they can build one more flip to get this goal, they're actually looking pretty solid, even up this set.
Yeah, definitely. If they can win a set before set 3, like that is huge, because set 3 is when X and Era X comes online. The comp is full power, but getting a set early just kind of spells disaster for the enemy team. But a great strike shot from Sir is going to save a beautiful shot from big anime Milkies, and Ball and Ballers still have this one barrier holding on, trying to get an offense. Things are looking pretty good for them.
For sure, yeah. We got Bebop here with flip. Milky's and Lux, Lufoxia is actually working on their flip again. Okay, Luff actually has it now. Milky's looking a little low here. They're going to try to possibly go for the kill, get a little extra damage on the flip. In the center, the black hole is actually going to send X out of here, though. Milky's looking weak as... Oh, unfortunately, the roll is going to whiff there. They're going to lose a barrier for it. The power play is... Okay, wow. A really good situation here if you're the side of Ball and Ballers, though. Really great stall, and Sirs has the flip, probably not under enough pressure to use it there. This Gangster's approaching here with Puffy, and yeah, that's a lot of cooldowns there. Tough spot without your ult there for the side of Ball and Ballers here. First set going over to LLC.
Curse of Estelle with cooldowns. You have been Crystal Thorn, piercing shotted. GG.
Yeah.
That will be going in. Yeah, here we have a lot of good Awakenings. Rampage or Might of Colossus going to be falling to big anime Milkies no matter what. Might of Colossus, one of X's best Awakenings. You know, they've nerfed it twice now, but when he presses ult and gets arrow beamed, he still gets an insane amount of power. Just like an unholy amount. Other side's Awakening Rampage, falling to Wallaby Gangsta. Definitely a really interesting one. Have to be getting the barriers to get it, or assisting with it. But if you win a set early, you just kind of don't get the size, or if you're stuck taking a ton of damage and can't be playing offense, it's really hard to get online. Really great when you do, though. Rampage stacks up really easily. But I think that's a really good draft for both teams. Puffy getting quick strikes is just really nice. It doesn't have Catalyst, so it doesn't have the Energy Exodia, but, you know, great deny from anyone else with Catalyst. And again, yeah, quick strikes is just really good. I think I like both teams' drafts a lot. Happy to see it.
Definitely a solid pick for both sides. X getting size, Rasmus also getting size. I don't think the side of Ball and Ballers really has the potential to kill Rasmus, so it is not impossible that this Rampage gets a little out of hand here. We're gonna actually blow on the ult here. The Fortress is not going to hit the ball at all. Wallaby Gangsta looking a little low. Yeah, they're trying to get that kill. I mean, he does kind of have 0 stacks, but a power play is indeed a power play. Having flip right now, using defensively or offensively, the option is yours, Mr. Bebop here. But try to save that barrier as much as you can. They tried. Okay, they actually get a power play out of their barrier. What can they get out of this here? We do see that the Era did take Team Player, which is... I mean, I really like Team Player on the midfielder for sure. Especially Puffy also getting quick strikes is going to make it really tough to get it past. Unfortunately, going to spend the flip there. Anime Milky's not going to get much off of it again, sending it on over to Luff. Foxdio. Oh, man. Milky's just can't get a situation where they can find the barrier.
Yeah, Sir and Puffy are holding it down incredibly well. But these team player shots coming out from Lufoxio are so fast. It's one of them, especially in overtime, is just going to catch them off guard. And I think if they keep playing for that, they can get it in right here. Oh, but Big Anime Milky's is low. Almost won the strike war against Sir. Is getting tossed around right now. Oh, and that's KO. And now what looked like such a good ball and ballers point is now a power play for the LLC.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, the Tofu Fortress not going to stall anywhere near long enough, but Lufoxio actually getting in the way quite nicely there. We got Anime Milky's returning to the board here. Puffy has flipped. Sir has flipped. This could be a really big play, though. This is only the first point of this set, so they might not both want to blow it right immediately, but Puffy does blow it. Doesn't get much off of it. Anime Milky's... Well, actually, it was just Lufoxio getting a really good shot in there. Anime Milky's here for just some nice moral support there. Taking the first point of this set. This could be a big deal, guys.
Hey, bang, team player difference. That core went so fast. And just a great shot. Not really much Mako can do to react to that. A good strike shot could do it, but if you don't have it, hey, GG. But that's both barriers down for Ball and Ballers now. LLC responding in kind. Looking to get something happening. Lufoxio really low, too. Looking a little scary. But, oh. Fortunately, the Dubu wall was not able to get it. Past the little corner, and 100 cooldowns upon you. That ball will be going in.
Yeah, it was a really good needle thread there from Puffy, getting it right on through the fortress. Starting off the point here, though, LLC losing a barrier. Ball and Ballers kind of in control here, now going to use the Bull Rush, not going to get it. Actually, a really good flip from Sir, but still going to end up losing the barrier, though. Waiting for the Dubu log as well as Gangsta should. This is going to be tough. Yeah, a barrier is going to go down, but not two. It's kind of a common situation where you might lose two barriers, though. Wall going flying all over the place. Bebop spins the flip, gets nothing out of it. Hits the black hole right to Wallaby Gangsta, and now we have both barriers open goal for each team. The cooldowns are flying in there. Yeah, I actually didn't check if Bebop had an evade, but they did kind of just spend flips, so I'm going to say unlikely. Tough spot when they got the cooldowns, though. Next point, LLC.
Yeah, it seems like these teams are just trading back and forth, both barriers, a goal. It's surprisingly really close. I feel like both teams have a great shot. It's just whichever one can convert on getting the barriers down quicker. But with Mako and Dubu in the game, it's going to be hard to get those because they're just holding it down so hard. It's going to take a lot of work. But hey, a great barrier find from Lufoxio. Both forwards on Ball and Ballers have flips. Going to be letting them rip right there. There's one. And there's two. Bang! Evening up the set. Taking us to 0.5. But they did have to use two flips to get it done. You know, it's a Catalyst start. They can just do that and work towards another flip. But a little scary if they can't make something happen pretty quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to just mention that using the flips is a little, like, scary sometimes. But with the Catalyst start, you definitely have access to maybe more flips than you even realize with all the energy coming on in there. And man, it's so many cooldowns. Yeah, it's just a tough spot if you don't have something to use there, or maybe even two cooldowns. It's like you're against sometimes four other cooldowns from both of the forwards. So yeah, it's tough. You gotta somehow work a way through not getting into those situations from the beginning. But LLC is going to take this next set, having Puffy as their Awakening starter here. Going to grab Ponder out of all this draft. That's pretty interesting, though. You might have seen Estelle take something like Explosive Entrance to get really a good control of the map.
Yeah, Explosive Entrance falling to Big Anime Milky's instead, and I think it's not as weird anymore to say, but Dash Awakening X feels really good. Superman will be taking flight, and Explosive Entrance gives him more damage on primary. Okay, not bad. I think what's really interesting is Wallaby Gangsta taking Unstoppable, which we've been seeing a lot. It's pretty common to see, like, goalies take it. Like, you know, yeah, but the Brawler picking up Unstoppable to counter any goalie hit stun is really nice, especially into someone like Dubu, who kind of relies on that. You know, I'm going to roll on top of you, and you will stop, and the core will stop, and then I get to hit it because you are stunned. You know, Wallaby Gangsta says, what if I wasn't stunned? You know what then, smart guy.
Yeah, interesting to think about. Also could have possibly been a solid deny. I actually didn't really pay attention to the draft order there. But Dubu, I think like Dubu wishes he had Unstoppable in this exact situation, though. Both flips going to come out here from both sides of the team here. Fox Duo going to get some energy while they have just a moment here. Going to grab flip with it and spend it. To do much there, only turning off Wallaby Gangsta's Unstoppable. Anime Milk is getting kind of knocked around the board here. Puffy approaching here with flip. Gangsta also has flip. Sir defending the goal pretty safely here. Bebop has flip. Okay, Wallaby's going to spend their flip. Puffy going to spend their flip. All they do is get a little bit of advantage here. All right, Bebop spends their flip. It's really just a core speed game now. As we can see, Milky's trying to fight for their life right now. If they can just land this goal. Oh, that was actually an opportunity there presented by Puffy to the side of Big Ball and Ballers, but not actually going to sink that one yet. Sir doing just a good job of defending, especially with Mako's what is it, passive here, Mako's Rhythm Strike, combined with the 1-2 punch, just even more core speed.
Yeah, core speed coming out. We're in overtime. We've got some hot shots. Oh, we've got some team players.
Nice.
Beautiful dimer from Ball and Ballers, and they will be sinking the first point of this set.
We need to see a little bit more of that from them, as they are certainly down in this series right now, down 2 sets. Up 1 point, though, in this set. Going to grab the first barrier. Not a bad start here, as we're going to spend the X Maximus. It's not going to work out. Sir just doing a pretty incredible job of defending. Approaching with flip, actually gets their flip first. Ball and Ballers looking pretty nice for this exact point. Okay, unfortunately, the Tofu Fortress is going to whiff a little bit. Going to use it as a small buffer there. Foxio is going to have to try to get this ball out of here with this flip. Okay, going to lose both barriers. Unfortunately, top side. Okay, hits the roll right into Anime Milky's hands here, and they're gonna actually get it. Yeah, kind of a big distraction with the bell ringer there. Foxio finds it on the bottom side of the goal. This is a big moment, guys. If they can scale just one more awakening, could be the chance they need to bring this back.
Yeah, I'm saying, hey, set 3, welcome to Era X City. They are online. Something I want to point out, though, that I didn't notice in draft is Sir picked up 1-2 punch, and I think that is got to be one of Mako's best awakenings, because she does a lot of damage, and I think we've been seeing it come into play at least the last 2 points, where they were just able to get a ton of damage onto big anime Milkies, and not get the KO, but just, like, force him to stand back, because he's dying. He can't walk up. And, oh my god. Dr. Bebop not using the core flip to save that, and still holding it down. Another core flip coming out. We love Catalyst start, and all barriers are down.
Yeah, the barriers are indeed down. The Fox 2 has flip approaching with Anime Milkies on the side here, so uses X Maximus, doesn't really get a strike off there. It's kind of up to the Fox 2 at this moment. Milkies just can't position as they kind of keep getting knocked around, in fact, knocked into the goal. 3 people defending here. It's going to be just about impossible there. Can they stall 14 more seconds to see Anime Milkies one last time for this point? The Fox 2 doing a great job of being all around the board, though they can indeed stall that long, and it's going to be big old pendulum swing to knock Dr. Bebop and the ball into the goal, though. All right, they're kind of bringing it back this set. The Ball and Ballers have to pick up some sort of momentum here.
Yeah, LLC slipping into the O2 comfort zone. Gonna be hard for Ball and Ballers to regain that momentum that they just lost. Super rough double barrier on the core flip. But, oh no. Puffy, again, throwing all the cooldowns out, and it comes down to this. Match point, Ball and Ballers are close to winning the set. They just have to lock in and make sure that they can perform, and getting the first barrier, winning kickoff there, really important, really good. I think they can do it. I think they have a chance.
I agree, it's not impossible here. We have Wallaby Gangsta at no health here, fully staggered. They have a little bit of control here. They're going to lose a barrier for sure. Yep, absolutely. Wallaby Gangsta kind of out of the play, though, and this is their chance. Yeah, LeFox 2 actually get a really good strike there, but man, Sir and Puffy with the quick strike is doing too good of a job defending, and Wallaby Gangsta finds the pendulum swing to send the Fox Dio off the map here, though. Bebop defending for their life now. The flip's going to come out. It's going to spend a little bit of time letting Sir defend the goal here. The missile propulsion actually going to block off half of this entire lane here. Bebop 1v1 again with Wallaby Gangsta. Gets the crazy, whatever you call it, angle, the boys angle, I don't remember, but it's going to be no barriers left here for the side of Ball and Ballers. A Puppy is somehow approaching with flip, and they spend it. They spend it, sending Dr. Bebop into the goal for like the third or fourth time, and LC taking this series. Look at that. 8 stacks on Rasmus, by the way. They could not get him.
Yeah, I mean, lore accurate Rampage. They were almost able to take him out, but he lived, and Rasmus being that big is a problem. It's so hard to deal with, and I think attributes a lot of the on-the-line KOs from that set. It just Dr. Bebop stepping back because Rasmus is so big, needs a little bit more space to deal with it. But
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's at LOC as the higher seed, really good team was able to convert really well. And I think that was the difference maker. Ball and Ballers got really close. They definitely had the offense to do it, but just a little bit off in the sealing the deal. You know what I mean?
I do indeed know what you mean. Luckily, for this tournament here, we actually do have a best of 3. They have another shot to keep themselves above the water here a little bit, as any losers bracket would be scary to go into round 1. I mean, you kind of have to play double the amount of matches to escape into perhaps a better spot. But yeah, I mean, X Era definitely was a good. I liked what they had going there. The Fox 2 was really doing a great job of midfielding. It was just kind of, I think the situation really was just Bebop was caught without a cooldown and without barriers in like a corner, and it was just Puffy and Wallaby Gangsta would just launch the pendulum swing, the Crystal Thorns, the piercing shot, all at the same time, and it's tough if you don't have flip or a cooldown for that exact moment. It's kind of curtains. You really cannot do much there, and I really wish. I'm sure they wish they got unstoppable, because that would have been probably the difference maker here.
Yeah, absolutely. Unstoppable into Rasmus and Estelle is game changing. Me, when your pendulum swing does nothing, I shrug it off like a beast. That makes the game so much easier to play. But yeah, hey, for all it's worth, I think Ball and Ballers played exceptionally well. If I were them, I'd be super proud. And it's not over, like you said, best of 3. We got some more games lined up. We could see a game 3 coming out, which would be incredible to see. I like. I'm really enjoying watching both these teams go back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting because we know, not we know, but I feel like if you've ever, Sir, Wallaby, Gangsta, and Puffy, I feel like have been seen a lot in more of like the high rank areas, and we know that Ball and Ballers team, all 3 of these players have been seen in OSAs a lot. So it's kind of the clash of one of the OSAs teams that's really like made a difference and actually made a name for themselves is finally like coming into like the big leagues, and they're not doing bad at all. Actually, that was like each of those sets was solid. It might have been a 3-0, but like it was close each of those sets. So if they can just tip the scales just a tiny bit with maybe just, I don't know, one of the right awakenings and just the right situation, I think they can definitely make waves here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We're seeing the meteoric rise of the Ball and Ballers from OSAS straight to, hey, at least nasty. It could be NASA. I believe they said they're shooting for NASA, and low key, I think they can do it. Like they've got the gene. They've got what it takes. It kind of unlucky that they have to go into the LLC blender at game 1, round 1, but again, it's not over yet. Things are still going, and hey, if not, there's still crazy losers run to make. So,
For
but
sure.
it's not over yet. We're talking like it is over. It's not over yet. Hey, I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to what comes next.
Yeah, if you guys thought it was over, guess what? It's still not over, dude. All right, they have another set to play here. They're getting on into it, doing some bans, I guess, again. And as we'll mention again, 8 teams. We still have 8 teams that are going to be moving on to landing in NASA, and then 8 other teams just going straight into NAST. God, I love NAST. That's so funny. Oh my god, I wish I was in NAST. What a great league
me,
to be part of.
yeah, me showing up to my weekly nasty match. You know how it
Actually
is.
nasty. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, I see that the awakenings here have changed. Not sure if exactly that was the role here, but we do see Dancer and Adrenaline Rush, possibly Tycho. So this is kind of thematic to see Tycho and Adrenaline Rush show up. Kind of scary if you're just happen to be maybe a Dubu player or a core control team of any sort, because now you're probably going to be facing down something like Vice, Centauro, Kazan, I don't know, Finny, something like that. And oh, my bad. We've moved on to a different set here, which possibly is now Ponderer and Thing, Siege Machine. That's the one. Thoughts? Thoughts? Yoshi, give me some thoughts. I want some thoughts right now.
Hey, it's not Adrenaline Rush start, and Adrenaline Rush start on Tycho sounds a little threatening. Sounds a little hard to deal with, but Siege Machine Orb Ponderer, hey, both both Awakening sets had an orb. I really like Ponderer. Obviously, Dancer, it's very easy to see the effects of it. You grab orb, go fast, and like both orbs are phenomenal on goalies. Me when I grab my orb and push up because I am so fast. But I
Oh, yeah.
Ponderer on melee goalies, which we saw from both sides last game, is really threatening. Because like imagine, imagine for a moment the Atlas with an expanse. He presses it. Suddenly, 30% of the cooldown is gone. Where did it go? Oh, he orbed up, and
Yeah.
you know, very hard to deal with. So I'm expecting to see some Ponderers come out from these goalies. And then Siege Machine on Tycho. That's big because
How big is
I
it?
it's pretty large. Unfortunately, Siege Machine doesn't make anything larger, but it's still pretty big. Creation characters are super favored on this map because of how narrow it is. Because you can just like throw all your Dubu walls, your logs, your slimes, and your rune pillars right into the corner where the barriers are, and just try and force a situation there. It's it's pretty nice. I think we've seen a lot of different team comps on this map, but creation characters are always favored here, and Siege Machine just enables that so much. So I think it's going to be really interesting. Anyway, we're looking at an X ban coming out from the side of LLC. Did not appreciate, and Erasmus ban. The brawlers both getting sniped down. Did not appreciate the big anime Milky's X, nor the Wallaby Gangster Erasmus. We see Zentaro come out. Banned last game, going to be played here, and Asher come out on Wallaby Gangsta, the LLC. And really, I remember back in NASL Season 2, you know, hey, Grandpa's posting up again with his old war stories. But Estelle Asher was a really good comp, played by Finesse, which was Puffy FPS's team. And it would just, Asher would sit on the goalie, and Estelle would get the ball, and they just had such great offense because Estelle is such a good burst character. You throw all of your cooldowns at the goalie at once, and then Asher just seals the deal with primary. So we're seeing that come back. That being said, though, I really like the Now on this map coming out from Ballin' Ballers, and I really like the Zentaro on any map. He's pretty good in every meta, it seems. So very nice. But that all being said, orbs being taken by the entirety of LLC. Bufoxio taking Siege Machine. And that's it. And all barriers are down now. Anything can happen.
Yeah, agreed with that. I mean, I think Siege Machine is one of the more interesting Awakening starts, as it gives you projectile range and creation benefits. I'm kind of a creation player there. Going to lose, unfortunately, get stunned by the Slice and Dice, or is. Anime Milky's landing their first goal. That's wonderful there. We only see one Siege Machine, though. Nothing like a Drakar showing up, of course not, even though the projectile distance is definitely involved. We see a couple of players here with 3 stacks, Puffy and Bebop with 3 stacks of Ponderer here. Gonna make a good use of that cooldown. Puffy approaching with that flip, gonna grab that barrier pretty easily there. Straight on down to Anime Milky. Sir defends it quite nicely. They're approaching with their own flip. Not gonna make it work out. Again, we already have the Path Splitter coming up again, possibly because some of the orbs, though. Gonna make their life, Bebop's life, pretty rough as Asher kind of has more access to orbs in general than the goalie does, but we'll see what happens. There is the okay, the somersault is maybe not even aiming for the ball. You know, maybe actually aiming for the Asher. My bad. I had no trust in my boy Bebop.
Yeah, he didn't know he was like that, assassinating Wallaby Gangsta on site. Yeah, and now both barriers down again. But Puffy FPS and Wallaby looking for the collapse here. Dr. Bebop able to save it away, and really it's... Oh, a Zentaro difference. Big Anime Milky's is just showing up and making it happen here. Getting both goals so far, and just like really capitalizing on these scoring attempts. I think also I mentioned goalies picking up orbs, but brawlers with Orb Ponder especially, I think is super underrated. Because if you spend a lot of time in the enemy goal box, or just like hanging around in midfield because you're brawling it out, you just go pick up an orb and get a ton of cooldowns back. Like that's brawler cooldowns are pretty important. That just sounds really, really good. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you run up to Dubu, spend your cooldowns, and you both use your cooldowns, you run and grab an orb because, well, you have access to the rest of the map. And you have your cooldowns back, and Dubu might not. So that's actually a big deal. That might be exactly what we're seeing here from Big Anime Milky's, although still at 2 stacks since the beginning of this point. Really great defense there from Sir, actually going to keep this point going here. Bebop going to send the ball on over to Lufoxio. All right, just actually snatches it right out of Wallaby Gangsta's hands, keeping on the pressure here. Hot Dog flying on in there, helping out to get it to Lufoxio. 1 barrier down, still 1 to go. The flip coming out from Wallaby Gangsta, unreactable, tough spot. Gonna lose it there. Flip from Puffy, yes, we have the reactions to grab that one there. Milky's approaching on the bottom side of the lane here, kind of low, though unfortunately could possibly die to this drum. Yeah, going to indeed die to the perfect pitch. Let's see if we can get enough time. 14 seconds for their party member here to come back.
Yeah, waiting out the power play, able to do so. Now Dubu holding it down, just a really good pair on defense, getting it done. And with Big Anime Milky's back, the offense is coming back, and oh, Sir down! This is LLC's chance. I mean, whoa,
Ball and Baller's chance.
Hey, this is LLC's chance to lose the first set.
Oh, and they do.
Oh, a missed blink is gonna seal it out. Wow.
Wow, indeed. What has changed? Not entirely sure. 2 members dying, 1 on each team, losing all of their stacks now. Sir at 0, kind of a big deal for the goalie, though. Anime Milky's only kind of had 2 from the game, but going to have Bebop here as their awakening master. He's taking quick strikes away from Estelle, giving a little bit more energy there. More flips, more evades. It's all good. And Estelle getting rapid fire is kind of a tough spot there, though. Team player still exists for Mako. Yeah, Mako insane with the team player and the rhythm strike passive. Oh, let's see. Oh, man, good awakenings here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. I really like Lufoxio denying that Might of Colossus from Wallaby Gangsta would be pretty bad to see the Asher start scaling with size. We saw Big Anime Milky's take aerials, which is just really good on Zentaro, but I think... Oh! It doesn't matter when you're dead. What I was saying, I think great deny from Mako, who had a dash awakening with chrono boost up, but aerials with the projectile range is so nice. I think the really big thing though here is quick strikes on Dr. Bebop means that he's just gonna win so many like strike wars in the corner so much more often because he has a faster strike cooldown. And Ball and Ballers 3-0 in LLC last point, locking up on the defense. It just like sounds like such a great win condition for them. They will eventually score. They've shown it to be true. So as long as they can hold on long enough, they'll get both barriers.
Oh.
And put it in with the sentry drone from downtown. Oh my god.
Yeah, really great placement there from the Foxdio. And as you just mentioned a second ago, yeah, quick strike's kind of making it so Dr. Bebop doesn't have to run and grab an orb, but will have extra cooldown on, well, probably one of your more important abilities here, Strike. And so now they're gonna have access to a little bit of extra strikes there for sure. But losing both barriers here in this set right now, this point's going to be tough for them, but they're actually bringing it back here. The Foxdio doing a great job keeping the ball away from Wallaby Gangsta. spending the Fortress, going to hold down the line here. The Fox Duo losing a lot of health, so it spends the flip up to the top lane. The Fox Duo going to try to push it in there. Going to be... Okay, the Fox Duo actually good. Recognition there on defense there. Kind of wanted to see a little flip there from Anime Milky's, though. It's going to be a tough spot. Really good redirect. Spends the flip here. Waits for anything, but everyone misses. Everyone misses. The Sentry Drone not in the right spot. That was a little crazy.
Yeah, unfortunate miss of the dash. Sentry Drone not getting it done. But Ball and Baller is still holding on. Still in this. And I think LSC is just having a lot of trouble mounting an offense. It feels like the ball is on LLC's side really often, and whenever it's not, Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio are able to get it through really nicely and just keep giving big Anime Milky's scoring attempts, which is all the Brawler needs. Eventually, it will get in. Things getting a little close, but here Wallaby Gangster walking up, looking to get something done.
Really good save from Puffy there, though. Actually, kind of a crazy point. As we can see, you were right. The first whole start, actually the first like entire overtime, 60 seconds of this point, we had LLC playing triple goalie, or just about double goalie. And Ball and Ballers just have and are continuing to mount a really good offense. Anime Milky's always in the right spot. The Fox Duo doing such a good job staying in between Puffy and Wallaby. They just can't get the ball to their forward, and man, eventually, the forward does find the spot to get it past the goalie. And man, they really just had the pressure on there. Ball and Ballers feeling good this game.
Yeah, great Strike War win by Big Anime Milky to seal out the point. And here's where I reveal all my cards. I think the difference is now. I think the now is just like so strong here. It's a really awkward midfield matchup because now puts out a ton of consistent pressure and I guess sometimes a random KO. And Estelle is all about, you know, right place at the right time, getting something done. But all of this consistent pressure is so hard to deal with. And Big Anime Milky's copying Lufoxio's core flip kill with one of his own, taking out Sir, and that's another 3-0 from the Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, that was just good gameplay. Like that, it's just raw. That was good. Good positioning there. Honestly, it feels like this is Lufoxio's main. Like it feels like Lufoxio is a now player because this is feeling good. This is looking good. Going to end up taking the Rampage here. As long as they can stay alive, they might get a ton of stacks with the assists from some of these barriers. Could cause a huge problem for them. Also going to grab a little core speed for the 1-2 punch on that same side here. Estelle looking really good with the Catalyst, though might get a little too many flips to deal with. Hopefully, Dr. Bebop can react with their own at some point with a little bit of extra energy from that Quick Strike. But we'll see what happens here, though. Nothing else too amazing. I mean, double twin drive here for the Mako is... I mean, something to think about, I suppose. Nothing too crazy, IMO.
Yeah, it could be pretty good. I think really nice with Orb Ponderer getting those Orb cooldowns, but Orb's getting reset once again with the KO from last set. What I really like is Lufoxio in that draft picked Rampage because, like, Big Anime Milky's could show up and deny it from Wallaby Gangster, which would be, like, fine. But obviously, Big Anime Milky's took 1-2 punch, which is just way better on Zentara than Size. And so Lufoxio said, I'll bite the bullet. You will get Catalyst or 1-2 punch, and everything will be fine. You know, Catalyst going to Puffy FPS, which is great. Like, if Catalyst isn't going first or second pick, something is wrong. And second pick it will be. But again, that means Big Anime Milky's gets that 1-2 punch, which means when they core flip strike, they get a ton of core speed. Because that is the 1 and then the 2 punch. And gonna be sealing it out, putting it in the bottom corner. Ball and Ballers are just running away with this game here.
Absolutely, the 1-2 punch indeed coming in hot, trying to get possibly the double there. Puffy was maybe a little bit too hopeful there as Foxy was going to grab the second barrier there with the flip. Again, just looking so good. I mean, Bebop doing a great job defending. Lufoxio is just like, has control of this whole field, getting a couple of stacks here, 3 right now on the Rampage, looking a little big. I mean, the side of Ball and Ballers is just... Okay, I was actually going to bring up kind of unkillable, but as they do end up finding a kill on the Dubu there. And what they're going to have to do is try to find a kill on the Fox Duo, to be honest, because those stacks are stacking up, and it's going to become a problem for LSC.
Yeah, but Lufoxio able to hold against the Onslaught. Wallaby Gangster getting staggered, and Big Anime Milky's on the case. Oh, but Dr. Bebop will be taking him out with Summer Assault. Gets stunned by the piercing shot. Both barriers down, and Puffy FPS, a Catalyst difference. Gets the flip. Sends it in, and that is LLC's first point. Able to pull out something. Get their team on the board. Get something done, and that's what you need. Every comeback starts with one, you know?
Absolutely. One is definitely all you need to inflict a little bit of fear into the enemies there. Fortunately, Anime Milky's, or sorry, it's going to be Lufoxio, going to lose their life to the barrier beam combination there. And can we have, actually, yeah, already back. It was kind of, died kind of fast, so 14 seconds already spending by, but Dr. Bebop does not recognize that Wallaby Gangsta's face is right in the goal. Yeah, going to strike it right on past. And, I mean, this could be a moment where LLC brings it back here. A couple more awakenings going to be shown on the board if they can win this set. And that is not what you want to see if you're the side of Ballers, though.
No, definitely not. This is a game that you want to quickly 9-0. Just show up and take care of right away. But, hey, I do think that their comp scales better just because of the Zentaro they have. Eventually, the damage will, like 1-2 punch already, damage will becoming a much greater factor the longer this game goes on. And that could get really dangerous. But, not if he gets KO'd with core flip. That is so difficult. I hate to see it. And Lufoxio now incredibly low. Gonna be using the now ult. But Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio just holding it down in this corner. The barrier is still standing after all that.
Yeah, for sure. Great hold there by the side of Ballers here. And they still have one barrier left to go. Overtime is about to roll on over. There it is. Indeed, Wallaby Gangster looking a little bit low. Lufoxio going to have to try to do their best job to stay alive now, as they only have one stack of Rampage here. So the set has... Oh, okay, so it's literally at no health now. Just about losing their life. Puffy approaching here with the flip. Wallaby Gangster not really recognizing it there, but still has a power play in this spot. Going to have to hold it down for another 14 seconds here. Are they going to do it? Spend the flip, send it down. Own goals a little bit there. Unfortunate. Sir is going to actually get a nice defense there. Back to Lufoxio, who is up. Sir spends the flip, moves on forward. Doesn't get much off of it, though. Centauro stunning the core, and Wallaby Gangsta getting the kill. Uses the flip. In it goes. That was a lot of talking. We're going in to the game 5. Set 5.5, whatever 5.
Yeah, big Anime Milky's parting the LLCCs with that core flip there. Straight shot right through. Great pass from Lufoxio to get it there. And Ballers, this set's a lot closer than the previous ones, obviously, but they've still got it. They're still playing so well. And, you know, both barriers down though. Things are looking a little scary. But Dr. Bebop is able to save it on the line. Super well done, and though things are looking scary, it's not over yet, and they've still got a chance to win this game in 3 sets.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Honestly, from Bebop, that was fine. You cover one option with like the immediate Tofu Fortress, and then you just go for the other one. Totally acceptable there, and it seems to have worked out in their favor as they do save it against that flip. Wallaby Gangsta approaching. Fox 2 and Anime Milkies are both a little bit low, kind of in the hands of Ballers. It's kind of slipping away as the ball slips away from Wallaby Gangsta in that exact spot. Finds a strike. It's a little bit close, though. It's almost triple goalie here. Gonna actually get a second to split up, though. Puffy 1v1 against the goalie here. Spends the cooldowns, but man, the barrier beam range actually is just enough to get that one in there from the recoil bounce Puffy did with the piercing shot. And this could be the turning point of the game. We saw Ballers doing such a wonderful job this first part of the game, but there's more than just one part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, that's going to be recovery drone on Wallaby Gangsta, almost certainly. No, going Orb Dancer, doubling up on the orbs. Has 2 orb stacks, but if recovery drone can fall to 6th pick Lufoxio, that's a ton of power, a ton of size. Like, all of it. I guess Hotshot's a better pick here, going to be going with Hotshot, but hey, really interesting draft. We saw Explosive Entrance getting denied from Big Anime Milky's, who already has Dash Awakening, is just going to be taking Bulk Up instead. Survivability, more damage, more power. You know, like I said, the damage is coming online. Oh my god, and the Monumentalist deny actually coming out from Sir. Something I didn't even notice. My fault. But that's going to be a big Mako cage now, which is just like strictly worse because the activation like projectile doesn't get any bigger. So it's just a more room for things to work inside of it. That all being said, Wallaby Gangsta already at 3 stacks of both orbs, moving a little fast, has a core flip. LLC is looking to make a comeback here. They've got what it takes. Looking really good this set. Core flip on both forwards, actually. Me, when I open my eyes and look at the game, things are going really well for them.
Yeah, the side of LLC is kind of bringing this one together there. We're going to have Bebop spend the flip there. Going to move just for a moment there while begins to seize the chink in the armor, though. And is going to send that one to the bottom lane right on through. And so LLC continues to keep 2 of their flips right now. Only 1 more extra point in this set, though. This could be a little bit scary here if you're the side of Ball and Ballers. Because we have Puffy sending a piercing shot right on through really high to get the second barrier there. LLC looking really good there. Spends the next flip, sends it right on over to Wallaby Gangsta. The Tofu Fortress is going to hold out this aggression just for a moment there. But the Path Splitter combined with, well, piercing shot and barrier beam and Asher just standing in front of you is going to be a little too much for Bebop. It's going to be another point for the LLC.
Yeah, and I think this is their win condition coming online, is to just blitz the barriers immediately. You know, get everything done in 1 cooldown cycle, because then they don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about anything else. If you just win immediately, you win. Like, it sounds dumb, but they can just, if they're able to get that done, the point's over. And like right now, they didn't get the barriers, both barriers immediately in score. So now this point's so much harder for LLC. Have to deal with just the insane pressure of Now and Zentaro. And this, the wall that is Dr. Bebop. And eventually that pressure will take down both barriers. But now barriers going down for Ball and Ballers too. Things are really close, but oh! Storm of cooldowns from Puffy FPS.
He had a flip. He did have flip there. He might have gotten stunned by the piercing shot before he recognized he had to flip there, but Bebop unfortunately going to get sent into the goal there for the last point. And man, LLC is bringing it back, dude. The determination is perhaps unbreakable. As we're going to have stacks showing up for Estelle here. What else do we see here? Something like heavy impact. Definitely not going to hit Zentaro. That's for sure. Going to probably be denied by Mako in this situation. Maybe prime time for now. Yeah. Okay, so Stinger. That's a little something to bring up here. We have Stinger on the Asher. Will that result in a bunch of kills? Find out right now, everybody.
Yeah, great question. I think it can. And I mean, Stinger is just so strong. I think Wallaby picked it up just to deny the Now, who applies Stinger so well because her cooldowns are so low and they're both normal hits. But wow. Hey, Big Anime Milky's 6th pick, taking a reverb, now has bulk up reverb, which I think is like Brawler Exodia. You get so much power and so much CDR, which are like the 2 stats you care about. And it's going to be hard to deal with. Again, LLC didn't get both barriers immediately, so Ball and Ballers are able to just chip them down and get through. If Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop can hold on long enough to to weather the storm of every cooldown from an Estelle and an Asher, they can win. And I think that extra special on Dr. Bebop is going to make a big difference. You know, having a wall at the start of every point means that they can just prevent getting blitzed. And again, if that's how they win, then like it sounds really good. That being said, they are getting blitzed right now. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both players moving up really far. Puffy and Wallaby putting on a ton of pressure, using the flip to grab the barrier there. Sir still has both of his, though, and clears the ball. I mean, it's up to LaFoxio and Anime Milky's in basically this situation to get something done, but man, Wallaby Gangsta is going to find the barrier beam into the flip kill on LaFoxio, and now we have Anime Milky's and Dr. Bebop alone in this point. The ball is going to stall a little bit there. Actually, Milky's is going to go super offensive and find the barrier. We have 1v1, though. Dr. Bebop going to have to defend it. Does. LaFoxio is up. Wallaby Gangsta reads the ball, but not fast enough to get it, though. LaFoxio running out of health in this exact spot, though. Gosh, if Bebop could just get it to Milky's one more time, but it's too hard, man. It's too hard sometimes when you're kind of against the two forwards there. Foxer's a little up, but yeah. Now LLC is bringing it back here. It's even.
Yep, and I think, like you mentioned, that was a bit of a stinger diff there. The damage Wallaby Gangsta is putting out, even through Dr. Bebop's insane health bar, was just too much, and they were able to mow him down once again, taking us to potentially series point. Ball and Ballers, what a game that was so in their favor. Now they have to tighten up their gameplay and pull it back now. So difficult against what Asher and Estelle are able to put up. Super hard to deal with, but if they're able to, a big flip, almost getting the barrier there. They could take out Puffy. Big Ball and Ballers have a chance here. This is a point that looks really, really good for them right now.
I agree here, as Puffy is definitely a little bit low on health. Milky is definitely sniping the kill here. Cannot seem to find it. Not enough power to actually knock them off the map right now. Now it's going to be Bebop against this flip. They're going to lose the last barrier here. Big defense for LaFoxio. Sending it up might have been slightly better. There was nobody there, but sends it down. Puffy finds it, gives it to Gangsta, and they actually finish out the series here, which is LLC in advantage. They're going to go ahead and move on.
Yeah. LLC just able to stay calm, keep their cool, and navigate through that game really well. Because again, Ball and Ballers 3-0'd them 2 sets in a row at the beginning, but they trusted that they would scale. They stayed in it till the end, and were able to bring it back really convincingly. And, this is what I expect out of the 3rd seed. They are putting up the numbers, performing. I mean, Puffy getting 276 redirects compared to second highest being 231 is insane. Hitting the ball, getting it done. LLC just played really well. Again, were calm and collected and got it done. Super impressive.
I can agree with that, man. Really good showing there for the side of Ball and Ballers. Not a bad job at all against a team like this here. Bringing it to set 5 is no easy feat. And we can see here Taiko Temple being a little bit of volatile, as we have 10 kills on the side of LLC, and then we have 6 on the side of Ball and Ballers there. People were dying. People were dying. We can see that Wallaby Gangsta did a ton of damage there, only having Stinger for like the last set or 2. And they still ended up dealing the most amount of damage in this game. And we see that Puffy, king of redirects this game, was just all over the map, really doing a good job of handing the ball right into Wallaby Gangsta's pocket. And, I mean, they did what they needed to do. Like you said before, doing the blitz onto the barriers was definitely, like, a little bit necessary, as Bebop and LaFoxio were doing such a good job of getting the ball out when it was kind of just like a string instead of like a blitz. So every time they did go for the blitz, it kind of seemed to work out more often in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and really well played by both teams. Just super impressive. I mean, I'll say it. I'll get into the weeds. Chat, tell me about your pick'ems. I think LLC is making it all the way to landing. I guess it's not. I say that like it's so big and grandiose. Like, I think a lot of people think that. I'm not. That is not an outstanding opinion, but like there's seed 3. They're projected to make it to landing. Like, they should make top 4, but also playing with 2 subs, still able to get it done in spite of that. And so, I don't know. Those were some really good games. I think, especially Ball and Ballers I don't think anyone thought that they would put on a performance like that, but they, dare I say, balled out.
That is for sure, indeed. Lots of more matches coming up, but we are going to go to a little bit of a break here, though. So really, just don't go away. The rest of Liftoff is certainly be playing today. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 4 Liftoff. We got a couple more nice matches coming up for you here. Getting into the winner's quarters now, we have Cosmic Calamities against the Fools. We saw a little bit earlier. Well, we didn't see it, but in the bracket, we had Cosmic Calamities taking a 2-0 over Dubu Party, and the Fools taking a 2-1 over Corpse Control. Yoshi, tell me something about these teams I don't already know.
Well, I don't know if I can do that because I'm looking at Cosmic Calamities right here, and they've been making a name for themselves recently. They're second seed in this tournament. Hey, pretty good, projected to make it out, and they've got to win 2 more best of 3s to get there. The Fools, on the other hand, hey, played in NASA last season. Have already made it happen, done all that, etc. And been playing really well recently. Zoro is an exceptional goalie. Coin is an exceptional forward, which I haven't seen much of this guy outside of collegiate, but every time I do, I'm just like super impressed. He plays so well, and Ven's also a long-standing player, really good. Going to be rocking that midfield. This is not a team to scoff at, but again, neither is Cosmic Calamities. Kotone on the forward, a little bit of Tony action. He's the best. I can't say anything other than that. I'm such a big Tony fan. Forgot on midfield, a little bit of role swap after playing goalie in NASL, and I haven't seen much of it myself, but I've heard a lot of people say that he's really good at it, which makes me happy. I'm love to see that guy win. And Natty in the box, who I think is the biggest question mark for the team. People don't really know a lot about this player. Has been around grinded norms to infinity and beyond, but start of season 3 did start hitting the ranked queues more often and just like flew to the top of the leaderboard immediately. So definitely good. Definitely has it like that, but we're gonna have to see if they can perform here. Looks like we're gonna be having a primetime prize fighter start, which is exciting. Really, really exciting. And it looks like the draft is going on right now, and I'm looking at pick 1, Kazan, going for the Fools, I believe. Oh, nope. Sorry, just kidding. I don't know who's that's going to, but pick 1, Kazan on primetime prize fighter start. Looks really good. It's all gone now. I'm lost. I need an adult. Envy, what do you think of these teams?
Oh man, here I go. I really am interested to see Forgot showing up here on the midfield role. Definitely a interesting role swap there. All these players are quite good, so you wouldn't be too surprised to see somebody role swap and perform quite well. Just kind of being in the mix, especially since people usually say that goalie and midfield is about the most similar it can get, which I'd agree with as well. But yeah, probably doing the bands here. Yeah, as we said, Prime Time and Prize Fighter, definitely like both sides of the spectrum. I mean, if you're going for core controller kills, I mean, you can kind of do both with Prime Time, giving you an extra move there, making it a little weaker, but definitely an extra move is definitely better than 5% damage reduction, I believe it is. So yeah, you can kind of go for either. I expect to see a lot of Prime. I actually expect to see 6 Prime Times on these players.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, like you said, primetime is really good. I think we could see something interesting with a damage comp. Usually they're most successful when you have a damage goalie and then any brawler ever, because they all deal damage, and then a like super core control midfielder. You bring out the core control midfielder on the prime time, hit the core, hit rock, and then supplement damage with their prime time, and then 2 prize fighters to seal out the kills and just scale to infinity mid-set and run away with the game. I think that could be a really good strategy, but hey, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a ton of prime time. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ton of prize fighter. It's like you can just prize fighter is in an eternal win condition. You show up, you get 1 random kill, and suddenly you have 20 extra power. It's way easier to just get another kill and start smiting the enemies.
Quite possible there, as we do see 6 prime times showing up for all the players here. Natty opting to go Mako with the pauldrons here, which is interesting. We have Zoro not taking not taking strike shot or eject button here, actually deciding to go boots for this Atlas Lab map, which is totally acceptable as well. Like I said a little bit earlier, Primetime is just a good awakening in general. Helps for core control, helps for kills in certain situations. So the little damage extra there from the Atlas Black Hole might cause a little bit of problems here. No wands on any of the players. Coin, the Zentaro opting to take Slick Kicks, which is an interesting deal. We actually already have Vens getting sent off the map there. Staggered instantly. Coin at no health there. Natty trying to spend the Ensnare Drum to get the kill. Not going to work out there. We're going to have Zoro move up with boots. Keep in mind, no eject button to go back. Coin taking the goalpost for just a moment there. And they're going to try to work on getting this last barrier here.
Yeah, definitely. Almost able to get it. Killmonk, Kotone, Tony, man of many names. Hitting level 2 right there. Able to unlock his on second form. And get a cute little strike hook strike. A little bit of a fake out. You know, I'm going to shoot top. Nope, I'm going to shoot bottom. Getting the mix up. And, hey, that's Primetime Kazan, which I almost started talking about in draft until I fell into the mental abyss. But, hey, Primetime's really good. It gives you a second charge of your ability. What if you had 2 primaries? What if you got... you went from 2 abilities to 4 abilities. And then you had Primetime, you got an extra 2 abilities. Doesn't matter, he's been slain. Zoro shot that man dead.
Yeah, gonna find himself off the map here. Zoro gonna spend the flip to get that kill, though, as the last barrier goes down for the side of Calamities. And they're for the side of Calamities. And they're gonna have another kill here. A power play. Calamity's going to have to see if they can make this happen through the Fool's defense there. And man, Zoro's going to defend the ball and kill Kotone. And now the power play is going to reverse as Coin shows up again for the side of the Fools. Can they find their way into this goal? Past Natty and Forgot. Forgot does have flip to make something happen here. We have Kotone returning back to the map. Now it's a little bit of pressure on the side of the Fools as Forgot is going to be approaching here with a flip. And as I say that, not going to be approaching with anything, as they're going to spend the flip and find themselves a little bit lost here. Really great Giga Blast to actually interrupt Kotone's crooked leverage there. Coin kind of flies on out of position just for a moment, losing a little bit of health. Zoro's defense kind of impeccable right now, especially with Vens on the side. It looks like the Fireball Sentry's not going to make too much happen there, as they're now going to switch their attention here to Coin and probably going to find another power play. Yep.
Yep, and hey... I was expecting some prize fighters to come out. I thought, like, this sounds good. You were right on the money with this six-player Primetime kill fiesta. Everyone is getting a little piece of that. But, oh my god, Zoro is holding infinitely. We've been seeing, I think, a rise in Bomb Boots Kai recently. And Zoro is putting it to work here. Just covering so much space all the time, all at once. But Natty on the Mako, able to hold it down just as well. Neither of these teams can score, but oh, Zoro runs up with the core flip. He's so fast. Dimes up Coin, who was on his deathbed, able to put it in though, get it between Natty and Forgot, and that is 1-1 for the set.
Yeah, really good work there. Actually making such good use of these momentum boots. You know, it's kind of like having eject button, but you just kind of... You know what, I'm not even going to compare it. It's not like having eject button. I lied. I'm sorry, everybody. We're going to keep moving on here as Kotone is going to lose almost all of their health there. Going to switch attention, going to spend some abilities. Giga Blast, the shot's not going to actually get a kill here. Instead, just kind of spending the cooldowns for nothing as Kotone sees themselves still alive here. The center showing up, not going to send their attention onto Kotone's staggered body there, though. Man, 1 barrier down for each team. Kotone still alive, but still staggered as well. Health returning almost to half. Just a couple seconds there, and the pressure will be off. But now it's going to be on, actually, as Calamity is going to lose their last barrier there. Kotone is going to return from staggered, now to staggered. Once again, killed by Ven's piercing shot. Coin approaches with the flip. It's going to be a tough spot, spending cooldowns to defend it, and they do. Zoro moving up. Ven's in the goal box. What's going to happen here on this power play?
Well, it looks like Coin's going to be taken out. Reverse power play. But Vens with the piercing shot. Able to get it through Forgot. And the Fools are making it happen in this game. I think a big thing is they are just farming Kotone right now for kills, which Zon just has like 0 stagger. Is really strong, especially with Primetime. Oh, it's super strong, but is not very Constitution. Well, I need help.
You're
Help.
good. And hey, you're good, you're good, you're good. But we're going to continue this point here as we're going to lose barrier for the side of Calamities and for the side of the Fools. And we're going to have Kotone with a nice redirect there off Natty's flip. We grab the last barrier there, blowing up the center here to get a little bit more advantage. Kotone approaching with pop-up and just other abilities that I can't seem to name at this exact moment. Trust me, I do know the names, though. We're going to have a crooked leverage there. Pulling it on into Zoro's hands. Venz and Zoro both with flip. Kotone looking, again, pretty weak. Coin does not have a cooldown to actually get the combo there off of the secondary Aya shot, but we're going to have Venz grab a piercing shot, send Kotone off the map. Another power play there. We're going to have Forgot spend the flip in kind of an interesting situation, though. Venz is going to lose just about all their health from that moment, but the power play is not going to result in Ven's death, but it's going to result in a point for the side of Calamities as Zoro's caught just a little bit off kilter there. Not send, hold the flip, though. That's at least one thing you could say. Zoro's kept the flip for this point.
Yeah, I forgot with the great shot. And that's something I think about a lot in this game is, like, sometimes you can just go for shots and, like, it will work. A lot of the time, players opt to keep possession, dribble when they have the ball, especially as far back as Forgot was. But he just sent it forward. That all being said, the onslaught coming out from Zoro pushing up and Coin on Zentaro. Just shoot them up on defense. Cosmic Calamities dropping the set to the Fools here. And they get probably going to be picking up an aerials for more speed. Kai is so fast. Kai loves speed. Yep, there it is. More projectile range. Going to be sniping out. Really interested to see what Natty picks here. We could see a team player, a 1-2. Team player being picked up by Venz instead. It'd be really nice. 1-2 deny. Not letting Coin take that at all. Who's taking specialized training. Not letting Kotone take that. Reptile Remedy on Kotone is going to be really nice for survivability. And in the end, Natty picked up Deadeye, which I like a lot. At damage on now is pretty good. She does that.
Yeah, I think something interesting in this draft is I feel like the Fools thought that Calamities was going to go more core control, but they seems to decided to actually go the complete opposite direction, grabbing a 1-2 punch on Forgot. Not something you see on Amy all that often. And then, I mean, sure, Mako is not that bad with Deadeye, but I feel like it is not so impactful unless you're really making it happen. And man, Zoro's going to make it happen with the speed up into the barrage. It's going to be just about unstoppable as Venz is also spending a couple of cooldowns to get it through the top side. So yeah, Natty's going to have a lot to deal with here as the primetime cooldowns are just going to be sometimes too much to deal with. And man, Forgot with literally just the one combo that Amy has, which is Cyber Swipe into Glitch Pop, the 1-2 punch is going to make those kills happen a little bit more early.
Yeah, just showed up on kickoff, assassinated that guy. Zoro down now. Taken out by Kotone. Looking really good. This is their opportunity. Zoro's had so much impact on this game the entire time. Pushing up constantly. Holding it down exceptionally well. Getting that guy out is insane. And they got both barriers for it. Forgot almost getting the goal right there. And a cheeky little back pass to Natty. Really nice. Keeping possession. And now the Fools are on the offense.
Yeah, I really like the defensive positioning there from Forgot to make sure those barriers stay up when they need to. Of course, having the Cyber Swipe to get around a little bit more, which is acceptable as well. Fenn's approaching with a flip. Natty's actually going to spend a flip of their own to get it out of there. Again, with the help, the defensive play of Forgot. We're actually going to find that barrier staying alive here. And Venz is going to, again, spend the flip at midfield, making it a little bit easier to defend. But perhaps the team player is coming into clutch a little bit more than the side of Calamities want it to, as they're going to have a bunch of red cores, especially during the overtime here. Finally in the hands of Kotone, can it make it happen? A couple cooldowns being spent. It's a little too fast now for Kotone to actually get their hands on this ball. Zoro looking in like a really good goalie at this point, but on the top side, Coin kind of hits a couple of cooldowns, stunning and getting the ball through Natty to grab another point in this set, the side of the Fools.
Yeah, Coin is just dicing them up right now. Zentaro lore and in there doing really well, but getting chipped down a little bit here. I don't know, things are looking really difficult for Cosmic Calamities here, and I've got to say, I don't know what they have to do to win. Zoro's just putting up so much pressure. It might just be to start. It might just be to start killing people. You know, hey, that works really well too. Forgot with the flip, looking really nice. Gonna hope to make something happen with it. Instead, has to evade Zentaro ult. Ven's looking really low. Able to pick up an orb. Coin moving in. Natty has a flip. Gonna be safe for now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot here as Forgot is going to lay down the Firewall Sentry with no health. But man, it actually was just a really good situation win there for Kotone. I feel like the side of Cosmic Calamities was just about at the mercy of Fools with Forgot at just about no HP. But Kotone does make it happen with a wonderful Strike War win with Press the Point. Of course, that being Kazan's passive with the Closed Umbrella. Some people do not know, but now you do. A lot of cooldowns coming in here. Natty actually holding without the flip, going to spend at that time, get a barrier. I guess that's all you could ever hope for as the goalie, as your flip results in a barrier here. Coin getting the Oni Blade there onto Forgot, losing almost all of their health once again. Grabs an orb, looking pretty good now. Spending the flip to get it through Kotone and doesn't grab a barrier off of it. Hitting the black hole in the center there. I'm not entirely sure if Forgot wanted that, but it had happened. So going to try to get this ball once more to the other side of the Fools. Cosmic Calamities keeping both of their barriers right now, spending the Firewall Sentry, not getting too much off of it in that spot, but look at all those lines being made from the abilities there as they get right through the Forgot. Kotone making it happen. Last barrier goes down. Can they finish this one out, or is the Fools going to take this set?
I think the Fools are going to take this set. Just a hunch.
You know, it's possible. It's possible. But yeah, getting the Oni Blade teleport on in there, big deal.
Yeah, really well played from Coin. And the Fools are up 2-0 right now. And I really want to see what Venz takes here. I gotta say it's Catalyst, but Quick Strike also on the board, also really good. Woke up being picked up by Kotone, and Catalyst going to Natty, which means infinite energy production coming out from Mako. Who, like, it's gonna be so much energy on all of her hits. She has a lot of hits, believe it or not. Really good. Just good Awakening. I've been talking about it all day, but Catalyst is so strong. Forgot picking up a Dash Awakening. That'd be really nice to see. Nice difference maker. And Coin picking up Rampage, which I think is interesting, but with the damage coming out, especially from Reptile Remedy bulk up, Kotone has, you know, a substantial amount of power to do things. I don't know if the Rampage will be able to stay up for long. We'll have to see. Meantime, Natty passing up to Forgot, respawning. Barrier still drops, unfortunately, but Cosmic Calamities have the net open. This is their opportunity to start making their comeback.
I agree. A lot of interesting awakenings here. It's going to be on the kind of on Coin to stay alive, get some stacks with this Rampage, and really make it happen. The Catalyst deny from Natty is a big deal for Coin. As if Coin wants to start hitting Natty at all, they're gonna give him a bunch of flip, as we can see right there. Probably like 20 energy exchanged in just that moment there. Kotoni's gonna try to dribble it onto the center here. Forgot under a whole lot of pressure there, but they don't actually find the kill. Instead, they find a ton of damage as well. Kotone pulling Coin out of there. Actually, Natty might have saved Coin there with the perfect pitch, and we're not gonna see a kill on Coin just yet. One stack of Rampages. They're going to switch their attention directly onto Coin. Kotone finds the kill eventually, this power play, but Vince has a couple of cooldowns to spend here. The Firewall Sentry holding the ball in place there. Zoro and Venz are defending for their life on this power play, and it's going to be Forgot with the Dash Awakenings get it through, but man, that was overtime. So a little bit faster than normal. Gets it, threads the needle right through Natty and Forgot. Good work. Actually, just a good shot there from the side of the Fools.
Just really well played. Forgot making a crazy save. You know, able to keep it in, but unfortunately, it just too much pressure coming out from the Fools here. Playing exceptionally well. Kotone almost killing Venz here, though. That'd be really nice to get that power play situation. Kind of what they need. You know, they have the Amy midfield, who doesn't have as much pressure as Estelle, but has that damage threat, especially with the 1-2. No, farming KOs, I think, will make the difference. Forgot with the flip, almost gets it. Unfortunately, hey, I'll pretend that they got the play. I saw the vision. Oh, but Forgot knocked out here. Coin with core flip. Gonna be denied by the perfect pitch. Not letting that go through. And Natty's holding it down here. Has flip. Oh, catalyst difference. But the barrier still drops. Things are rough. Oh, but Venge is down. Power play for Cosmic Calamities, and they get it in.
They do get it in there, actually. Such a good defense, like you just mentioned there, from Natty, holding it down, getting a little bit more energy per hit there, and actually finding their way into a flip during that power play. And it's going to probably make a difference here. And actually, as we're saying that, Kotone's going to find themselves in the grave right on start, as Venz and Coin going to spend the cooldowns. The Giga Blast is going to come out and get them out of here for this power play. Can Natty hold it down, holds onto the flip there. Actually, a favorable bounce there for the side of Cosmic Calamity as the power play came out, but only one barrier down at this point of the game. A couple cooldowns spent, Coin at no health. Kotone's chance to get a barrier through. Zoro spend a flip, anything. Get the pressure on. It's Zoro who's going to spend the flip, and Zoro who's going to lose the barrier for it. Moving on into the attack position. Ball seems to have, maybe it might have ricocheted unfavorably off of the ensnare drum there. Kotone's hands are on the ball now. Zoro left to defend. Forgot has flip, gets too close. Doesn't get close enough, actually. And we see Coin actually going to use the Oni Blade to simply get out of Kotone's onslaught with the top spin. And send it up to Kotone now for their chance. Right back. Forgot not entirely on board with this play here, as overtime is going to roll over there. Natty's going to launch it as hard as they can. Kotone finds the kill with the crooked leverage. Forgot. Cyber Swipe. It's not enough. This power play must result in a goal or forfeit the game, guys.
Yeah, oh, but
it happened.
The Kazan special, and I don't mean the move. I mean, he's hooked it and struck it in. Consider the point pressed, and that'll be another point for Cosmic Calamities. We're really pulling it together this set. Looking really good. Getting the KOs, getting the barriers. They're able to chip through Zoro, and I think, actually, it is a very interesting point. I think is Zoro and like Kai Goli in general, not Zoro, just Kai Goli, is really strong early on in the game, especially on a primetime start. Just has so much to deal with. But as the game goes on, as the scaling kicks in, just Barrage and Giga Blast alone aren't enough to defend, and it becomes a lot easier to chip through the defenses. Speaking of chipping through the defenses, both barriers are down. Zoro going with the core flip play, trying to get it in there, almost getting it through. Not quite. Barrier still up in the power play, though. And Cosmic Calamity's unable to get it yet. Things are looking great for the Fools at this point.
I don't disagree there, and just to build off of what you said a little bit earlier there, we can see that Zoro's actually gone reverb to just make it so they have that Giga Blast and that Barrage a little bit more often. The one thing that Kai can definitely benefit from Scaling Awakenings is the speed from the dash perks, as we see in aerials showing up on the side of Zoro there. And man, Zoro is definitely making the most of it with all of this speed, being able to defend and offend just so often. The Giga Blast comes out, interrupts Forgot, and Kotone's aggression there. Ven's trying to just make a difference here in the midfield to just break up some of the pressure, giving Zoro a better chance of survival here. Now on the offense, really great flip from Natty. All the cooldowns are coming in, and Forgot gets a wild redirect, actually a solo redirect due to the 1-2 punch, gets a red ball overtime, taking that set. Kind of a big deal. Cosmic Calamities is in it for this game.
I mean, that was nasty. That was vicious. Forgot hopping in. Oh my god. Exceptionally well played. And yeah, hey, picking up Twin Drive can have just more dashes. That's primetime Twin Drive Amy. He's so strong. And this is looking like Kotone has kind of pick whatever he wants. Heavy impact, explosive, heavy, falling down to Natty is going to really like that. Going to be way more secondaries coming out. More damage coming on to Kotone here. That's such a favorable draft for Cosmic Calamities. All three members got like super bis. Ven's picked up stacks on stacks, which is obviously really strong, but with KOs coming out, might be hard to deal with. Zoro picked up another Stagger Awakening, which is unironically huge. Oh! And picked up a little KO there, but Coin looking really low. I don't know, though. I don't know if the 2 Stagger Awakenings are enough to deal with everything that Cosmic Calamities picked up this set, though.
is a good question there, as we see both of those Health Awakenings actually find their way onto Zoro, doing a little bit of combo there with the stagger. Getting that peak performance is going to make that happen here, as Coin's going to grab the Oni Blade, not finding a barrier. They're spending basically all their cooldowns and their health bar to try to make it happen. Natty on board with the defense there. Really good reaction with the flip onto the dashing strike projectile. Is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Kotone has a chance here, but it's going to be tough to get past Zoro. The flip from Forgot on the bottom side of the lane. Vens at no health. Overtime rolls their way on. Kotone probably just didn't have a strike for that exact moment, following Vens to the ends of the earth, making it happen actually with the power play now in effect. They have a great advantage here as the Oni Blade is going to come out, and an unfavorable stop. It's kind of, honestly, I feel like it's a little bit more random than it should be when you're trying to strike the ball through the Oni Blade. Sometimes it does stop, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes you need somebody else in there. It's really weird, but as I'm just yapping away, Forgot has a really great glitch pop to get the last barrier there, and now all 6 players are alive. Overtime into the ball, or into the hands of Coin. What's it going to be here?
Oh, it's going to be the core moving incredibly fast right now. Forgot with the 1-2 punch, hitting it really hard. Kotone on the Kazan, who just, like, close strike, hits it really hard. In overtime, Cosmic Calamities are definitely looking a lot more threatening than the Fools here. They just have so much core speed.
Ooh.
Like, what do you do about that?
Yeah.
He's on the midfield. It just shoots it in.
he's far. That's Kazan, bro. That's the Kazan press the point on the flip. A little bit extra speed there. Probably like, at that point, it's like 10% or 15%. Increased core speed is going to make it really tough for Zoro to actually defend that. I mean, we see 1-2 punch on the side of Cosmic Calamities and Team Player on the side of the Fools. So during overtime, we have a lot to look at, as they're going to end up sending, what do we got? Coin here off the side of the map, and now a power play on the side of Cosmic Calamities. Forgot has flip. They're going to still try to put it into the top lane there through Zoro, who has their own flip, going to defend this barrier. They're going to spend the flip through the Firewall Sentry and actually find a barrier for themselves here. Still in control now. Actually, the Fools has all control in this spot, and they do need a couple more points in this set as they are down 1. But they can actually finish out the game in just this set, but they're going to lose a player. They're going to lose Vens off the side. One big push here from Kotone and Forgot could make the greatest difference. But Coin is causing a whole lot of trouble here with the passive, with the secondary Aya Rush. Forgot getting it up to Kotone on the top side of the lane here. Can't find the push favorable enough. Zoro's barrage, again, the primetime barrage, making it hell on earth to just get it through Zoro. Kotone finally finds it. Forgot with the flip can make it happen here.
And Coin staggered, looking really low. Kotone. Oh, pass to Kotone from Forgot's flip. Not able to make it. Pass from Natty to Kotone. Not quite able to make it. Core's moving so fast. Coin is still staggered, just getting tossed around. Gets hooked away. There he goes. Natty defending it against the Estelle beams, but not able to get there in time on the Estelle blink, and the Fools will be picking up a point in this set. Really well, evening it up. Wow. 2 points away from winning the first game.
Yeah, that... I don't know what happened to my eyeballs there, but it looked like that was a increased, like a dash increased blink from Vens, but I don't know, they just got it that way. But start at this point, we're actually going to have Kotone finding their way off the map. Big combos here. Actually, oh my god, the whole side of the Fools spending their cooldowns to triple hit the side of Cosmic Calamities, losing almost all of their health. They're now under a ton of pressure. Vens get the strike, flip, strike right on through Natty, who really didn't have much health, much cooldowns, much flip at all. They kind of wish they died there to at least get some of their flip bar reset. But now the Fools have complete advantage here, looking at their last point of this set, of this game, in fact.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamities are going to have to show up and get to work if they want to win this set, win this game. It's so close. They have so much damage, though, so much KO potential. I feel like Coin is permanently staggered. Ven's looking really low. Both barriers down. Kotone trying to get in there. Coin knocked out. Power play situation, getting a little bit of damage on Vens. And Forgot with the flip. Almost able to get it in, but Vens stops it. A little bit too patient, but the dash! That guy's got twin drive. He can dash wherever he wants. Shoots down Zoro, gets the point, and Cosmic Calamities aren't out yet. It might be match point, but it's not over until it's over.
I can agree with that for sure, and I want to say that Forgot is making really great work of this 1-2 punch that they decided to grab in an earlier set, really the first set they had a chance to get an awakening. They chose 1-2 punch for the great damage, the great knockback, and it's actually coming in handy. Kotone, big flip here, helpful. The Firewall Sentry, Zoro gets a little too close to the wall. The Firewall Sentry is actually going to end up sniping, taking him off the map here. Big power play for the side of Cosmic Calamities. The passive coming in here from Mako, helping the core speed. Bends an iron wall of defense at this exact moment, helping it through with the dashing strike. Now the Oni Blade coming on in here, losing all of their health though for just that second Natty. Charging up the passive, possible flip situation, but they actually don't even need it. Forgot and Natty continue to keep their flip. Vens approaching with their own. Maybe can hold the barrier with it. What's it going to be with this power play? Actually, Vens just holding it down by themselves. Great barrage here from Zoro. The Firewall Sentry once again coming in. Coin is back. Giga Blast in favorable bounce for the side of the Fools, and it's going to result in their loss of this set. The Black Hole not favorable to the side of the Fools.
Yeah, unlucky bounce off the Black Hole, respawning right there. And Cosmic Calamities have taken us to set 5. And now we're seeing prime time rapid fire Kazan. Get him in there. And this guy's going to be primarying so often. Stinger being picked up by Zoro. Actually really interesting because he can kind of, drop a barrage or a Giga onto Kotone and help the damage. Kotone definitely the most KO'able member. Actually, probably forgot because Kotone has 2 stagger awakenings. Whoa! But that Stinger can just do so much. Recovery drone going on to Coin. Gonna help you get one revive this set and a little bit of extra size. Coin really playing for the size win condition. And Stoppable and Vens like a super defensive draft for the Fools, but really good. What we like to see.
Yeah, the Fools also ended up having a big decision, or I guess Cosmic Calamities had a big decision. Kotone, okay, as I'm again yapping away, Coin finds the barriers, finds the stun with the slice and dice, gets the point on in there, probably helping with the size. But Kotone had a big choice, picking Rapid Fire or Stinger, deciding that more primary is probably better for the situation, and I guess I sort of agree there. Stinger does do an incredible job of killing, but having more crooked leverage gives you, more attacks, more core control. It does it all with the rapid fire. One of the best awakenings currently available in draft for basically every character. It's probably the best awakening around the board in general. Rapid fire is making great use of it. They will. Kotone gonna try to push it on in here with Forgot again, helping it on through with the glitch pop there. Kind of finds himself alone. Natty with Coin extra size. The flips coming on in here. Vens also has a flip. Zoro working on one of their own. Forgot uses theirs defensively. Not really what you want to see if you're the side of Cosmic Calamities. Pulling it away, possibly with extra cooldown on the rapid fire. Kotone finding a topside goal there against Zoro. Noted. Coin 4 stacks of Rampage. This could stack.
Yeah, that guy's a little large. Look at him.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the recovery drone will save his Rampage stacks if he gets knocked out. So to get rid of all of that size, he has to be knocked out twice. Nice. So this size win condition is super, super real. He's so big. How do you get through him? He's been knocked out.
Yeah, sometimes being a little big does have disadvantages. You do get knocked off the map a little bit more often here, but a second chance with all the Rampage stacks, getting 5 now, an extra assist on that last barrier, looking to get 6 here and end the set, but boy, are they focusing their attention onto Coin, and they do. Resetting all of those Rampage stacks to nothing, and now a big power play from the side of Cosmic Calamity. Zoro's left alone, gonna get a ridiculous bounce, but end up finding the barrier for their troubles here. The glitch pop's not going to find its way into the goal. All 3 players have returned. The power play is over. Natty maybe trying to move up here and help out the team with one of these perfect pitches here, though. They do have no strike shot. Can't help in any other way, unfortunately, as overtime is going to roll over again. Team player, the side of the Fools. 1-2 punch, the side of Cosmic Calamities. Kazan also helping with the core speed. Yeah, again, core speed, getting it out of those lines that are being drawn by the Fools for this aggressive push.
Yeah, wow, we're seeing some mid and long range strike wars going on just because of how fast the core is moving. But a great core flip coming out from Natty, saves that barrier. Exceptionally well played, and this goal's been open for a long time, but Zoro is just holding it down infinitely. Cosmic Calamity's having so much trouble getting through. On the same side, Fool's having so much trouble getting through Natty. But a great shot coming out from Vens gets it, and Vens has been been going insane in the midfield. Just an
Nice.
absolute wizard holding it down. Especially
Okay.
in these power plays. Power play over. Can Cosmic Calamities get it in here? Oh.
Yeah, really tough spot, man. The power play is certainly over there. Actually, Natty going to, unfortunately, int Forgot's flip there. And man, so the glitch pop's going to int Forgot even more than that, handing the ball directly to Coin center stage. And man, that's going to be the Fools just kind of gifted on a silver platter that goal. Good thing Coin was paying attention to where that ball was going to go. Actually sinks one there for the Fools, who are on their last point of this set, spending both of their dash cooldowns to try to make it a little shocking for the Fools to try to defend. Natty moving up. Nothing more than 3 people attacking Natty there. Yeah, that was just a triangle attack for the side of the Fools there, making it happen. And this is going to be it here. This is actually their last point. Cosmic Calamities have to keep it together, but they can't, because the piercing shot from Venz is on point. And Fools is going to take this first one here. Congratulations to them. First one out of 3. Best of 3, of course.
Yeah, it felt like the Fools were up that entire game, but it never felt like that it was, a done deal. Cosmic Calamities was always holding on there and almost got it in the end. 15 KOs coming out from Katone is insane. A lot of people have been saying Kazan's been feeling weak on the KO side recently, and I think that's not untrue. But when you get bulk up and another Stagger Awakening and maybe a little bit of explosive entrance as a treat, and maybe a little bit of primetime rapid fire as a little treat, you can just be raking in those KOs. That being said, Forgot doing so much damage out there, getting a lot of that damage for Katone to finish the kills, getting 347 redirects, going so hard in the midfield, hitting the ball. Cosmic Calamities put on an exceptional performance, but of course, the Fools and Zoro raking in also over 300 redirects, who went nuclear in the box, and often, a lot of the time, not in the box. Just pushing up with those momentum boots. Really well played, but it's not over yet. We've got 1, potentially 2 more games, depending on how things go. And I really want to see a game 3. I think Cosmic Calamities can do it too.
It is definitely doable, considering this last set we saw here, set 5, almost making it happen there for Calamities. They were close. It was a close one there. Yeah, we definitely, honestly, everyone who's like, oh my god, Kazan has no damage. Babies, dude. Kazan still does good damage. It's just now with the light hits letting you regen, it's like, oh, guy cannot solo you in 15 seconds. Like, oh, my bad. Every other character in the game basically needed a second character or a second person to be like, yo, would you mind just hitting this guy real quick? Just one hit, please. I'd kill him after. Now Kazan might need a little bit of help, unless he gets some awakenings. But either way, Kazan is what he's really good at is confirming kills. His kit is so good at killing the staggered person. And so that's why we see 15 kills on the side of Kotone, but more damage on the side of Forgot, making that 1-2 punch go actually ballistic. Really great damage here from Forgot, but another set, or another game actually, is going to be showing up here as both teams, no wands, actually. No one took wand in that game. And again, we saw Kotone opt to not even take Stinger. So not even the debuff of regeneration was enough to stop the damage for this Kazan and this Amy. So interested to see what next map we will be deciding here. Perhaps it'll be, maybe we'll see Vice show up. Maybe it'll be the worst time ever, and Vice will kill everybody. Who knows? I want to see it.
I want to see it. Show it to me.
Yeah, show it to me.
I think Vice is really interesting, especially in this matchup. I don't really know who's gonna pull up and play Vice here, because Natty plays the melee goalies. So known for picking Asher, pulled out Mako. It sits there and holds it down, and hold it down. He did, doing really well there. So Vice usually played in the goalie position. Wouldn't expect that from Natty. Could expect that from Zoro, or I can see it, but Zoro also known for the Kai, has a good Dubu, Mako, etc. Also kind of has a similar, except for the Kai as a standout pick, kind of goes towards those melee goalies. So we maybe see a Vice midfield, which would be interesting. It could go hard, but again, like, does Forgot pick it? I think I could see Vens picking it, but I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know, it's
definitely
hard.
interesting to think about, right?
Yeah, but Vice is such a such a strong character right now. Like it, hey, picking her up, pretty good. Having someone on your team that can play Vice is a never a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, we could see some of the bands coming out here right now. They are done dealing with Amy, perhaps. The Fools not wanting to forgot to combo them anymore. Deciding to go to Clarion Corp. Actually, one of my favorite maps currently in the meta. Just switch things up, make things a little more interesting. We see Now on the side. We actually have Now Era, or sorry, Now X Mako, which is kind of like X Era Mako with a little. It's like X Era Mako Light, because Now
Yeah,
does
diet.
a solid, solid, a solid job of supporting X in general. So, but this then we have actually can't see the sixth pick there, but we have Kai Era and some mystery player. Who is it going to be? Probably like Asher or something. What do you think? Mystery player.
I'm looking at I believe the Fools picking Kai, probably just another Kai goalie. I'll lock it in. Probably gonna be Vens on the era, and then I would expect a Zentaro coming out from Coin again. It did exceptionally that last game, so
True.
pulling up on that sounds like a plan. Sounds really good.
I could get behind that. I think the Zentaro is actually also doing quite a good job. But interesting comps we'll see here. I think I really like the X. I mean, X is just in new age now. They've given X 30 more power, extra reset on the strike there. So things are looking really good for X. Kind of a common ban these days, but getting X Mako is already pretty strong. But another support character for the midfield in general, Now is just good. Just a really strong midfield. There's a couple of like game-breaking awakenings that she'll end up trying to get. You might find your Kazan denying Monumentalist during this game or something. So I think Now is crazy good right now, and I'm gonna have to give it to Calamities for the team comp.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I think like Mako Era X is obviously, Turbo Thanos comp me when the X gets really big and really strong and kills everyone. But hey, like Mako and X alone are just like that. That is enough to get X online, and then Now for some healing and support in the midfield. It's like it's not quite, like you said, not quite Mako Era X, but it is still really really good. But
yeah, there's definitely some situations where I think it could be better even, right? Like the healing from Now, just keeping X online. Because that's some of the best things you could do is start hitting the X, because, man, he doesn't have a lot of movement in general. But, I mean, we have the Kazan. Coin actually decided to go Kazan this time and forgot not... I mean, the goal was kind of already set, but forgot not really helping with that proximity drone there. No problem, they're going to spend the cooldown. But Kotone trying to hit the level 2... X, I mean, it's hard to hit things with X sometimes. They really need to get a little bit more speed. This is kind of where the era does come in handy, where the Flutterfly gives X just enough speed to just get around in general. And the proximity drone sometimes just isn't the Flutterfly.
yeah, absolutely. It's different. And doesn't take just X to get a KO like that. I think a big thing here is that the Fools picked Era into X, which is, it does double duty. You deny the X, having an Era, which is really strong, but you also have an Era to shrink X. And playing X into Era is awful. It is no good. Just no fun. But that all being said, a great KO coming out from Cosmic Calamity's last point. Great KO coming out from the Fools this point. Gonna be giving them a nice power play. One getting locked in jail. Just kind of stalling, waiting for Kotone to come back.
Really good flip there from Natty. Actually, nice reactions. It was also really great Bewitching Beam there from Vens. Really good angle coming in hot there. We're going to have the X Maximus from Kotone. Actually does find the barrier through a couple of strikes there. Zoro flying up with the flip. A little too hasty there, as Natty's in pretty easy position to get the place in. But no one kind of is defending the bottom part of the goal there, except Kotone, who will gladly drop the ball on in there. Grab another point for the side of Cosmic Calamities, and they're looking pretty good with the quick strikes coming out here. I mean, again, all of this X Aramako, whatever garbage, the team that has X Quick Strike is also looking quite favorable.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't talk about much, but Quick Strike start, everyone's pulling up on Quick Strikes except Zoro on the Chrono Boost. And like Chrono Boost is definitely one of Kai's best awakenings. It is so good.
Damn, that was good.
Yeah, insane shot. By the way, oh my god. Oh my god! Hey, and this is why they're the 2 seed.
Yeah, Cosmic
Wow.
Calamity's just unlocked a Cosmic Calamity for sure with that in like dummy redirect, like setting up perfectly for Forgot to get it on in there with the flip. Like that was dummy good. That was just whoa. That was good.
Yeah, insane. And speaking of insane, this draft, I'm looking at Kazan right here. He can pick up Primetime 1-2 Punch or Recovery Drone. I think are all like top tier awakenings on him. The Primetime and the Drone being taken, but 1-2 Punch probably just his best awakening. Like flat out. Being dropped to him. Really good. Natty picking up Orb Dancer, which is going to be really nice. Mako with movement speed goes crazy, especially if you're not running something, and you're not on a speed start or running like momentum boots. You've been seeing a little bit more favor. Zoro taking the Among Titans. Just going a full speed build. Oh! Recovery drone down. Down has fallen to the Oklahoma windstorms. And this point's kind of progressing. A lot of damage coming out. Not a lot of kills yet. Kind of what you see and expect on this map. But just a lot of damage coming out. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see how much the game is affected here by Zoro taking this Among Titans, of course, making you 30% smaller. Kind of a big deal. Gives Kai extra speed, though, and Kai loves more than speed, that's for sure. But again, I do kind of agree with Kazan getting 1-2 Punch. Probably, it could be his best awakening in general. Really great strike, flip strike there from Forgot. Getting Zoro to spend the Giga Blast. It's going to be a whiff there, unfortunately. Good shot for Forgot there. But yeah, 1-2 Punch making things a little crazy for Natty, actually. We'll probably see a little bit later as more overtime starts showing up. Coin's going to have some shocking situations where the core speed is just going to be undealable. And even now, actually, even press the point before overtime is he probably has like 1650 core knockback with just the strike, which is a lot. That's kind of a lot. And man, the Maelstrom is going to actually kill Kotone. The Sai is not doing Kotone much favor right now. Coin losing a lot of their health there, though, but standing in front of the goal. This power play, Zoro's going to make it happen. The flip for Forgot is actually going to defend it there. Can they get Coin out of here for this power play? And no. No. No is the answer.
Not quite. Getting it, slipping it right in the top corner there. Coin surviving the onslaught and getting the goal. Looking good. And taking us to a 1-1. Vence has a core flip here. Really, really interesting. This map is this one is so weird because it's just whichever team gets it into the funnel first and keeps it there longer to just get both barriers. But it's hard to keep it in the funnel for Cosmic Calamities when Zoro is just playing midfield. It's just running around so fast. Like you can take a cross shot, try and shoot somewhere where Zoro isn't, but then either Venz is going to be there, and that's tough, or Zoro is fast enough to just get into position. Kotone dribbling it through, trying to force a situation where Zoro can't just do it. Gets both barriers, the core flip dash, an X special. A little bit of X lore going on here. Both barriers down. Zoro rushing in though.
Man, yeah.
He hits that blazing pace and just jump scare. Kai's in your face.
That was a jump scare. Honestly, that was like, okay, you know, the ball's kind of going fast, overtime's about to show up, and then boom, Kai flying on in there. If you're the goalie, you're crapping your pants for just a moment there. If you're the midfielder, you're like, bro, I gotta help. But Coin gonna spend their flip, get nothing off of it there. Forgot gonna send the flip up to Kotone. Those quick strikes allowing to dribble off a red ball like that, kind of a big deal. Sort of all the teams can kind of, you know, X with quick strike quite good, but all of the team having quick strike making it a little less good. Either way, we're gonna have Coin with that 1-2 punch overtime, and man, that angle from Venz is gonna be enough to get it right past Natty there. Could not make it in time. The Fools looking pretty good in this set. They have to win another one to even this game up.
Yeah, definitely. It's the just core speed is so difficult for melee goalies to deal with, and just difficult in general. I guess it's I would think like between melee goalies and ranged goalies have fewer tools to deal with core speed than melee goalies, but melee goalies don't have the mobility to cover a faster shot. But the core is going so fast. It is so hard to track, so hard to react to. It's just tough. Both barriers down for Cosmic Calamities, but Tone with the flip, getting stuffed out by Vens. Forgot getting a flip, almost setting up Kotone for a nice barrier. Things are rough as Zoro is just holding it down, and such a scary situation for Cosmic Calamities, but they're able to win, get it out for now, and they have to get this barrier. Problem is they have to get this barrier, which they have done, and then they have to get it through Zoro again. You know, it's easier to get through the open net than a barrier, but still, oh my god, Kai on an open net is so strong. It's so hard to get through.
That's for sure, man. We can already see that it took him a while to get that barrier there. Zoro doing such a great job of defending Vens, also midfielding quite well. Zoro flying on in there with the speed, can get back in time, no problem. The overtime showing up, Kazan in such a favorable position when the overtime does show up. Zoro launching the Giga Blast, doesn't get much off of it. Kotone can't seem to find a dribble. The ball moving a little bit too fast. Quick Strike's not enough. Strike Shot's going to whiff here. We're going to have Natty with the flip. Forgot with the flip. Kotone, all three of them with the flip, but will they be able to stop the core speed? Zoro with that speed boost actually makes it in time. Blazing Speed, I think it's called, or whatever the heck it is. But man, the secondary... Oh, God, there's actually too much happening for me to actually commentate this quickly. Yoshi, you're up.
I'm gonna do it.
Go get him.
Try to commentate an overtime Omega Strikers point challenge is in fact impossible. Zoro walking up, gets the core flip, able to get it through, and that'll be a point for the Fools. Natty and Forgot were doing so well stuffing out these core flips, but you know, core flip is so strong. One of them will get through, and that'll be taking us to draft. And I see Stinger, I see Heavy Impact, I see Stacks, which could go crazy. Not a lot of KOs coming out like they were in the first set. Stacks being picked up by Zoro, and yet he's so fast. He's so fast.
Yeah,
it's so hard to deal with.
He's really just going for all the speed. I mean, kind of the only speed awakening showing up here. Well, we do have aerials, though. Get a little bit of dash. X is looking for adrenaline for sure. Yeah, indeed. It's kind of on the side of Cosmic Calamities to find some kills here. Really get the adrenaline rush going. I mean, Stinger in the combination with also heavy impact onto Natty, helping out the drum and bass buff. It's going to give a couple of seconds off of the cooldown there. Kotone got the evade right on through the Maelstrom. No problem there. Coin putting up a lot of pressure here. Kotone trying to solo Zoro, who is going to blazing speed the heck out of there. Coin going to get the crooked leverage there. It's going to beat Natty up, grabbing that last barrier. Forgot's chance to get a midfield motion here, but Atlas not helping out the side of Cosmic Calamities is going to interrupt their own pass. Kotone finally has the ball. Can anything happen here? Yes. Going to grab one barrier in that situation. Going to probably have to flip there. No, actually drum and base. Big enough to defend. The strike shot. No. God, that's the worst feeling in the world is to miss your strike shot. I live that life now. I get it.
I've definitely been there too. Just unlucky, especially because it was able to weave through all those people. I'm thinking about these two teams, and oh
my god,
and I'm watching some silly things happen right now. But I think this again, Kai goalie is super strong early on. The fact that Cosmic Calamities got that first set is really impressive, and I think super good for them because we're on set 3. Where X comes online, this is where he comes alive. The scaling is in, you know, and especially with the extra damage from like Stinger. Oh, he almost got that through. Incredible. Just like there are a lot of factors working to make this X incredibly strong, and to make the damage win condition for Cosmic Calamities, you know, real and doable. But that being said, it's still, the Kai is so fast, still super hard to get through. Coin has an insane build.
Oh,
Quick
man.
Strikes and Rampage is just going to get that point right there. This guy is massive. This guy has infinite core speed, and he has Quick Strikes. He's so hard to deal with. I think the Kazan is scaled way harder than X here, and is really giving Cosmic Calamities a lot of trouble. That being said, regardless of who wins the set, there's going to be another set after this, and always an opportunity for either team just scale harder and win the game off of it.
Yeah, we're talking about X scaling a lot, but we did see the Cosmic Calamities actually take a set with base X, basically. Just quick strikes, but board wide there. We also do see Coin definitely becoming a true force of nature with 5 stacks, but man, I'm talking about how nice Coin is right now. Kotone ends up getting that X Maximus, getting those quick strikes in there, barriers down. Gets that point for the side of Cosmic Calamities. Yeah, Coin with 5 stacks of Rampage. We have Zoro almost maxed out on their stacks right now. Stacks on stacks. I mean, just keep saying the word stacks. Everything stacks. Stacks on stacks. His name stacks, so I can't really do anything about that. Either way, 1 barrier down for the side of Calamities. Coin losing almost all of their health. They're really going to try to get a kill off of here. Get those Rampage stacks out of here. Kotone's job. X Maximus Coin. Can they make it happen?
Yeah, not quite. The Bell Ringer and the Core Flip going wide on Coin, but the Core Flip getting a goal barrier. Really nice. Kotone looking a little low. Dropping the X Maximus. Gets some now healing. Gets an orb. No, but Coin still staggered. This definitely is, this map, their opportunity to get Coin and take those Rampage stacks. And taking those Rampage stacks would make this so much easier for Natty and Forgot to defend against. Able to get it out there. Tony given another opportunity to get this barrier, but it's so hard. X doesn't have the mobility, and Zoro's so fast. Zoro can cover anything X can do. Just doesn't have very many options here. But a great sentry drone, able to keep the ball up. Coin on the hunt, trying to kill Kotone. Able to get the recovery drone out, but the barriers are down. The core speed is in. The overtime is happening. Ball goes slow. Kotone dribbling it up, dribbling it through, almost gets it in. Nice. And both Kotone and Forgot 2v2ing here against the Fools. Almost able to get it, but not quite. Quick strikes coming in clutch, but the core speed! Press the point and win the point. Coin will be poking it in straight forward. And the Fools are starting to run away with this game. Up a set, 1 set away from winning. There's Catalyst there. No Speed Awakenings. Zora's probably a little sad about that. But also, I don't know if he needs it. Probably just going to go Hot Shot or Catalyst. Yeah. You move so fast, you can be anywhere, hit the ball whenever. But that does mean Might of Colossus goes to Kotone, and that is what we call X-scaling. Recovery drone, Might of Colossus. This guy's just received infinite power, has Adrenaline Rush, has Quick Strike. The stars have aligned. Kotone has a build capable of carrying this game. Just going crazy. Has 156 power. Like, this guy is strong. Natty also picked up Hot Shot, which is so nice. Melee Yoli with infinite cooldown glitch is so hard to deal with. You know, if you just have a primary for everything, it doesn't matter how fast the core is going. You can just stuff it out, especially with how Mako primary works. Crazy drafts.
Earlier.
Oh,
so I remember a little earlier when I was saying that you might have a Kazan denying Monumentalist.
I do remember that.
That's exactly what we saw here. Of course, now being just too much of a threat with something like Monumentalist, we see Coin grabbing it, make sure that doesn't happen, keeping the game normal, but that means Coin is not scaling as much as they might need to at the end of this set. Of course, we have Kotone, both Zoro left. The last person left on the Fools there, as, man, the side of Cosmic Calamity is going to find a couple of kills there. I mean, they do have the Stinger still. I mean, X is kind of a monster now. We see, like you said, 156 power, even more when X Maximus comes on through. Natty grabbing the Hot Shot for a little bit more cooldowns there. So it's like a lot of cooldowns coming on the side of Cosmic Calamities there. Zoro had to deny the Catalyst, or X would just have flip in every single situation. I've noticed that the side of Cosmic Calamities is specifically standing in the goo just a lot. I wish I could see the damage dealt from just the goo at the end of the game, to be honest.
Yeah, seventh player the stage. Let's see what they've got going on. Forgot looking a little low, but I don't know, the damage that Cosmic Calamities are able to put on is incredible. And yet, like you said, a very interesting point. Catalyst being picked up to deny that Quick Strike's Catalyst. The only person who doesn't have Quick Strikes is Zoro. Unlucky to see him MVP. in a quick strike start like that. But I don't know. Any adrenaline proc on Kotone, I think just wins them the point instantly. Because that is X with with so much speed, and like, what do you do about that? He's so strong. He's so fast. He's has quick strikes and a ton of energy for it. Like, this guy is an absolute threat. Has a recovery drone too, so even if you take him out, he'll be right back immediately. Coin looking low. I want to see Kotone go back and knock this guy out. Get a little bit, but they're just getting passing plays instead. And forgot with the flip, able to rip it right in between Vens and Zoro, getting the point. And like, I don't know, this is, the Fools ran away with the past 2 sets super convincingly, but I can't see a world where Cosmic Calamities doesn't just like smoke this next point with this X. Like, the build is strong, the scaling is in, he is here. Big guy on stage.
Powerful. Yeah, really powerful right now, that's for sure. And we have, man, yeah, you're right. Cosmic Calamities kind of taking control of this set now. Some of the scaling might have truly gone in their favor. Kotone gets a kill. Of course, Adrenaline Rush is now active, getting a little bit of speed. All the cooldowns are up again. I mean, X Maximus is probably only 20 seconds off right now, maybe even less at this exact point. Really good flip from Zoro, does not end up finding the barrier, though. Kotone soloing the barrier themselves, though, forgot sending on the drone right into the edge of the map. Again, the ball going to be, okay, I was going to say uncatchable, but Kotone finds a way to catch this ball. Sensei getting on in there. Kotone, good angle. Man, Cosmic Calamities might have hit that scaling point, and is it going to be X? It's catastrophe, possible catastrophe for the side of the Fools.
Yeah, Westie Royalty rocking up. Gets a pretty comfortable pick. Natty really low on the draft. Has that Orb Dancer. Probably almost definitely going to get Orb Ponderer taken. Bulk Up, though, being picked up. This is just so much power coming onto Kotone here. The win condition is clear. Explosive Entrance being taken. Not going to let Kazan get that. Coin has to take Orb Ponderer. Doesn't. And Natty's able to get it. That's stacked up Orb Ponderer and Dancer on a melee goalie with heavy impact and hotshot. Quick strikes. Natty's build is insane. Just crazy. Coin picking up another Stagger Awakening. Reptile Remedy specifically to just stay alive. Which it does deny the enemy win condition, but Kotone's just beating up on Vens instead. Quickly striking and kicking the crap out of that guy.
Yeah, it kind of just has the ability to do that. And like you were saying before, Natty's build is a little bit crazy. Drum and bass might be up way more often than the Fools want. And that gives Kotone kind of free reign to just swing that pendulum, or not the pendulum swing, more like swing the bell ringer as often as they want. Yeah, I mean, the power, it's just too much pressure right now. There's no way to stop this X as all the damage is coming on in there. Zoro flipping for their life. Forgot easily getting that barrier without anything happening there. Man, it's just the adrenaline rush allowing Kotone to just destroy. Once they get a kill, it just does not stop. But Zoro does end up surviving that double power play. And now can they get any sort of offense mounted? Forgot with the strike, flip, strike, complete whiff, but Kotone gets the ball, Bull rushes it on in there, and Cosmic Calamities might have reached that point.
Yeah, I've come with some numbers. First of all, Kotone is rocking out at 195 power base, just from everything he has, which is insane. When Drum and Bass comes online, which, you know, as you mentioned, is going to be up so often because of that heavy impact and hotshot, Kotone is rocking out with 219 power. Because Might of Colossus gives extra size off that. So just we're going to be seeing a lot of damage. I hate to call it before it's over. I love to say on cast it's never over till it's over, because it's not. But it's looking a little over. Like I can't lie. This X does a small amount of damage. He has 348 power. He's so
Yo, I want to hit someone.
So large.
He has to hit someone. Bell ring. Do something.
Hail them!
Oh, there's no cooldowns. Yeah, no, this also, in addition to this, X being semi-immortal because of now healing. Like, there is no way to stop X right now. They have to kill Forgot and then work on Kotone or something, as this power play is going to roll over into the hands of Vens, who has their flip. Can they make something happen? Boy, if there was a chance they had, it is right now. And that chance is completely faded away. And Kotone, the absolute colossus, literal colossus, getting the orb in the middle, slaying Vens, slaying Coin as well, slaying Zoro. I mean, my goodness, kind of an unstoppable. This is probably the most fun Kotone's ever had, and I'm a little jealous.
I'm a little jealous. This is an awesome X game. Clocked out at 359 power when he killed Zoro there at the end. Just like this guy is big. He is strong. Forgot is playing exceptionally well, getting Kotone the ball, supplementing the damage with Stinger, and like Katone is gonna kill one of these guys. Get Adrenaline Rush. He's just gonna win the Strike War. He doesn't even have to. That guy's staggered. He can't do anything. X in his face. X so big, just wins the Strike War for free. Kotone has run away with that game. The X is scaled, and everything went according to plan. And oh my god, Cosmic Calamities has brought us to a game 3. Wow.
Bro, can we talk about how X scaled? Like, his awakenings were one size awakening, one bulk up, adrenaline rush, and something else. That's not even like, this is quick strike or something. That's not even like, yo, X is he had Colossus too. Okay, he was good. He was good. My bad.
Yeah,
but he's not. I feel like if you were to like make your own X build, it wouldn't really be. Oh God, would it be that? Would it be like size?
It wouldn't look that different. I mean, with Rampage being the only other size awakening in the game, and probably not. Like Rampage, Might of Colossus, Recovery Drone is like the sacred X build, but stacking up Rampage is less fun than having like quick strikes. Adrenaline Rush. Adrenaline Rush was the difference maker that game. Once, it wasn't able to kill until he was able to pick up Might of Colossus, but once he had the power, it was over. X's biggest weakness is that he's really big, but he's slow. He's so slow. This guy is not moving. His best mobility tool is a dash, and it kind of sucks. It's stubby. It takes forever to wind up. Like, this guy is not moving. When you get 60% speed? Oh man, this guy's moving. A little scary.
Not only, I mean, we could see here that Kotone had most damage in the game by a solid margin, most kills in the game by a lot, but also really solid on the redirects. It's just Cosmic Calamities had possession of the ball so much. The quick strikes letting X keep the ball in the web, and the size making it so much easier to like not lose a strike war. Man, that was just good drafting. I don't know, good drafting, good picks there. Kotone was really on it. Forgot super solid midfielding there. Just a solid win. And now we're actually going to go to game 3 here in this series.
Yeah, locking it in. I'm really curious to see what the map's going to be. And there's so much I want to see. That game was so crazy. We could get another one like it. These teams are going blow for blow, evenly matched, both playing incredibly, like breathtakingly so. I'm so impressed to see it, and we have another game, and it's not over.
It's not over, everybody. They're gonna go at it again. Will they ban X? They had too much of the. They had too much of the Amy, but have they had too much of the X? I don't know. They've had so much X. That was more X than I've ever seen. How much power did you say that was? 300 what?
359 is what he capped out at. That was the highest number I saw, and
that's insane.
Yeah, hey, good luck playing against the X, the size of Australia with 359 power. Good luck.
Like, you're dead. Like, that last bull rush, I don't even know if Zoro was, like, really that close to the goal, but you're dead. You are now dead. It's over.
Dr. Manhattan style, you get vaporized immediately. Good luck with the counterplay. Like, what do? You die.
Yeah, you kind of die. And man, it is certainly going to be, if for some reason they don't ban X, it is certainly on the fools to either pick it or make it so that situation does not happen again, because there are very few things that would save you from X looking like that. Again, with the now making it so you kind of can't kill him, plus the recovery drone. I mean, you have to kill him like 4 times dude, and you just cannot do that. So really, draft pick is going to be important here, and I mean, it is some luck. It is some luck if you just happen to the wrong person just happens to get more experience for that round. Can't deny the right thing. I don't know. Things get awkward that way.
Yeah, it's sometimes just one one mistake in draft can define a game. One enemy gets their turbo super biss, runs away with it. But it looks like the game we've got coming up next is going to be an Oni Village game, which we've been seeing core speed in this set a lot. Has been has been crazy coming in, and Oni Village is the original core speed map. Speed lanes going fast, points lasting till overtime. I it's gonna go crazy. And on a rapid fire chrono boost start, we see Cosmic Calamities pick up the Kai instead. It looks like super interesting. We've got Kazan going to the Fools once more. You know, watching Coin play that pilot the Kazan. He really was playing exceptionally well and getting that core or the core speed all the time. I'm didn't quite catch the rest of the characters. We're gonna find out, and I'm really excited to see because I used to hate watching Oni Village games. I used to like groan every time and say, "Grr, a 30-minute game, yippee!" But
right.
and like Oni Village games are always really exciting. Now, I guess they used to be boring. They feel so much more exciting. I guess core speed has been on the rise, and that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Wow. What?
I actually agree with what you said too. Like, as far as like, I've only played in tournament a few times, and one thing I realized is that Oni Village. I don't like Oni Village as a stage in general. I think like the long games are annoying and whatever. The way you win on Oni Village is kind of annoying by like checkmating the goalie through the last barrier. But I have now understand that it is a necessary evil, and this map, or at least a giant map, kind of is necessary in rotation. But man, so Octavia, right? This is the big old difference from one of these teams to the other. Again, it's kind of like X, you know, a big, fat, scaling character, but it is certainly on the job of Cosmic Calamities to make sure that this Octavia does not see the ball even a little bit here. And let's see if they actually can get that done, as Intaro is going to be the first one here. Octavia is still, hold on, I got name bug, can't see anyone, and kind of annoyed there, but we already know that it's Forgot, and, oh god, Katonia, sorry, Katone. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Loading up. Don't worry, I've got this. What I think is really interesting here is that, first of all, the Fools banned Mako. No Mako. Natty is on Kai now. Natty took Kai from Zoro. Not letting that guy have that. And so now Zoro on the Asher, on that melee goalie pick. Asher has been really strong recently. Really hard to get through. Especially for, like, a character like Zentaro who wants to chain, like, 500 hits together. One primary can just stuff it out. Gonna take a little bit more patience to get through. Ven's getting KO'd. Katone also getting KO'd. A ton of flips on the board right now. One of them is gonna send it in, I think. We'll have to see. Ven's back. Katone also back. Oh. But Natty making the save on the line with the core flip.
Yeah, really good a save there from Natty. Actually, a big deal. Is kind of trying to get the ball into Forgot's hands, and yeah, they actually managed to do that. Forgot getting a refresh on the ability, but mostly the core right in front of the goal. Kind of a big deal as they're going to grab this first point. And again, it's really just keep the ball away from this Octavia. I mean, on this map, normally you'd kill Octavia. It doesn't have any good stagger at all and not too many defensive abilities. But Oni Village, kind of I don't get to get too many kills on this map. So it's kind of, it's really, this is it. Forgot is the one character, the player to be looking out for right now as they're going to try to make the scaling happen. Give the ball to Octavia is the whole thing. At least the opponents know what they're trying to do here is just give the ball to Octavia. So we're going to have to see if they can defend that situation. So they're going to lose a barrier to the side. Zoro not defending as well as they wish they could in this situation. Natty with a really great barrage in that situation. Katone approaching with the flip. Can they get it over to Forgot? Forgot, looks like that they were looking for a different situation with that primary, but gets it on in there with the ultimate. Like, can't, oh shoot, what's her ultimate name again?
A base drop.
Base
Forgot
drop. You got it.
going out there and able to adapt to the pass. Not quite ready, but picking it up. And again, Forgot being the only person to take Chrono Boost here. That's Chrono Boost Octavia. And I know for a while that a lot of top players didn't really like Octavia on Oni Village. It's like fine. It's like obviously Octavia is good, but the map is so big, it's hard to maintain that core control. But I don't know. I think here it's really good, especially because Cosmic Calamities are pulling out with the 2 fastest characters. Core stop. Wacky little barrage interaction. But 2 fastest characters in the game, Kai and Octavia. And
Look
speed,
at her go.
yeah, speed on Oni Village is so important. You get speed from the side lanes, and if you can just go faster than the enemy, cover more space, you win. Watch Castle last year. Bang!
Oh my god, there it is. So, yeah, if you're the side of Cosmic Calamities here, you were thinking to yourself, bruh, gifted Castellas turn 1, forgot enough experience to make it, and now the situation unfolds where, what do you do? What do you do if you're the Fools? It's like so hard to kill Octavia here. Maybe keep her staggered is the next idea, but now Castellas showing up and things have gotten as bad as they could for the side of the Fools instantly. Like, it's really kind of unfortunate for them that it showed up that quickly.
Yeah, it's what I'm... I don't know. It is a calamity of cosmic proportions for the Fools here. Catch the last Chrono Boost Octavia on board. We saw Kotone pick up Catalyst 5th pick. And I think, like, Zentaro is probably the best character in the game to have Catalyst. He has the most hits. He will just hit the ball so much more often than anyone else. And core flips on Oni Village are super important because on the map where you have to get it through the goalie who intends to just like hold it down indefinitely, having a core flip to kind of checkmate them is really important. Having a core flip to get a barrier, both barriers, or like a goal all in the same point, hey, that sounds pretty good. I mean, like, look at how much energy he just got from that ult. Shing, shing, shing. Oni's blade. This guy has energy now. And a lot of it.
Deal.
And it just... ladies and gentlemen, the Catalyst Awakening. On 5th pick. Looking pretty good here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing both of the forwards on the side of Cosmic Calamities have become almost super threats now. Of course, Octavia Castellas is kind of unmatched, but you can't really hit Kotone. You can't really let Kotone hit you. It's just too much energy there. Natty flying in from the back line, getting that final barrier there. This is a partial reason that Kai is so good on this map. They're able to help the forwards so much, and man, they actually get it right through Benz and Zoro. Zoro covering the top side, but I mean, they weren't watching the middle. They weren't watching the middle side there. Kotone lands another one, and this is getting a little bit out of hand for the side of the Fools.
Yeah, I want to point out the play that they just pulled off Cosmic Calamities at that point, where both Forgot and Kotone were down on the bottom, and Natty was covering top barrier. Kotone hits into empty space up top, and and Natty gigas it up, in through that empty space. Kotone moves in to catch the ball, and like, it was just exceptional team play, really great awareness from all of them, and I want to shout out that play because that's some special stuff. And Oni Village is a great map to highlight those kinds of special plays. That all being said, looking at this point, geez, it's looking a little grim for the Fools here. Both barriers down. Natty holding this one. Forgot looking a little low though to make something happen there. But
they wanted to make something happen there, but they can't. There was a situation where they could have tried to keep the ball away from Forgot, but I mean, it was either going to go into the goal or go into the hands of Kotone, so they had to hit the ball back. And of course, Forgot grabs the ball one more time, refreshing the secondary, and we see 2 Dash Awakenings if they want. They cannot deny a Dash Awakening. Actually, I guess now they could, as we have Zentaro getting explosive entrance, but I mean, that's just okay, man. Okay,
yeah.
Well, I don't know what to say now. I mean, I feel like you had to hit aerials there, but who am I? Who am I?
You definitely want to take aerials from Octavia. It's so good, but Asher It doesn't want aerials at all. It stinks. Opting to take the reverb instead, getting peak reverb. You know, a lot of speed, a lot of cooldowns. Really good. Just 2 Stagger Awakenings is always really good, but it pales in comparison to Explosive Entrance Centauro and Aerial's Octavia. Just the mobility through the roof. It's so important on this map. I keep yapping it up about speed and mobility, but like, hey, me when I am incredibly fast and dashing around the map like a madman. Deal with this.
Nah, you're right. I mean, I think speed and mobility is definitely king, especially in this game in general. I mean, if you're just fast, you can be kind of everywhere, play multiple roles. And that's kind of something that I mentioned when Zentaro gets something like Explosive Entrance or a dash perk, is that he can now play multiple roles. He can kind of midfield for himself with enough dash speed and blink speed, or I guess blink distance, to get around. And man, we can just see that it's so hard to stop both of them. They both have just everything. They both have everything they want. Octavia is unstoppable, too fast. Kotone has board-wide presence. Natty just so fast in the goal zone with one of the better goalies on this map. And I feel like Cosmic Calamity is playing fine, playing well. But this Awakening drafts have been a kind of unfair, dare I say it.
Yeah, it
happens sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it just like winning sets is more important than just like winning the game. Sometimes you want to win sets just to deny important awakenings, which, you know, yippee RNG in my competitive game, but hey, like it's definitely something hard to play around, but can do. And we've seen that the Fools are willing to make some big denies, like Monumentalist Kazan against Now. But oh, Kotone taken down, and Signs of Life from the Fools. This is their opportunity. Gonna have to get through. Natty and Forgot moving at Mach 12, but able to do so. The barrage going wide, and
yeah,
that's first point.
You saw the ball kind of fly off of the top spin there. That is kind of a rare situation that happens if you start the top spin too close to the ball, I think. But I definitely feel like Natty thought that the ball was going to be held there by the top spin. He didn't, unfortunately, but man, Kotone's going to find a nice kill there with the Aya Rush. And now a power play on the side of Cosmic Calamities. They who have the greatest awakenings is going to be a tough spot. But man, Zoro doing a great job of defending there. I would have said absolutely this barrier is going down, but they hold it, grab one of their own. Forgot powering up, kind of coin, keeping the ball away from Octavia. But I mean, she could just hit you with a primary, refresh this. Like, all you want to do is get this stupid flow state off Octavia, but there's like, it's so hard. Look how fast she is. The cast last. This is unfair. Finding a kill on Kotone. The Fools, they have their chance here. This is literally all they have left. Forgot also at just about no health. Natty with the flip. Can they make it happen, or are they going to survive this point here?
Yeah, Forgot finally losing flow state. Was just skating on him for a while. Zoro with the core flip, using it to defend there. Natty also has a core flip. I imagine going to use to defend. Forgot looking low. Also really close to a core flip. Energy coming on board. Forgot almost doesn't want to get a core flip here. It doesn't matter. Ven's able to just dash in, blink in, piercing shot, cover the cross, and the Fools, it got their footing down, locked in, and are able to starting to get something going. Again, Signs of Life, what we like to see, and we could see them take the set, carry the game out. Now, in spite of the absolute avalanche of awakening drafts that they've been trying to scale through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to say it. I'm a little surprised to even see the Fools get another point after how things have been going, but they actually could take another set off of Cosmic Calamities in this situation, and they do. They find a way to like combine their teamwork, grab those barriers in the right spots, maybe getting a couple of kills on Kotone, and that's what they needed to actually bring this set to fruition. And they have their choice of awakenings here. Of course, Octavia is second in command here. What are they going to try to deny? Quick strikes for sure. Octavia free to grab something like Recovery Drone, I suppose, maybe even Rampage.
Yeah, who's to say? Not a great Octavia draft. Honestly, like Missile Prop might be a better pick. Taking Manu, just denying Zoro, not letting him have it.
Wow.
which is fair. Picking up Siege Machine instead, getting a little bit of the creation lasting, which does work on the passive on the primary, which means that primary passive wall will be lasting. What is it? Bang, 30% longer. Hey, that's just really useful. It's hard to get through. Katone picking up the recovery drone, having a little bit of size, gonna be really nice. And Natty getting the missile prop might be able to push up more with some barrages and gigas. That all being said, both Bear Here's down. Oh, and Katone dashing in, looking to make a crazy play, but just he has so much energy. He has Catalyst. He's just gonna flip it up, and bang, no more goalie. One goal for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, I think another thought there for Forgot was to grab specialized training. When you are Octavia ulting the goalie in the opposing goal box, they can kind of walk forward and not be basically affected by it at all. But with specialized training, you can actually kill the goalie in their goal box. You actually kill people off the side way easier as well. I mean, either Awakening doesn't make a huge difference here on like Oni Village specifically, but I mean, again, a lot of control here on the side. Cosmic Calamities, as Forgot, is once again going to stack up that flow state. Dribbling to self does not matter. They're going to hold the flip as long as possible. Back pass, absolutely. But again, Octavia gets to primary you and ult you and now trying to get the ball as much as they can, but now they finally lost the flow state. Big deal. Now is the time for the Fools to strike.
All right, Forgot, though, has this core flip. And Kotone not far from one. Going to be big. And they're doing a really good job of keeping the ball up. Venz, though, stuffing out the core flip, preventing that from happening. And now Forgot doesn't have any energy. Actually, he has a ton of energy. it's all back. That the ult is restored his evade. And good. Natty and Katone both sitting on flips. The ball movement from Forgot is just like beautiful.
Oh!
Saves Zentaro, but
where is he? He died.
Yeah, dashing in to confirm hit stun on both players from the Fools defending there. Getting hit by, I think, the Asher primary is going to send him to an early grave, but it doesn't matter because it got the goal. It did get his recovery drone, which could come into play, but if the game plan is to KO Katone with Catalyst,
that's a tough one. That's a tough order.
That's a little scary. It's gonna be a little hard to do. I mean, he flipped.
Switch.
He flipped last point, and look at his energy now. It's been 30 seconds.
It's Catalyst, bro. Catalyst strikes. You're getting hit. Everything. It's insane. He's kind of just in the middle of the mix here as well, and it's just generating an unholy amount of energy, just flipping for the heck of it. Interesting to note, even from the last point, we saw, man, the Slice and Dice is gonna get it right on through that. Plotone died in that blink, but it also hit the ball. So good to know that the hitbox still exists, even if Zentaro dies like actually frame one. Man, those were unfair Awakening drafts. The Fools really tried to keep it together, and they took a set after Calamities had become God, and a God can only be stopped for so long.
Yeah, only so much you can do. 188 redirects on Forgot. Like, need I say more?
No.
That's that's it. If we had like a number of core flips counted or like number of energy generated, Katone through the roof. Like, I don't know. Wow. Hey, watching the first game where the Fools won, you know, the 10th seed against the 2 seed, I was like, oh, these teams are going back and forth, like really evenly matched. This is looking close, but this game, like the Fools were able to pick up a set, but I feel like Cosmic Calamities, like, yeah, let's be clear, got exceptional awakenings, but also just played really well. I mean, like, Chrono Boost Octavia, I think, single-handedly won this game, because without that, like, I don't know if they win that first set and then get cast to last. You know, the Catalyst pick, it could still go through, but like picking Octavia and winning that first set altered every draft, and like, I don't know, just great drafting coming out. They picked a good character. I don't know what you want me to say.
I mean, there really isn't much to say. It is just that was the game for Octavia, and if you just happen to play Octavia, You have got it. The fact that they even play Octavia was just nothing but the grace of God to just show up with Chrono Boost. It was just gonna be Octavia that game, and I don't know. I guess they just picked right. You know what I mean? They just picked Chrono Boost Octavia. You know what can be said other than that was the right pick. Cosmic Calamities really making it work out there. Gonna move on again past this winner's quarters here. Probably find their way. Let's see who
Yeah.
could they be finding their way against here? LLC, who has defeated PP Legends.
Ooh, exciting. Hey, stay tuned for that match. It will be here soon. In the meantime, we're going to be cutting to break. We'll be right back doing a little bit of caster swap, but from here on out, it's just qualifier matches. We're going to be seeing the top teams duke it out and see which one will be making landing. Like this is this is it. The best of the best, top of the top of Liftoff, going at it to try their hand at a spot in NASL. But I think that's going to be it from us. Envy, any last words?
Nah, dude, it was great commentating with you guys. Stay tuned again. Tons of matches coming up, and this is the place to be. So I will see you guys, I guess, in the chat. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
And welcome back, everybody, to Liftoff. We're going to be jumping right into our next match pretty shortly here. It's a hotly anticipated one, actually. It's going to be Bang Bang versus PLX, two of the more notable teams here in the bracket, and they're on this winners semifinals looking for their spot to make it to landing. So I'm Lego Mage here with Liari once again. So what do you think we can be expecting from these players? A lot of big names here on both these teams today.
Yeah, this game, I think this is probably what everyone was looking forward to as, was expecting and kind of looking forward to as far as a winner semifinals match goes. Definitely PLX may have lost on the way, but they ended up looking really strong. They had some great games. Bang Bang, as expected, really strong games. This is really both of these teams' first, big test, I think. Obviously, the big narrative for this is PLX Civil War. Drew, Fudgy Waffles, they left PLX at the end of NASA, and just basically were chill. They're all friends still, but Fudgy and Drew decided to go and play on a team with Grimella, and PLX is still qualifying on their own. And now, this is the Zay, Vaga, Josh core of PLX. Josh, a recent addition from Five Kais, who I think actually took PLX out in playoffs, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know. Anyways, it's going to be really exciting. I think there's a lot of questions around Fudgy Waffles goalie, and even though Bang Bang is expected to win this, there's still a feeling between Grimella, Fudgy. I don't know how well they're synergizing yet, and PLX has been together forever. If there's a team that can exploit that, it's them.
Yeah, I agree that this is definitely going to be a pretty close one. Like you mentioned, having that synergy between in the midfield and the goalie is very, very important. And I think the higher level you go in play, the more important that ends up becoming, just for dealing with, standard defensive stuff, but also just making those big plays happen that you don't get in like solo queue games and whatnot. So while both Grimilla and Fudgy Waffles are the absolute goats, we'll have to see how this goes. Whereas, like you mentioned, PLX have that bond, that player synergy, even if they might be considered on paper to be the underdogs here. But we are on Psycho Temple, a bit of a versatile map on an Orb Dancer. Chrono Boost started that. Everyone going Orb Dancer except for Grimilla and Fudgy Waffles. And kind of an interesting team comp here. Drew busting out the Mako forward. We didn't really get to see the character select before this, but Juno goalie, Era midfield, Mako forward on a Chrono Boost Orb Dancer start is... that's a really interesting composition. There's a lot of potential for mobility in there and not really a lot of damage, so I'm curious to see how they end up playing this.
Yeah, and can you Discord stream? Actually, I'm not in the game, but definitely, I think the comp from Fudgy Waffles, he's always talked about playing Juno eject button when he was a midfielder on this map, and he gets to play it right now in like the actual as the actual position. But PLX coming quick with a goal, and I think we're gonna see this matchup of Now versus Era a lot throughout this game. The Era can kind of contest early on, but Now just infinitely scales, and it's gonna get really scary. Drew on the Mako, actually a pick he's been playing a lot recently. There's a lot to talk about here with these picks because Drew is known as like a Kazan Zentaro player, but this game he's picked up the Mako. He's pulling it out in like a big important game for them, and I think it'll be really exciting to watch. But yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with core flips coming up right now, Fudgy Waffles burning his right now and jumping in with the Chrono Boost jump, but Zay forever with the core flip to counter that and actually bring down a barrier here as Josh has popped the X Maximus and pushed way up, but the core getting back to Drew. He's now going to pop a core flip and send it right into the bottom, gets it through Zay forever as Bang Bang are going to be tying it back up in set one.
And a bit of a bang, right? I think I say that every time I cast them, but I think that's something this team is really good at. Is they just know exactly when to score, and Fudgy kind of doing a reverse bang there right off the screen, but it happens. You Juno jump onto the edge.
Yeah, I feel like we see at least one of those every time there's an eject button Juno goalie in a match. Someone gets a little bit too close to the edge, and we see one of the classic punishes. But that being said, one barrier has gone down, and they're still pushing for more right now. Bang Bang looking for a second one, but the core flip coming out from Josh is going to shut that down, get a KO and a barrier in return here. Fudgy Waffles trying to buy a bit of time here, winning some strike wars to keep it held down, but Josh is in a very scary spot up in that corner. Luckily, Grimilla is able to come back online now and make the field even once again. Drew in this bottom side, trying to force it through the forwards here of PLX, but going to have to rotate it over to Grimilla on the top. Not going to be able to control it too much. Fudgy Waffles trying to send it back in, but Josh passing it down. Core flip from Zay Forever is going to find the point and put PLX on set point. And the first draft, of course, always incredibly coveted when you have X and Now, and you're against an Era and a Mako. That's even more important to get those scaling items early on.
Yeah, Monumentalist is out there, right? Monumentalist just kind of ends this game on Taiko, I'm not gonna lie. It's really hard for Bang Bang to play. And I think a big story here is like Fudgy Waffles transitioning to the goalie role. He is a midfielder. I think you see this in his goalie play. He is really good on offense, and sometimes he just can't hold. Juno's a character that also is kind of bad at holding and really good at offense. And he's against an Asher who theoretically is going to be holding it down a lot, and they're going to be able to keep these rounds long unless Bang Bang can just, do their namesake. And as a result, I'm really curious to see how this dynamic goes, and if Josh can get these clean goals on Fudgy that shouldn't really be happening and end the round earlier than they want.
Yeah, and right now an open goal for the side of PLX as Core almost floating right in from that top side, but it's going to go back in the hands of Fudgy Waffles once again, and jumping up with the Chrono Boost forces out Vaga's core flip right there. On the defense right now, PLX is trying to hold it in this top corner, but it's a really dangerous scenario as we enter overtime. A pass down to Drew gets shot off by the strike shot from Vaga. Grimilla going for the center once again, and now down to the bottom. Drew with the primary to secure it. We'll see Bang Bang tie it up on set point, as I think the narrative for this game is slowly being laid out in set one. It's just going to be back and forth pretty much the entire time, I'd imagine, with how it's been going and kind of what we predicted at the beginning.
Yeah, and I think something we saw there, right, was Drew was able to get the primary right around Zay. It's so important when you're against a Mako forward to be able to cover her primary like that. Zay failed the skill check there. The gold went in. But he gets to bounce on the drum and instantly scores. Really good angle there from him. Grimella not expecting it. And that's the first set. If a Monumentalist shows up here, that's a huge win for PLX.
Yeah,
And
Zay
Zay
Forever
is
is the MVP as well. Oh, looks like no Monumentalist this time.
It's honest. This is a really good spot for Bang Bang to be in because Juno can get aerials or twin drive, two of his best awakenings. Now decides to deny the twin drive, which is valid because Juno can still find the dash awakening from elsewhere in like the drafts. And we forgot to talk about the starting awakenings. Actually, this is an Orb Dancer game. It is triple Orb Dancer against double Chrono and an Orb Dancer. No orbs showed up in this draft. Taking the twin drive there, even better actually, because Fudgy already had a dash awakening. So really good draft there by Bang Bang, or by PLX. They get a lot of good awakenings, and Bang Bang doesn't really get anything that changes the game yet.
Yeah, absolutely. What could have been a bit of a disaster was, kind of definitely mitigated there for Bang Bang not having to deal with the Monumentalist immediately. But that being said, they can't afford to necessarily play the long game here, try and drag it out to a set 5, because that Monumentalist will eventually show up, and they might not be so lucky next time. And if Zay Forever does end up getting something wild like that, oh wow, what a score by Josh to take the first one. But if Zay Forever does end up getting a Monumentalist after this set, which so far PLX still running that momentum off that first set, it could be a very terrifying situation in game 1.
Yeah, and Asher got Reverb from that last draft. She has the scaling awakenings that she, like, Reverb is so good, you just want cooldowns on Asher. Primetime still out there, the other stagger awakenings. There's so many ways for PLX to kind of, like, win the following drafts from that draft. I'm really, like, happy with the spot they're in. And I think, like, we see here, right, like, Drew's just dying. It's so hard for Bang Bang to find a way into this game already, and it's only going to get worse. This comp only scales more.
Yeah, and that is the weakness of Mako forward, though, isn't it? Is you have a lot of buttons that you can press kind of in a small area, a lot of hitboxes, but no stagger. Like, to beat Mako forward, you just kind of kill her, and so far PLX has been able to consistently do that. And, as the game go on, like we said, they're just going to continue to scale, and that'll become easier and easier. But right now, Grimella with a core flip up in this midfield just probably needs to get control of the core here, and they can maybe try and make a play. But right now, Josh actually has the core, dribbling in the midfield. Zay Forever passing up into the top corner, popping the X Maximus for Josh, going to the top side. Core flip has to come out from Grimella defensively, trying to get back up to Drew. Fudgy Waffles now becoming the forward here, but gonna have to go back there a bit as Drew trying to force it through, but can't get it through the Asher right there. Now Zay Forever, but the slime from Josh passes it back over to Drew. The pass splitter has to come out from Vaga to stop that one. Nice strike shot as well, but Grimella passing up to Drew, going for this top side. A little dribble off that bumper, but they will secure it as Bang Bang gonna tie it up once again.
Yeah, great little goal there by Bang Bang, and getting the Asher in those spots in overtime in front of the net where she has to make a decision and decide where to dash, it's going to be hard for her to defend. There's definitely still things that Bang Bang that PLX can do when the sets go longer, because they can just find those KOs like you mentioned before, but when it's overtime, Bang Bang just can send the core everywhere, and on Taiko Temple, that is really scary.
Yeah, and Fudgy Waffles has double dash awakening. That Juno can go anywhere, that he wants on the map. So you always have to be aware, like, right there, oh my gosh, Fudgy Waffles at the speed of sound to strike War Vaga and take the point, as if I am the prophet himself. The double dash awakening Juno is, as we saw right there, a definite factor that PLX are going to have to consider, especially, like you said, when these rounds go on longer.
Yeah, the Juno dash, like, a great double barrier there by Bang Bang, by the way. Oh my god, yeah, that was just, like, a textbook Bang Bang round, I won't lie. They got, like, 4 bangs off. Pretty cool. Sorry, that's my whole bit with this team. I love it, but... now, this draft upcoming, right, there's a lot of good awakenings here. Okay, so you get first pick Era, right? And she has a bunch of really good awakenings for her. She opts into the quick strike, but now she doesn't get prime time or stacks. However, Asher, right, like I talked about the stagger awakening last set, but now she had every awakening she kind of wanted here show up. prime time, double stagger awakenings. This is like a really weird draft. Juno gets stacks. Fudgy gets stacks. Gramella gets quick strikes, and this feels overall like a win for blue team. They just kind of got a lot of things that are going to help them control the core and do things with it. However, red side can kill. There's still Orb Awakenings left, and there's still Manio. Every team has like so many different ways they can win this game.
Yeah, both teams like still definitely are absolutely in this. It seems like every draft, it's just going to kind of end up going back and forth, and it's really just going to come down to the individual rounds. But I mean, so far, one barrier coming off for the side of Bang Bang. Fudgy Waffles jumping in once again to try and keep it going, but PLX are able to convert and get a barrier now of their own. Josh and Zay Forever in this top side, battling the Slimes and Gramella, but they're going to be able to clear it out of there. Fudgy Waffles jumping up into this bottom corner with Gramella to back him up. Drew also trying to commit to the offense, but PLX are working their way up the field. A core flip from Zay Forever is going to secure it and open up that goal, but Drew is going to kill Josh Forever. The core gets stuck inside the cage. Oh no, a tragedy on the side of Bang Bang, as the point going to go over to PLX, the backwards Mako cage for the kill. The core unfortunately sneaking its way inside of there.
That was the most if it was a slightly more above, then Fudgy gets that out, but he doesn't, and unfortunately he gets scored on. However, Bang Bang has double flip, and it's kind of a scary spot to be in if you're PLX, if you're against double flip anytime, but especially against like this Juno who can jump all over the map and just do so many things. And like we see, like Bang Bang is also able to do some damage. Zay getting pretty low, Fudgy kind of wasting the flip there, and now in a really weird spot up against the X, but Gramella uses the flip, knows Fudgy needs it, and gets the core out, and that's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, no, core flip coming out from Vaga isn't going to get too much, but it will get the core back over to the forwards. However, Gramella and Drew are able to regain control, and a nice shot from Drew is going to be a double barrier here. Fudgy jumping into this bottom corner to try and make the push, but so far PLX are able to hold it. Zay Forever has a core flip up if things do get super dicey, but a pass down to Drew on the bottom. Slime shooting up to the top. Zay Forever first to born the core flip, has to stall it out though. Gets it over to Josh, and they do manage to bring down the barrier as Fudgy Waffles eject buttons away from that. But now Gramella trying to dribble up the field. A strike shot from Vaga. Gets it over to Josh, though, and finds a shot right into the top. PLX are going to bring it to set point once again, and Josh still has a core flip up going into this next round. They could just manage to find the power play and just run away with this set.
And I'll say, like, I feel like Bang Bang threw that point away. Zay did a kind of a weird flip, found it onto the drum, which was a good angle, and it found its way past Fudgy, and I think it was Drew, and got the barrier, but like none of that felt like it should have happened. That goal felt like it shouldn't have gone in, and that's not what I want to see from Bang Bang here, because they want to show, like, this game matters so much, right? The landing teams are watching this game to decide after the bracket's done today who's going to be in their group. And you want to look really good. That looked really good. Great pass by Gramella to Drew, getting it into the corner shot, bit of a puffy angle there. And now they're looking a little better, a little more like they're working together.
Yeah, and going into this next point now, Josh still managed to hold on to that core flip as well. So PLX could just still manage to bring it back. X Maximus is going to pop the recovery drone on Gramella and burn the core flip, but no barrier is going to be going down here. Drew, though, with a core flip of his own, trying to force it through the storm from Gramella, trying to keep this in for Bang Bang, trying to keep the offense going, but PLX defense will manage to hold. Fudgy Waffles looking to send it back in as they go for another attempt. Core flip coming out from Zay Forever to try and clear it out, but it's just going to remain trapped in this top corner for the time being. Gramella holding it down on that top lane very well, not letting it get past the midfield line. So looking to now rotate down to this bottom side. Josh up off the X Maximus gets one barrier here. Core flip comes out from Fudgy Waffles to prevent any more damage from going as he jumps up in, but no barrier going to be going down here. However, a shot from PLX is going to get it all the way around and open up Bang Bang's side of the field right now. Bang Bang maybe look to try and even up the score, but the cage comes out from Drew, but so far the barrier not going down. A bounce off the drum, though, is going to find it, but off the rebound, the ricochet, Fudgy Waffles can't get back in time. No speed boost from Gramella as PLX are going to take the set off of a bit of a floater there, and Zay Forever, the MVP, and there's the Monumentalist.
Yeah, they steal the set away. They get Monumentalist probably, but they're going to have to give up Catalyst for this. Honestly, not the worst trade in the world, I think. Mako definitely, oh, she goes bulk up. I can see that. Makes a bit of sense because she's kind of at risk of dying after this draft quite a bit. And then Grimella gets the Catalyst, still pretty solid on him, stops Asher from getting it. Asher gets Unstoppable. I think this feels like it makes it notably harder for Bang Bang to score, but it's definitely nowhere near impossible. Juno goes Deadeye over Stinger, which feels incorrect to me because now the X gets Stinger. He could have also got Spec, I think, that was also available. But Stinger's really good on Juno. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of passive damage potentially to come out from just the slimes. And I mean, Stinger on X with the 1-2 punch as well. I mean, Josh is just going to be doing a lot of damage regardless. Nice save there by Fudgy Waffles on the goal line. Grimilla does lose the recovery drone here, but so far managing to stay alive. It's still Saggart has to burn the core flip here just to try and control it, keep it over on PLX's side of the field. But Zay Forever coming in with the now ult is going to find the KO. In return, make this power play happen, and now just working their way up the field. Fudgy Waffles trapped in the corner, no way out of that one, was forced to strike, and Josh just waiting right there to take the point as PLX coming off of that draft look like they may have a chance to just run away with this.
Yeah, great positioning there by Josh and Zay, basically making it so Fudgy couldn't do anything but like pray he got the strike. And please note, like, Orb Dancer, Orb Ponder is still up. You have triple Orb Dancer with 5 stacks on the side of PLX. Even if they lose the set, they're in an insane spot. And they're just like killing on repeat now with this Stinger. It's so hard to live. And I think like PLX is looking insane this game, honestly. They're completely dismantling Bang Bang, and even though Fudgy finds a really good kill there, unable to get the score, Zay, kind of a guy who can play all 3 roles and showing his goalie prowess right there.
And a core flip save from Josh to get out of Grimilla's Maelstrom as PLX are managing to hold until Vaga comes back online. Fudgy jumping in, but the core still not reaching the goal just yet. The defense for PLX this entire game has been absolutely on point, and I think that little sequence right there was a perfect demonstration of it. But now Drew pushing up, goes for the core flip, pops the cage, and it'll be enough that time for Bang Bang to take their point after a lot of work there to get it through. But PLX, I mean, it's tied up now, so it's looking like it can go either way. It just in this set, it's been so close this entire time. But it seems like Bang Bang are able to win the kickoffs relatively consistently, but PLX are able to hold through a lot of really tough pushes that, I mean, Bang Bang, they have the Juno goalie, so they just don't quite have as many tools to stop, you know, the pressure from a now and an X. And when you're getting killed on repeat, it just becomes a lot more difficult, obviously, to make those last stands like we see PLX doing.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think PLX, I feel like they shouldn't be losing kickoff as much with Monumentalist now, but Bang Bang is just kind of playing it better. And with Juno and Mako, and Era Speed, like, there's reasons to lose kickoff, so it's fair. I'm not gonna say PLX is playing them that bad. But here, Bang Bang in the net almost has triple flip, such a scary spot to be in, but PLX somehow holds. They managed to still kill, I'm forgetting their brawler name, Josh, off the side, which is huge, but Zay making a hero play up here. And they're able to keep the ball in play until Josh respawns, which is just huge.
Nice save from Vaga to get out of that cage, but it doesn't matter because Drew gonna burn that core flip to take the point regardless, bring Bang Bang to set point, and now it's a little bit of a scary situation because, like you said earlier, there are still some good awakenings left, like that Orb Ponderer, for Bang Bang to pick up should they bring it to a set 5 and potentially the comeback. So you really can't mess up here if you're PLX. You kind of just want to close this out and take this game 1 just as it stands. And it looks like they're applying a lot of pressure right now. They get 1 barrier. Zay still has a core flip up, burns it right now, and a nice shot off the corner is going to open up that goal. Now they've got to get it past Drew and Grimella to try and make this push here. Vaga in the top side, going to be on a bit of defense as the pressure coming out now from Bang Bang. 1 barrier goes down. Grimella maybe looking for 2, but not able to grab the core. Unfortunately, Zay working his way up the field, but it's going to get shut down by Fudgy Waffles. Goes for the jump. The cage comes out from Drew, but not too much comes off of that play, unfortunately. They may have another chance here as it goes back into this corner. Pass player coming out from Vaga, though. It's going to shut that down. And with Drew getting sent off the field right now, huge power play from PLX. But so far, Bang Bang holding. Stay Forever working their way up the field, trying to get it in. Core flip has to come out from Fudgy Waffle. Josh not able to react to that one. And Drew is going to come back online, but now it's Grimilla who's staggered. And it's just a constant potential 2v3 here for the side of PLX, but they do manage to get one barrier here, and a snipe from Drew with the Mako primary. It's going to see Bang Bang take the point and run away with the set, and we are going to a set 5.
Yeah, nice little hit off the bumper there. Forces the skill check. They lose. PLX loses it, and the Mako primary finds its target. Great score there by Bang Bang, really taking them back into this game, and it feels like they've really found their footing. But Fudgy giving up the hot shot, which gives the now Orb Ponder Orb Dancer. I said earlier Orb Prep is in the game, my fault. But Mako is able to at least get at least deny Might of the Colossus. X still gets Rampage though, and it's really hard to kill him here. And as the set progresses, all of these points are going long, barriers are going down. The size that he gets from Rampage is going to be really hard to strike for. And finally, like, Asher just got Rapid Fire Prime Time. It's really hard to score. They almost kill Zay on kickoff, which is huge. If they got that kill, like, the entire thing changes because he loses all his orb stacks. But that didn't happen. Huge live by him.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum, that draft comes out kind of neutral. A lot of people get what they want, but I think in this situation, in this scenario, considering what everyone has and how the game's been going, I think PLX definitely kind of got a bit of an advantage, especially on the defensive side. I say that as Fudgy Waffles is able to sneak a hot shot goal in right pixels away from Vaga. But yeah, we'll just have to see how they end up doing it. That hot shot is going to be, I think, a little bit scary here because Fudgy Waffles already has so much mobility, and we've been seeing him jump in and go for that core flip a number of times, and when it does work, it's almost unstoppable. So, I mean, we'll just have to see. That's kind of what they're going to have to play around here, is having that potential to just jump up and get that power offense going. But now with their goal open, that might be a little bit of a risky scenario. Fudgy Waffles is up in the midfield with the core on this bottom side as Drew finds the KO with the Mako cage here. Grimilla burning the core flip here, baits out Vaga's core flip and gets the barrier, so absolutely huge on the power play here, but they're still going now. Grimilla pass up to Drew's gonna find a shot into the bottom with the Mako secondary. As Bang Bang have suddenly brought it to match point. Drew has a core flip, Fudgy Waffles is gonna have a core flip. They very well just may take this right here.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. The hot shot is huge here. Asher has no move speed. She has strike shot. She doesn't have any move speed awakenings. It's so hard for her to deal with how fast the core is going, and it's a great draft by Bang Bang that led them to that. PLX needs to just live a little longer. These rounds are going so quick now, and they just need to like actually settle in and find defensive positionings. But Drew just scores like he's doing right now.
Yeah, both barriers getting opened very quickly here on the side of PLX. Now Josh is not going to be able to grab the core, unfortunately. Grimilla doing a great job of just not letting this X touch the ball at all. And now core flip coming out with the Maelstrom, trying to get over to Drew, but core flip has to come out from Josh. It gets blocked though. The core staying over on PLX's side of the field as Drew and Grimilla are just working their magic right now, trying to find the angle. Grimilla getting sent back home with the recovery drone though is going to be a bit of a setback. Fudgy Waffles now has to go to the midfield to try and get this core back in Drew's hands, but they've been fortunate enough that PLX have not been able to gain control. They've done a great job of just controlling this core, keeping it in their favor for a very long time here. But now Zay Forever pushing on this top side, has the X Maximus on Josh, but they managed to get it out. Grimilla now passed down to Drew, looking for the shot. Core flip has to come out from Zay Forever. The Slimes are in the way though. Grimilla back down to Drew once again. Zay Forever, another great save. But Drew has a core flip now. Is on the bottom side, burns it here, looks for Grimilla, but Vaga will find the block. The pressure just keeps coming out from Bang Bang right now. Fudgy Waffles jumping in, but can't find the core. But Drew still holding it in this bottom side. Grimilla looking for the bottom, but Zay is right there and gets it back over to Josh. But no barriers are going to come out just yet. However, oh wow, Fudgy's able to save that. That was kind of insane. But so far, Drew still looking for it. Fudgy Waffles jumping in, forces the core flip to come out from Vaga. That does get a barrier, and Josh with the X Max is going to find another one. And now the momentum has shifted to the side of PLX. They're trying to get it back over, but Grimilla in the midfield has changed it all back to the side of Bang Bang. However, manages to get through over to Josh. Fudgy Waffles able to block it with a jump, though. Trying to get back over to Drew, but having a little bit of trouble. Zay Forever is managing to clear it out of there. Core flip has to come out now. Core flip from Grimilla looking for this top side, trying to get it through Vaga and Zay. But they're just holding it down really well right now. Pass down to Drew, looking for this bumper. Can't quite get the angle. Fudgy Waffles jumping up. Will find it in the top pocket as Bang Bang take the win in set 5.
And Bang Bang, they started the game off looking a little shaky, but I think they really found their footing by the end. They had some good drafts. PLX started looking a little shakier to me. I felt like Vaga was missing some secondaries and kind of playing 2 around. I think Zay was also like trying to do everything, which is a really easy thing for midfielders to start trying to do as they're losing the game. And when you're Monumentalist now, like you just feel like, hey, I can do everything. But Bang Bang, they played to their comp. They got good awakenings for how they could win the game against PLX. And they looked like the team. By the end of that game, they looked like the team that people were calling them, the team that will make NASL. And that's where they want to be. They want to have a really strong performance in this upcoming game too. Not 100% sure what the map is actually. I probably should have checked that. But they're a team that can play a lot of different things, and I'm really excited to see, like, they could play a completely different comp in game 2. Who really knows? And I'm really excited to see like what adaptations they'll make and how they'll feel, along with PLX, because that they're also a team that has like they think about the game and they try and adapt to their opponents and do new things. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I like you said, I think in those first couple of sets, it was looking like PLX were, they had that synergy. They knew, how to play around each other a lot. Whereas Bang Bang was maybe faltering just a bit. But by the time we got to that last set, Bang Bang like locked in and they looked so good. I think I could probably count on my hands the number of times Josh was allowed to touch the core on that final point. Gramilla and Drew just did such a great job of controlling the core, keeping it in their possession for so long. And even when they lost control of it, Fudgy Waffles was just right there to send it right back in. I think that's the synergy. That's the team play we're kind of expecting from a team like this and from a comp like they were running. But look into the next map. It looks like it is actually going to be one of my personal favorites, IMEZAP. So I think that could be pretty interesting. IMEZAP, aka Rasmus app, as I like to call it. But like you mentioned as well, they are kind of expected to be able to play really any comp, and IMEZAP similar in many ways, but also very different from Taiko Temple. So I'm curious to see what this draft has to go, how these picks and bans goes. Might of the Colossus Siege Machine start as well. So if X is on the table, that could be something to look out for. We'll just have to see as the picks come in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and this is a lore matchup. I'm not going to lie. PLX on IMEZAP, this is one of the maps that they love. They played it in weeklies. When Drew and Fudgy Waffles were on PLX, they played this map a ton. So does this current iteration of PLX, however. And the one interesting thing to me is, does PLX decide to sub in Cows? Cows, this Jakar player on their bench, popular, you know what I'm trying to say. The Pummeler's Drek on this map, and he is really good at it. That is an option they have, but also everyone else on the team also plays that by now. And just to see how these two teams approach IMEZAP is going to be really interesting. PLX is forced to ban Rasmus because they're red side and they don't want to play against it. Makes sense. Blue side bans X. It's Might of the Colossus start. This also makes sense. Drew gets the Julie pick. The other pick that people really consider good on IMEZAP, which PLX counters by going the Jakar that I mentioned. And basically, this is going to be a very kill-heavy game where a lot of people are dying off the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's entirely, that's kind of what you come to expect from this map most of the time, especially with these awakenings here. I'm curious to see what picks 4 and 5 end up being right now, though. But I think, that Drek and that is now in Mako, interestingly enough. So that's I imagine it is Mako goalie, so they'll be able to hold it down pretty well. And they do have the Siege Machine, which is like not like super duper great on Mako, but obviously it's still pretty good. Might of the Colossus could be a pickup, but I imagine it's going to be a Siege Machine start, get some more range on that cage, have it hit harder, some more range on that primary. And now, of course, is the healer, but as we all know, now does a lot of damage, and there's a lot of knockback on that primary as well as the secondary, and, should, Monumentalists show up once again, it could be a little bit of an inverse of what we saw last time. Once again, with the Siege Machine, those drones are going to be hitting pretty hard, so it's just going to be an absolute bloodfest out here in this game. That in these KO heavy games, when both teams are going for it, it can tend to be really swingy So I'm not entirely sure what to expect other than a whole lot of carnage.
Yeah, something really interesting about now midfield on this map compared to other midfielders is that she has a button that is really easy to press that like comes out instantly and knocks people in any direction you choose, her primary. The middle really like good to have that button. Like every other midfielder I can think of except for like Jakar, which still has a small delay before the shotgun comes out. Has like longer delays on their abilities, and you have to like respect it differently when you're interacting around the middle. And I'm really curious, like Grimella is a really good now player. I'm curious if he manages to get any of those like really clean little nudges into the hole with his primary.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome to see. But noting the starting awakenings as well, Grimilla and Vaga, the only ones who went Siege Machine. Everyone else, including Fudgy Waffles, went for the Might of Colossus. So it's Powerhouse Pauldron's Might of Colossus Mako, which is actually probably going to be dealing a fair bit of damage. Oh, and there's the first KO coming out right there from Grimilla, who reads out where Zay Forever is standing and just launches him into the hole. Great power play coming out from Bang Bang, but yeah, I'm curious to see where Fudgy Waffles goes with this build, if he ends up going for the Size Exodia Mako, and we see some of that.
Yeah, I think Sai is really good on Mako. How Asher scores against this character is by getting the core up enough to where she can just jam it in her face. Mako, Drew finding so many KOs, finding a KO already, just like Ramela did last round, by the way. That dynamic's going to be huge to watch, but let me finish what I was saying. Asher, she needs the core to get close to the Mako, and Mako with size has so many tools to just barely push it away from her. It's gonna be really hard. Luckily, PLX has Aimee, they have Jakar, they can push the core up. But this is the right way for Mako to build to counter this comp, and I think it's a good play by Fudgy.
Yeah, and PLX managing to find their first point here in that top side. Josh will be having a core flip coming up as well for this round. Vaga as well, as opposed to just Grimilla's core flip over on the side of Bang Bang. But everyone's, level 2 now, so we have access to all those wonderful ultimates. We saw a little bit in that last round, some great plays from Grimilla with that. But, off kickoff, nothing insane happening so far. Both teams just kind of fighting over the midfield. Drew going for a dash punch off of Josh. A little bit too far away to find it now, but Fudgy Waffle's trying to get this core out of here as Grimilla playing nice and defensive with that little dribble there. And last round, I want to point out something I saw last round that Grimilla did. He used his now to teleport back to Fudgy Waffles when the core was like on the top side about to hit the barrier, and then dropped a secondary that like dribbled the core behind the barrier and managed to like clear it out just in the nick of time. So having that ability to just teleport around is a great way to kind of offset the presence that Vaga has with the cyber swipes. That normally you wouldn't have on a comp that's Juliet and Mako. So by making this pick and playing now the way that he does, Grimilla has added a lot of mobility to this team comp that normally wouldn't be there.
Yeah, definitely like now has a lot of interesting ways she can interact with the core that a lot of other characters can't. Her primary is so strong and great. I've played against Drew's Juliet a lot recently, and like I really like how he's been developing on the pick. I feel like he's been improving a lot at it. But as I was saying, like I feel like a lot of what distinguishes really good nows from less good nows is just how well they know the ways they can interact with the core. Now, Zay with a really good ult there, guaranteeing the pass to Josh, and Josh with just the clean little score. I've been talking about Bang Bang, I've been talking about how they've been playing this set really well, but PLX is finding these small little windows where you find it around the really slow Mako, and that's kind of like the weakness of her here. She has powerhouse, she has might, but she's not very fast. Yeah,
that's effectively what we're looking at, and as Fudgy Waffles grows in size down the line, possibly depending on the awakenings, that problem is only going to become more apparent, as that's going to be the only way that you can get through a Mako of that size. But a nice little power play here from Bang Bang is going to see them take the point, a passing play from Drew there, right up to Grimilla and the primary. We'll see them tied up on set point. But I mean, just like last game, this is going to be one of those matches that I could see going to set 5, where every draft is going to end up being just that important. And I think especially when you have that condition of there is no speed on Fudgy Waffles, and that's how we get around it. Getting the Awakenings to be able to do that effectively and denying Bang Bang the Awakenings to really counter that is just going to become all the more important as we go on. And with that little push right there, we are going to see PLX take the first set. I think Vaga the MVP as well here. Yeah, so we'll see what they end up getting in this draft.
Vaga getting MVP is huge because he can deny Manu and be okay with it. No one else on the team, except for like Asher, kind of benefits from Manu as much as Vaga does. So he denies it. This does mean Bang Bang gets like both Primetime and Rapid Fire. Or okay, Fudgy goes Team Player. He loves the Awakening. I get it. 4 is gonna go really fast. Meanwhile, Bulk Up on Asher, I think Bulk Up is a really good Awakening. I think on this map in particular, you get your power thresholds where it's easier for you to KO. However, Drew getting peak performance lets him set up his dash punches a lot easier, and both Awakenings are good. They're both gonna, like, in the future drafts, it's gonna be really scary who manages to get the Awakenings, the other Stagger Awakenings, and as a result, like, scales into whatever speed or power they're going for. And also, Zay getting Primetime, last thing I'll talk about. Kind of bad. It doesn't do anything for him yet, but if he can get a heavy impact in the future, unfortunately Rapid Fire is already gone, then it will come online. But until then, you're not going to have 3 shotguns that often.
Yeah, now Grimilla on the bottom side, looking to make this push once again. Bang Bang keeping this core just like they were doing last game, just up in PLX's side of the field. Core flip coming out, but the turret has been dropped. Doesn't even need it, though. It's going to get blocked by the forwards of PLX right there. Trying to get the core back to Drew here. Miller in the midfield. This is an unfortunate glance off the circle there. He's going to allow PLX to kind of push back up here as Josh and Zay Forever pushing this corner hard. Cage has to come out from Fudgy Waffles to shut that one down. And now get it out of there with that little bit of that red core speed here. Grimilla teleporting up to this top side, but Vaga able to find the clear to the bottom. Core flip coming out from Fudgy Waffles. Vaga able to block that one, though. But they still need to find a way to get this out of here. Drew on this bottom side is just cutting off that bottom pass and doesn't even need to get it up to this top side. That was a great passing play. They passed it up to Grimilla. PLX rotated up there, but Grimilla immediately passed it back to Drew, who just sank it right into the bottom side of the goal. A nice little mix-up from Bang Bang.
Yeah, cute little goal from Bang Bang. I feel like you really see when this team plays how much they've been practicing, how much they pass with each other, and how many plays they try to get everyone in on. It's really cool to see how they're developing. And also, like, oh, really, like, cute little sequence there. Like, they just kind of, that's the thing that Drakkar does. He gets a random shotgun that gets it to the Brawler, and then the Brawler scores. And when you lose to that, it looks a little weird. But yeah, it happens. Anyways, Grimella has been on defense all of the time, using primary on whoever has the core, basically, when it's traveling through them. So like Fudgy will try and do a clear, and Grimella will primary them as the core is going through the person that he's clearing through. And that is really good. That is how now helps her goalie on defense a lot of the time. She has some of the shortest cooldowns in the game. And as a result, like, you're able to be this really annoying, like, bug character. Like, you're kind of like a mosquito just kind of buzzing in their ear constantly as they try and score.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing it. He's been doing very well, just playing that role. And right now, a lot of pressure coming out from the side of PLX, but they are, Bang Bang is able to clear it out pretty consistently. However, it is staying in PLX's control for the most part, but a KO from Drew is going to see that all change as Bang Bang have the power play once again. They've scored every time that they've gotten this in this game. So far, though, the barrier is managing to stay up. Fudgy Waffles with a nice overtime shot there. He's going to force out Vega's core flip as Zay Forever comes back online here and is looking for the barrier. Fudgy Waffles able to clear it out, get it back over to Drew, finds the dash punch, and open up PLX's side of the goal now. Fudgy Waffles with a core flip. It's just trying to get it back over to the forwards. Grimilla on this bottom side, dribble off the circle, but Zay Forever's right there to try and get it back over to Josh. Core flip has to come out. Fudgy Waffles blocked by the pass splitter as Zay Forever going to find a shot to bring down the barrier now as both goals have been opened up. Fudgy Waffles getting it over to Drew, has to dribble with the dash punch there to just keep control, and it's going to go back over to Josh now. Grimilla trying to get out through this top side. Vaga down to Zay Forever, just dribbling around, trying to get over to Josh, has the core flip, burns it here, goes for the shot, but it gets blocked by Grimilla as the defense from Bang Bang So far, it's just been holding really well. Fudgy Waffles almost faltering there, but will manage to get it out. A nice teleport from Grimilla is going to see it saved once again. There's a shot from the top side, not going to make it in, and every shot so far from PLX just getting blocked. Zay Forever may have another try here. As on the bottom side, core flip comes out from Grimilla. Manages to get it around, but Vaga is able to block that one. Fudgy Waffles trying to send it back in, try and reignite Bang Bang's offense now, but the turret getting dropped on that top side is going to cut off that side of the lane for a bit. Now Zay Forever versus Drew. A shotgun to get it out of there. A glitch pop to send it right back, but Fudgy Waffles holding so far. Nice pass up to Josh, forces out the core flip. Nice patience for Fudgy Waffles, gets it over. Drew burns the core flip. It doesn't even matter because it's going to win the strike war regardless. As Bang Bang bring it to set points.
Yeah, that core flip was actually good. He was literally just dash punching, core flipping Vaga to keep him away from the core, and it worked. That was really clean. You don't need to win the strike war if you just have him away from the core. And that's something Drew is really good at doing, and that this team is good at finding those windows where like Fudgy's gonna core flip and he's gonna hit it across the map, and Drew is just gonna hit the enemy goalie, and then you're gonna score. Really good like awareness and teamwork there. I am again like this is the Bang Bang I wanted to see. They're still down a set. They can definitely lose this. It's either team's game, but they're starting to look a lot more like a team, and the Bang Bang that like I'm used to seeing, at least as of late.
And big KO there from Drew. He's going to set Bang Bang up for another power play here as they have possession of the core in this top side. They're just trying to find an angle around Vaga and Josh. It's difficult getting around this Asher on the defense, and you have the IME to back him up, and that is PLX managing to hold that out. Zay Forever is back online, but they need to get this core out of here. Looks like they're going to be successful. However, Fudgy Waffles is going to send it right back in now as Drew and Grimilla versus Vaga in the 2v1. They're looking for the barrier, but Vaga managing to hold. Grimilla going to find a shot around the backside and open up that goal. Now Zay Forever trying to get it over to Josh. Fudgy Waffles able to win that interaction, but stuck on the pass splitter. Grimilla is able to get back in time, though, and find a clear out of there. The core is still with PLX right now. Core flip comes out from Grimilla, stalls it out, but manages to get past Josh regardless, and is just trying to get it back over to Drew, but Vaga with the cyber swipe just sending it back into the Asher right now. The glitch pop as well to try and keep it, but Drew managing to get control. However, it's going to go a little bit wide, and a core flip now from Josh, looking for the bottom side. Fudgy Waffles able to block it. Drew dribbling off the center, but can't quite get control of the core in time. Now it's a little bit of a difficult situation for Bang Bang. The K's going to have to come out, but so far playing it very well in the overtime, and a glitch pop going wide from Vaga is going to see Bang Bang take the shot. The overtime core speed a bit too fast there for one IME to time it. Bang Bang will now take a set of their own.
Yeah, and it's getting scary. Like Fudgy has size, so it's really hard to score on him, and then he also has team players who can get the core out really quickly, and Asher kind of functions by like keeping the core in. So when the goalie is able to get the core out really fast, it's just difficult to play to your win con. We end up seeing like Josh just kind of hitting it at the net a lot of the time and trying to find a shot that goes in. And he needs to try and figure out a way to like slow everything down. There was a whole draft that just happened. Jakar got heavy impact, but Drew just got adrenaline rush, and he's been finding a lot of KOs this entire game. There's a lot of good, and also like well, he gets KO'd right there, but yeah.
Yeah, Adrenaline Rush on Juliet, especially on this map, can be a really big game changer. And once Drew respawns, we'll have to see if he's able to make any big uses out of it. But with an open goal on the side of Bang Bang, it might be a little bit tough here. They do manage to get possession of the core back and push back for a barrier now of their own. Now Fudgy Waffles in this bottom corner. Has to get it past this Asher, though. Vaga trying to teleport up. Doesn't quite land the cyber swipe. This is going to allow Bang Bang to be able to push up a bit and try and get this possession back here. They do going to have some core flips coming up soon as well on both sides. Core flip now coming out from Vaga to clear it out of there. Trying to get it back up to Josh. Fudgy Waffles trying to get up there in time with an elusive strike. Is going to be able to find it just in the nick of time and get it back over to Grimilla, who's walking up with a core flip. Vaga with the save, but Drew is right there to counteract it and send it in regardless. So Bang Bang will take the first point in the set 3.
Yeah, and it didn't go in, but I really want to shout out the way Drew played that previous score attempt he had. He used so many strike resets. It's a new feature in the game that a lot of people aren't used to using yet, but one of the things I noticed about his Juliet is that he really does like to go for these kinds of plays, and he's like kind of just grinding the mechanic. And I think it pays off in like these kinds of games. It made Vaga use his flip because he was scared of the core coming straight at him. Vaga just wasn't used to seeing that, and he didn't know what was about to happen, so he used flip. And Drew is like one of those players to me who finds another great KO, and he's just very aware of like things that are occurring on the map when he's playing well. He always like finds those little dash punches. He uses his abilities well. He knows his cooldowns. He secures the goal there. Drew is just like popping off this game. So is the rest of Bang Bang, but Drew is the player on this team who hasn't been in NASL before. He's the brawler who, yes, people are hyped about, but they don't think he's like a Xianzhu level player. And like Xianzhu, another newer player who a lot of people are hyped by, Drew's not at that level yet, even though he's still really hyped and good. And this game is one of those performances where like, hey, this guy is like, when he comes into NASL, he's going to be scary. He's going to contest with the best brawlers.
Yeah, and as well, on that last play, we saw that adrenaline rush pop that just allowed Drew to just walk up, basically, burn all the cooldowns for a second time, and with the flurry, send it in. And right there, core flip, the pressure coming out from Bang Bang in that bottom corner was just absolutely immense. As they take another set, Grimilla getting MVP now. There's still a lot of good things for it now to take. We have Stacks on the board. We have Catalyst on the board. Even Unstoppable is here for one of the goalies even. So this could be a potentially kind of interesting draft here. There is one Stagger Awakening available. It is going to be Stacks pickup, though, for Grimilla. Catalyst going over to Zay Forever, which is pretty nice on the Drakkar. A Reverb pickup for Drew to go with that Stagger scaling, get some more cooldowns going. This is kind of a scary Juliet at this point. Deadeye is going to be the pickup for Vaga as Recovery Drone and Unstoppable go over to Fudgy Waffles and Josh, respectively. And looking at this, like, Drew is getting kind of powerful at this point. I think they're going to have, when he's able to get up in Vaga's face, there's not a lot, an Ivy and Drakkar can do about this kind of midfield forward duo that Bang Bang have going on right now. And it seems like their offense has just been getting better and better as this game's gone on. And with the Adrenaline Rush proc coming on Drew, they just have to get the core back over to him. He has a core flip as well. This could just be the goal right here if they play it right.
Yeah, and it feels like even though PLX was able to get a lot of good awakenings in that draft, Bang Bang's draft, just like they have so many awakenings that synergize with each other. Grimilla has so much CDR, and now he has the speed to match. And meanwhile, like Fudgy finally gets extra size, and Drew gets the Reverb plus Peak and Adrenaline Rush. He has so many cooldowns, even if he misses things. It's really hard to play against this team now because their awakenings and their builds are coming online. However, big Path Splitter by Josh kind of forces Fudgy Waffles up against the wall. Fudgy tries to save it, ends up wasting Flip, and that's a pretty big momentum shift. PLX has Flip on almost everyone. If they can take this round, they're on set point, and they find the kill on Grimilla, but then the team player gets the goal after Vaga kind of loses the barrier and gives the goal for fun a little, but it happens.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unexpected angle, I think, from Fudgy Waffles. Just shot it straight, skimming the bottom of that circle to find that one. But Drew getting another Adrenaline Rush proc here, almost immediately off of kickoff. He's going to see this huge power play, and another KO from Drew comes out as Bang Bang make it a 1v3, and they're just looking for the core here. Vaga is able to come back online, drops down the turret for some defense, but can't quite reach the core. The strike might have been on cooldown there. Yeah, it was, as it just kind of floats right into that bottom side. As Bang Bang have brought it to match point once again.
Yeah, and Bang Bang playing really well. Drew constantly finding these dash punch KOs that PLX just aren't respecting. He is a fast Juliet who has cooldowns. He pretty much will always be able to threaten it, and you just need to press the evade button and play around it. However, PLX keeps trying to use their flips. They keep trying to like get flip or to try and score, and then they just die before they can even use it. They're in a really tough spot. They're on match point. Bang Bang, they could be making landing off of this round.
Yeah, 1 point away here. A nice barrier from Vaga teleporting up, but Fudgy Waffles is going to be able to get the core back over to Drew. The barrier goes down. Grimilla gets taken out, but it doesn't even matter because the core flip from Drew is just going to seal the deal right in that top side as Bang Bang take game 2 and secure their spot in landing. Wow, that they looked really good in that second game.
Yeah, I think like there's definitely like signs of things that I don't think they're a team that is guaranteed NASL yet. I think they have a really good shot at it. I think that if they play like they did today, they very well may make it. But there's a lot of good teams in landing that they can play against, and depending on the group that they end up in, it's hard to tell like how if they'll make it to NASL or not based on these games. I do think like they passed the minimum. They're still as respected as they were coming into this day, most likely. Even though the first game looked a little close, I think that's fine. The game 2 was a lot better. And a lot of like before that match, right? A lot of people were expecting Bang Bang to be the last team pick tomorrow to end up in the theoretically easiest group. And I still think they're probably retaining that spot, which is really big for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think just as we see this team kind of progress and evolve and work a little bit more on that synergy, I think it can only really be up from here. You can't necessarily judge how they're always going to do based on, one series on one game that we just saw here. But I like you said, they've definitely passed the minimum. And I'd like to see how far they actually end up getting, because I think they could be a pretty what do I say, like a very solid NASL team should they manage to get to that level. And I'm just curious to see how high they can actually take what they have and just become kind of the best version of the team that they are. Because I liked what I saw today. I liked what I saw a lot. I'm just interested to see where that goes.
Yeah, and I kind of started talking instantly about landing implications and stuff, and I ignored like the actual game. I do think, right, like we saw Bang Bang work together. We saw the results of their practice pay off a lot. They made so many like teamwork plays where they were just getting all involved on the play and they were playing around the abilities everyone had. And PLX also looked really good, especially in the first game. The second game got a little shakier by the end, but I think like if you're PLX, there's a lot of really good things to take away, and you weren't expecting to win that set. You wanted to win that set, definitely, given the lore between the teams, but you still made a really good performance. You took game 1 closer than anyone could have thought, and you have that losers bracket. I don't know who they're going to end up playing down there. The losers bracket is still being figured out, but it looks good for PLX. They had some heavy supporters coming into this day. They had some doubters. I was a little bit more of a doubter, but after watching those 2 games, I'm a lot less of one. And I think they definitely have what it takes to make landing. And even though that game 1 against Bang Bang was really close, like Bang Bang can reflect on this series and be like, hey, like we played against a team that was playing well on the day, and we still made game 2 look like that. So really good, like good things for both teams to look at.
Yeah, I agree. PLX is definitely a really good team. And I mean, just looking at kind of the teams that are in the losers bracket, I think they have a pretty good chance of ending up making it. They got Plink Plonk, PP Legends, the Fools, and a Minor Inconvenience over in their bracket. It looks like. So once we get to those losers quarterfinals matches later in the day, that's, I think, definitely something to look forward to, as there's gonna be a lot of noise going on down there. But yeah, back to Bang Bang. I mean, yeah, like you were saying, they were playing really well, and I think specifically, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but when they got control of the core on the offense, they were just able to hold on to it for so long. Drew and Gramilla had the passing plays like pretty much down. Like there were a lot of really good passing plays where they were just like, okay, I'm gonna push this corner and it doesn't work, so now I just throw it up to whoever is on the other side, and we just keep doing that until we find an angle. But what was good about it was that they never lost possession. They were able to hold on to it for much longer than I think we normally see teams able to keep an offense going. And I think if we continue to see that, and if we continue to see that improved, I think that could be one of their big keys to making this whole thing work.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the lore of this team, Fudgy Waffles being a midfielder who is known for kind of doing offensive corner lore plays, the fact that they're really good on offense makes a lot of sense. And I think this team often picks to that, even on the Mako, right? Fudgy Waffles goes team player. He picks an awakening that helps him get the core up in ways that like set up his team well. And I think this team is really synergistic together. I think we've said everything we can about that series, and the next match, Cosmic Calamities versus the LLC, I think gonna be a bit of a banger. I know LLC still had Sir in for their match against PP Legends. I don't know if like Luke is here yet. I think Luke is like, in my opinion, arguably like the best goalie in Liftoff today. Actually, like I'll say it, like I think he's the best goalie in Liftoff today. Oh, it's in the lobby. Okay.
Yeah. Looks like Sir is actually an on goalie for the LLC. So, well, we're gonna be seeing some of that, a little bit of the run back now. But yeah, this is another match where both teams are pretty hyped up. A lot of big names here, and we're going back to IMEZAP once again. This time with the Missile Prop Chrono Boost. We see the Octavia Arrow Band come out, and a first pick Luna for the side of Cosmic Calamities, as well as a Zentaro and a Kai to back it up. I imagine I want to say it's Luna goalie, but I could be wrong. But there is a Rasmus pickup for the side of the LLC, which is potentially pretty big here. It is a missile prop start. Is not like the ideal Rasmus awakening, but since you're on app, it can be pretty good. Since I think it's like if you get like one power awakening and like one like range increase awakening on the hook, the threshold of like how scary is Rasmus jumps up like a whole level, since you have that much more room to work with, and you can like consistently cover the distance between landing the hook and getting them into the center. So I think having that chrono boost start and kind of forcing the Araband to come out was actually kind of interesting here, as that does allow the Rasmus to get secured.
Yeah, this draft is really weird to me. They first pick Forgot Luna. Forgot it's gonna be a midfield Luna. Natty doesn't play Luna. If he pulls it out here, I'll be amazed. He has been practicing range goalies recently, but not the Luna. That is like one of Forgot's favorite picks. I get why they picked it, but Kotone is a really good Rasmus. I'm really surprised they didn't just give Kotone Rasmus. I understand like they end up getting the Zentaro, which Kotone has also looked really good on today, but feels a little weaker on this map, especially. Oh yeah, it's Atlas Lab. I thought it was IME. My fault.
Yeah, I also thought it was IMEZAP. We got bamboozled, I guess, but suddenly things make a lot more sense.
Yes.
Suddenly everything makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, every single thing about that draft makes sense now. But Natty on the Kai, this is something that I'm really curious to see, because I had spoken to him about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he thought Kai was awful. He was not picking this character at all. But his pool kind of got pinched a little bit. They picked the Mako away from him. I think Asher was available still, but kind of bad awakenings for Asher and good awakenings for Kai. So the Kai makes sense here, and I'm really curious like how Natty plays it, if he's been playing it as much as he used to, because I know he is focusing a lot on other goalies. However, like Forgot's on Comfort, Wallaby on Rasmus, one of his more like known picks, and Puffy on the Estelle that he's kind of known for. Back when he was in NASL, he was considered, well, I might say it was Puffy, he was the best Estelle. And I'm really excited to see what he's able to do on the Estelle here with Missile Prop Start and with a Mako buffing him up. But Wallaby there looking good on the Rasmus. And I think like without Luke, LLC, they're probably not favored going into this game. But Cosmic Calamities looked a little shakier earlier today. They went really close against the Fools, which was not something anyone expected, but the Fools was playing well. And Sir, I don't think he's really looked as good as Luke does, but I also think Sir is someone who has really high highs, and just because he had some lows a few games in a row doesn't mean that like he can't pop off in this game, especially now that he's had a lot more time to warm up.
Yeah, now with core flips coming online as well, Natty eject buttoning up is going to be the barrier down with the barrage, and a nice little play there from the side of Cosmic Calamity. He's going to see Kotone with the core flip. Just sink it right up into the top to tie it up in this set. And yeah, you were mentioning earlier that Natty doesn't really like Kyle that much, but I personally have seen a lot of Kai on Atlas Lab, like Kai goalie. It seems to be a relatively common thing that I've personally seen, and it just seems to work, generally pretty well, at least in passing. Oh, wow, what a play. Oh, Cosmic Calamity, sorry. They just scored a quick 12-second goal there to bring it to set point. But yeah, I think in this particular iteration, of the map and with the characters, I think Kai is pretty good here. And as we just saw in those last couple of points, there's a lot of offensive presence that you can bring with the character, especially on this map here. So we'll see if they're able to survive this power play here. Corflip has to come out from Forgot to bring down a barrier. They're going to lose one in return, but they should be getting Katone back online in just a second here. So should be able to clear this one out of this top side here, but Puffy and Wallaby keeping it pretty well locked down. Forces Natty's core flip out as well. Sir with the core flip in response to send it back in, and a flurry of abilities will see the barrier go down here as the LLC looking to find this point. Wallaby is staggered though and has to be a bit careful when dealing with this Luna and this Zentaro here. Has to play a little bit back, and an unfortunate angle there. The core getting behind Sir a little bit as the barrier will fall, but another KO now coming out this time from the side of Calamity. As they're looking to kind of reverse the power play, reverse the tables here, and look for this point. But Wallaby is going to come back online as we go into overtime and even everything out. No barriers, no KOs, but Forgot with the Luna missile is going to find the perfect angle right into the top side as Cosmic Calamities will take set one.
A really clean end to that round by Forgot, and even though the Zentaro is first pick and Explosive Entrance is up, he already has Corner Boost. He's not going to take it. There's still other really good Awakenings in this draft for him, and actually like both of the other Dash Awakenings showed up now, so he doesn't have to worry about that in any future drafts, which is kind of funny. But he gets the 1-2 punch, going to do a lot of damage. Luna gets the bulk up over the edge end. I actually kind of like this here. It's the first draft. You're denying the only Stagger Awakening in the draft, except for like arguably Unstoppable. And as a result of like it being the first draft and there only being bulk up in this one, you still have all the Staggered Awakenings left, and you can scale really easily. And that was a really good draft for blue team. I don't think LSC was able to get much power in that draft. They did get prime time. They might scale, but explosive start to that round, kind of showcasing like, wow, Cosmic Calamities just had a great draft.
Yeah, and I mean with what we saw in that first set as well, if they're able to kind of win kickoff and take that momentum, we're gonna see more explosive goals like that, where they just grab the core and just instantly blitz the LLC's side of the field here. I mean, they have the characters to kind of be able to do that. But that being said, Wallaby with a nice hook there is going to make it a power play for the LLC as they're looking to bring down this second barrier here. Giga Blast has to come out from Natty there. Piercing shot from Puffy isn't going to quite land. Katone going to come back online to make everything even once again. Wallaby bringing this core up to the top side, hopefully meet up with Puffy, and they're trying to push this barrier hard. A nice shot there around the back is going to see the goal opened up for the side of Cosmic Calamities, as now they're looking to make a push here of their own, but it is held off by the members of the LLC, as now Puffy in the top side. Forgot is going to hold it down on the defense, though. Flies right into the black hole, but does open up the map once again for Cosmic Calamities to try and make their push here from the top side. Looks like the LLC able to clear it out now. Get it back up to Puffy on this top side. Trying to get over to Wallaby, but Natty so far holding it down. Runs in the midfield to try and grab the core, but is forced to eject button back here. Natty and Forgot both have their core flips up, so they may be able to make something happen. I say that Forgot just kind of burns though, so it's going to be kind of back in the favor of LLC in terms of energy. And a core flip coming out, gets hit by Wallaby's hook. Is now going for the core flip. Can't find the angle, though. The offense is there for the LLC. They're trying to get it through. Looking for a shot to the bottom. Wallaby's going to find it. As LLC going to tie it up now, 1-1.
Clean little goal by Wallaby. And something I want to mention about this team, even though like the starting midfielder is Hungry Boy, unfortunately has exams and isn't able to make it today, Puffy FPS is the midfielder Wallaby has always wanted to play with. I'm friends with Wallaby. We've chatted a bit about this. He's been friends with Puffy for a long time. He thinks Puffy is an amazing player and an amazing teammate, and I agree with him. And like this opportunity for Wallaby is something he's been looking forward to for so long. And to have Puffy here, who kind of like pulled them out of a jam when Hungry Boy was unavailable, but Puffy killing Wallaby there as I'm talking about this, kind of funny. But Puffy being willing to come in and help out Wallaby in a jam is like, it's just like this really cool narrative for this LLC team. And unfortunately, like they don't have Luke today. Sir's been on Mako duty like all day, it feels like, but he's doing a solid job at the Mako duty, and we're seeing this coordination between Puffy and Wallaby come to fruition. They played in weeklies together in the past. I know they've been scrimming a lot to prepare for this tournament because they want to make landing. Puffy wants to like help Wallaby do this, and we're seeing like it's just like this battle where Forgot sometimes finds KOs really early on, sometimes like uses all the damage he has to force LLC away from the core, and then Cosmic Calamity is just able to score. But other rounds, like this synergy between Puffy and Wallaby gets going and they score, and it goes really well.
Yeah, but now with 2 barriers down, LLC gonna have to be a little bit careful here as to not allow this core to get too far back. One barrier is gonna fall for the side of the Calamities, my bad. But with this open goal, it's gonna be a little bit concerning especially when dealing with a Luna and a Kai who have all that range and could just kind of snipe a lot of clears here. As they're working to try and bring down this barrier. Wallaby has on the top, but Forgot is going to find the dash and bring down that Rasmus, setting up another power play here. Katone pushing it down to the bottom. They have 3 core flips up as well. Core flip coming out from Natty. Core flip from Katone. Burns Sir's core flip, but it will not go in just yet, and Wallaby is back online here in overtime. Katone looking for the core. Doesn't quite find it, though. Forgot in the top is trying to make it, but Puffy is holding. Core trying to get back to Katone, but Wallaby with the hook is going to find the hit stun here. It's now Forgot dribbling the top side, finds the core flip, looking for Katone off the rebound. It's going to find the shot to the top and tie it all up on set point now. It's Calamities trying to bring this set back and take another one.
Yeah, and this is a big set win for Calamities that they managed to pull it off because they got the better draft in the last set. There's still a lot of awakenings that LLC can get in the next draft that will make the situation so much better for them. Rasmus can get size, he can get speed, Puffy can get some CDR after already having prime time. And now, barriers down on both sides, but Wallaby uses the Maka Bolt that Sir hit across the map, and Puffy getting it through. Like, such a good sequence by LLC. Great job.
That's that missile prop aerials strike shot ults. You never expect it to go that far, but at this point, it is literally covering the entire map. So that was a great shot from Sir to set that up. And now with quick strikes on the board here, going to go over to Wallaby Rapid Fire. It's going to be the great pickup there for Natty. We're going to see the Deadeye pickup here from Sir, interestingly enough. Twin Drive going over to Forgot is really good on that Luna here. Smite of the Colossus on the Zentaro. A bit more size and just some stagger here for Puffy. A little bit more survivability and last pick. So all in all, pretty decent draft. The quick strikes on Wallaby. Quick strikes, unstoppable. Chrono Boost Rasmus is pretty much just hyper utility Rasmus, which I was going to say is all you need, but a little bit of survivability would be nice too, as another dash from Forgot is just going to see Wallaby get taken off the map, and that Twin Drive is just going to become so deadly in later rounds here. The Awakening pick for Cosmic Calamities has really just kind of boosted their potential to make that blitz, like I was saying earlier, and we just kind of saw it there. They got the KO, they got the barriers, they got the point. Didn't need to waste time doing anything unnecessary.
Yeah, definitely, like, Wallaby needs to make sure he's pressing the evade button and not dying, because if LLC dies early on, it gets really hard for them. But if they don't, they can score really easily. I think the Deadeye deny from Sora was really good because Luna already has so many KO awakenings. She gets Deadeye, she's just killing everyone all the time. Twin Drive, really good on her, but it makes Gutone not able to get Twin Drive. And it also enables Puffy to get Reptile Remedy. Forgot had taken the Stagger Awakening in the previous draft, but opts not to in this draft, which gives Puffy like a way to keep on living. However, a really good double barrier there. The core went so fast, and everyone just runs up and scores. That's kind of like what Cosmic Calamities versus Comp is able to do. Just get everyone in there and make it a bit of a bonanza. Both of these teams, bonanza affiliated teams for real.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it, and here once again, Forgot just able to dash up in there and just bring down that barrier as soon as they have the opening to. But core flip now coming out from Wallaby is going to bring down a barrier of their own, and Natty getting taken off the map. It's just forwards in the net here. Katode can't find the primary, and it's going to get past them. Forwards in the net moment is going to see the LLC bring it to a set point as well and tie it all up, and these sets have just been so close, going 2-2 multiple times. As interesting kickoff there. Everyone from Calamity went to the bottom side, and everyone from LLC went to the top side, but no barriers went down, so I guess it will remain neutral for the time being until Katone able to find one right there. But there are some core flips up here. Natty is way up on the offense here, but not going to be able to find anything. Going to have to go back here. Katone getting put in the cage. Going to leave Forgot to hold on to the core in this bottom corner by himself. Core flips up to the top side. Sir goes for the core flip, but gets blocked by Forgot, and the barrier gets taken for it. Natty with a nice little save with that barrage. He's going to try and get it past these forwards here. Able to do so with the Giga Blast. Katone with the dash. Able to find it in the top side. A great play from Katone as Calamity utilizing their mobility so well here to take their second set.
That strike by Forgot on Sir's core flip won them the round. That was really good. And Forgot's the type of player who, when he's doing well, he will continue to do well because he feels good about himself. I'm kind of similar. I relate to that. If I start doing bad, I start mental booming at myself. And getting those plays, they feel really good. He hits the hot shot here. Really big awakening on this map, especially like just in general for Luna. She makes the core go so fast. It's really difficult for Mako to deal with that when she has no speed awakenings. Wallaby does have chrono boost. Like there's ways for the forwards to get to the core, but for Mako, when it gets past the forwards, it's going to be really hard for her to deal with how fast it is.
Yeah, and notably as well, Katone was rewarded with the first pick Catalyst, which at this point, this is basically everything Zentaro wants. You got a little bit of damage, you got the dash range, and you have Catalyst. With the explosive plays that Cosmic Calamities have been making this entire game, it could be absolutely huge. The LLC does manage to run away with the first point here, but getting into the second one, it could be a little bit of a different story as it is Calamities who kind of take possession first. However, Wallaby able to kind of push it back. Puffy looking for this shot to the top, but Calamities able to get out now, get a barrier of their own. Hook coming out from Wallaby, going for this bottom side, but they're able to hold it off for now. However, Katone getting taken off the map does make it 2v3. Natty pushing way up, becoming a new forward and trying to buy a little bit of time. One barrier is going to go down here. Forgot with a rocket, almost gets a second one for Calamities. And now Katone back online, making it 3v3 once again. Puffy down this bottom side. We'll see it up to Wallaby to bring down this barrier as the LLC trying to make this push here. Puffy with the piercing shot will find it into the bottom. The LLC run away with a quick 2 points on set point, but we've been in this situation a few times before. One team is on set point and the other one just brings it right back and takes the set regardless. So we'll see if Cosmic Calamities able to bring this set back and just end the game right here, or if the LLC managed to bring it to a set 5.
Yeah, and LLC coming out the gate swinging in this set after a disappointing last set. This team, with Puffy, with Wallaby, something they really prioritize is mental. And wow, Cosmic Calamities getting that double barrier was so good. But the mental war for LLC is so big. In Launchpad 1, we saw them come back in a huge like set 5.5 game, in a game they were expected to win. So it's like really hard to clutch those. And here, like, we see like a great like core flip by Sir, finding it to Wallaby, and the core just barely slips through Natty and Forgot. A good redirect by Wallaby, barely keeping the speed on the core. If it was a little bit like more deeper of an angle that he tried to redirect it, the speed would have been lost and it wouldn't have gone in. Now Puffy, first pick in this draft, probably gonna look at the stacks on stacks, I would assume, unless he's afraid of dying. Not afraid of dying, opts for it. Meanwhile, Kai gets extra special, and this enables Sir to get Orb Dancer or Orb Ponderer when he's playing Mako. Mako secondary is a little strong. Now, there is still a good win con here for blue side. Wallaby opts to deny the recovery drone instead of the heavy impact because Katone has Might of the Colossus. I still think it's probably a mistake. Forgot has Prize Fighter. Katone has heavy impact. They do so much damage. It's really scary. Sir has to find a way to live when he has no survivability awakenings. However, if Katone is okaying Sir, how like can the midfield, can like Natty and Forgot beat Wallaby and Puffy in the 2v2? The answer that round was no.
Yeah, I mean, the offense that comes out between Wallaby and Puffy is incredibly solid, almost similar to what we were seeing last game on Bang Bang. But when you have Rasmus and Estelle, you have a lot of area that you can cover between the hooks and Estelle just moving around, and you have a lot of that mid-range presence just with their primaries as well. So When it's Natty and Forgot on the Luna and Kai, it's almost this weird mirror matchup of okay, we're the long range characters and they're kind of more dominating the mid range. So once it gets kind of to a certain point, it just seems like they're able to force it through without too much resistance here. But a great hook from Wallaby does see Natty's core flip kind of get forced to be used here as the offense continues for the LLC. A nuke coming out on this top side. As you can see Katone get up and kind of convert here. Core flip coming out from Forgot. Nice shot into the top. Gets it right around Sir. As we'll see Cosmic Calamities fire back and tie it up 1-1 in set 5. And I mean, this has just been going back and forth the entire match. It's impossible to say which way this is actually going to end up going when we have things like that happen.
Yeah, Forgot hits the Puffy angle against Puffy FPS. Pretty good one. And also manages to get the Wallaby recovery drone. I also want to say Katone had an insane kickoff there. That was so well executed. I really like seeing that kind of stuff with the middle. But these rounds, even when Cosmic Calamities is able to get a really good start, it's just evolving into the state where one barrier is up and you're against a Mako who should be able to defend, but Katone gets a really good mix-up, forces it through Sir, who's about to have the flip, but oh, he actually gets the strike timing where like the Zen ult is lingering, but he manages to strike the core out. Like really weird, but that's why he died. And luckily for LLC, they were able to get the core out for a second, but then Forgot with a really good rocket, able to get able to get Wallaby off the map. And now this is it. This is match point for Cosmic Calamities in game 1. And they almost have some flips.
Yeah, and if they're able to bring out that big explosive kickoff like they've been doing, I mean, right there, Forgot just bringing out a barrier instantly is a great way to start a round here. They're just looking to potentially end it. Katone having to fight the 1v3, but LLC will manage to get it out of there for now. Forgot trying to send it back in, but Sir, great strike war to preserve the barrier. And now Natty is the one on the defense. Manages to get it back out over to Katone, who does have a core flip up after a dribble, burns it here. Goes for the passive, but Puffy's able to block that one. As now LLC trying to bring down some barriers here, but so far just can't get an angle. Wallaby in this top side, maybe looking to do it. A barrage from Natty, though, is able to shut that down. However, Puffy on the bottom side will get one regardless here, as Natty just barely able to dodge that cage as well, as the offense now converting back over to Cosmic Calamities. Katone looking for this strike, but another great strike war from Sir. As you can see that barrier continue to stand. Now Puffy in the bottom side, looking to get it past Natty. Core flip has to come out, shoots it over to the top side, but a strike shot gonna send it right back in from Sir, trying to get back over to Wallaby here, but a whiplash sending it backwards was almost catastrophe. Katone, however, able to capitalize on that and bring down the barrier for Cosmic Calamities. Forgot just trying to get this core over to Katone as they're looking to find this 1 point. Play it slow, play it patient. A pass to Katone, sees the core flip burn right in time to get it away from the cage as Cosmic Calamities take game 1.
Yeah, good goal there. And Cosmic Calamities, they came alive at the end in set 5. I had questioned earlier, like, LLC is the team that kind of is known for having good mental, whereas Cosmic Calamities, like, they have players who can be a little shakier at times, but they manage to keep in there. And that is a really big win. I will say, like, LLC, some pauses from that game, they looked pretty good, even with, like, Luke, who I think is, to me, the star of that team being gone. I don't know if he'll be back for the losers bracket. I thought he was only playing in the first matchup today, and he's all the way now in winners finals. And I think he did well. I think all of LLC did well. It was just like at the end, they lost some kickoffs way too hard to win the game. And unfortunately, Forgot had like a really, really good Luna build and was able to do so much damage and knockback.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, and like we were seeing, those explosive plays that they were able to get. I mean, the LLC got a few too. They got a few goals that where they just brought down both barriers and sank it right in. But they weren't as able to do it as kind of consistently as we saw Cosmic Calamities do it, and especially on that last set, that last round, Forgot just going in and immediately bringing down a barrier, set them up really big to just kind of be more methodical and not have to rush or get impatient, and just, take their time to get that point and end out the game, which is what you want to see. But, as ever, going into set 5, under really any circumstances, it just kind of shows the closeness of this. And it wasn't even just that it made it to set 5. It was that pretty much every set, save one or two, was a 2-3 set, and in many cases it was a 2-0 set that either LLC or Cosmic Calamities like had to reverse sweep that set to even get to this point. So an incredibly close game, regardless. And moving to different maps and different characters, I'm interested to see what happens, because I think that particular match was affected in one way or another by the fact that it was a Chrono Boost start and the Octavia era ban was kind of forced. So I'm curious to see if, not having to force that Octavia ban, what characters end up getting banned. What do the comps end up looking like, given more kind of harsher restrictions on those picks, and do LLC kind of reverse it, going over to Oni Village now, a bit different from Atlas Lab? Do we end up seeing a different result? But I say that LLC does ban Octavia regardless, so there is that.
Yeah, I'm really questioning these Octavia bans. On Atlas Lab is a KO map. Even though it's Chrono Boost, if you're able to play KO, I feel like you should be comfortable playing into Octavia on Atlas Lab. Controversial take, but what that tells me is that LLC is not comfortable playing KO comps with Sir. They also decided to ban Octavia here on Oni Village on Recovery Drone Heavy Impact start. I kind of see why they did. Like, it's not like you need to ban like Estelle or Kai, the other good midfield picks on this map. But I feel like in this kind of a draft, I would have banned something else that I didn't want Natty to pick, and like denied his Mako like we've been doing with Sir, but they end up not opting for that. Kotone ends up first picking the Rasmus, which I'm kind of curious about, because if I'm against Puffy FPS on Oni Village, I do not want him to get Estelle with heavy impact start. It looks like he's probably going to end up being able to get that. And I know Forgot, he does play a little bit of Kai. He'll also pick Luna on this map. But to me, on this start, Estelle just seems like a really good pick that I would want.
Yeah,
But,
I agree. Sorry. Personally, I think Estelle is one of, if not the best character on Oni Village. That character is absolutely disgusting on this map. And I am one to always just ban Estelle because I just like that. But obviously these are different circumstances. But yeah, allowing that to get through, I think they saw the recovery drone and were like, size start, pick Rasmus, which makes sense. But yeah, allowing the Puffy Estelle with heavy impacts, could be scary.
I definitely agree that like Rasmus is good on size start, but so is Kazan, and you play that. I do like, maybe they're wagering that like Wallaby is not as comfortable on the Kazan, but I think he has a lot of games on it. I think he's willing to pick it here. Personally, like if I'm Kazan, I think size for Kazan is better than size on Rasmus, which might be a controversial take, but I'm pretty sure Scyther12, my teammate, agrees. So hey,
I'd agree with that as well, I think.
yeah, I think like the hook becomes so strong, and because Kazan has these dashes that let him go around the map that Rasmus doesn't have, he's able to do more with the size, whereas like Rasmus really does well with speed, which I think people are beginning to pick more often and realize that like, hey, wait, like speed on Rasmus, pretty good. And we're ending up into game. We weren't able to see the rest of the draft, so I'm really curious what ended up happening here. I'm expecting Wallaby to be on the Kazan, but there's a chance he goes to his comfort, Juliet. I think that would be a mistake here, but because of the recovery drone. But there's definitely an argument, and that's probably a bit of a controversial opinion. Puffy hovering the era, and that means that Cosmic Calamities was able to get Estelle after first picking the Rasmus. So, really questionable draft to me. And because Wallaby got Rasmus. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. So, let me like take back all the criticism I was putting it towards Cosmic Calamities and put it to LLC instead, because I pick Puffy Estelle here and I don't force him onto Era on Oni Village. But hey, it's the comp they decided to play. Rasmus is going to be huge. They have Mako, they have Era speed, they have Era size. There's definitely a lot that they can do here. I just think that Kazan Estelle is really scary, especially when you have Kai. Like, they have so much ability to push the core up. Finally, oh, sorry.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything. Yeah, you can continue.
I got you. Yeah, finally, like, this team is capable of, Forgot and Natty on Oni Village. Nice little clean score there by Katone, cheating the little Sir primary that's trying to get it out. But something that Natty and Forgot are really good at doing on Oni Village is passing between each other and restricting the enemy from touching the core. On Oni Village, the core moves really fast and there's a lot of open space. So something that like the best teams are able to do is do these cute little passes with their goalie and their midfielder and work the core up in positions that you normally can't because the terrain isn't there to like give you those angles, but your teammates still can if they're playing for you and playing around you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great comp from Calamities. This is debatably like kind of the Oni Village comp of all time, and there's just a lot that they can do with it, like you were saying. And so far, they have an open goal right now. They're just looking to get this core past Wallaby here, just playing the patient game once again, kind of the Oni Village special here. A nice shot from Puffy, though, is going to see LLC open up Calamity side of the goal, and now Wallaby trying to dribble down the field. Natty having to break that up, but Wallaby still dribbling it, trying to find an angle here. Forgot in the midfield, trying to get back over to Katone, but Sir's Mako secondary, the core slips right behind it just in the nick of time. It's going to allow Cosmic Calamities to bring it to set point here. They're going to have a core flip up on Katone as opposed to the LLC's 2, but they continue playing like they've been playing this set. They should just be able to close this one out and hopefully get a pretty good draft here, maybe get a Dash Awaken or something on Forgot, at which point they'll be looking really, really good.
Yeah, and there's so many like good potential awakenings that red side can get. Like quick strike, stacks on stacks just kind of blows this game wide open. It becomes really hard for the era to deal with Cosmic Calamities in this situation if they're able to just push the core everywhere and really start abusing open space. Also the Dash Awakenings, like you said. It's a scary first draft for LLC to lose, and Katone with a really nice like dash reset strikes, using his abilities, Kazan momenting all over them. Kazan's one of those characters who really benefits from strike resets and is able to just like apply so much pressure in those specific spots like that one, and rewarded with rapid fire being available. Now that does mean Puffy is able to get prime time, which is also pretty good on Era, and it also is a good deny from the Kazan, especially on this map. But Kazan gets bulk up, which is gonna do something really big for him, which is send the core faster. Against a Mako who has no speed, when you get more power and you're able to also in later drafts now get even more power if you pick up a Stagger Awakening, you're able to find a lot more goal scoring opportunities. However, he gives up the Catalyst to Wallaby, which is a little scary, and definitely like being able to use a lot of core flips is good. It's kind of self-explanatory, but we'll see what ends up happening. LLC loses the quick first barrier, and Katone is just keeping up so much pressure with his hooks and his strikes.
Yeah, and I mean, now with this I kind of expected Katone to actually pick up the Catalyst there and just kind of forego the bulk up, but like you said, it does allow more core speed on the Kazan. But yeah, with Wallaby having this Catalyst now, there's a lot of projectiles even just on the side of Calamities that are going to be doing just kind of collateral damage to the forwards as they're trying to make, clears and whatnot. And that's just energy that Wallaby's going to kind of be passively getting in addition to obviously hitting the core. And look at this already. He's got a core flip almost up just from kind of walking around. He doesn't even interact with the core all that much. He's going to use it right here actually to bring down the barrier, which is pretty big. As now both sides of the goal are open. We are at overtime though, which is exactly where Katone and Forgot want to be with their characters here. Just rely on that core speed to get it past this slow Mako. But Wallaby and Puffy are up on the offense right now, trying to just secure this. Natty has a core flip if things do go badly. Core flip actually being burned there from Sir, as Forgot in the midfield has just put it on lockdown. Calamity's on the offense here. Core flip coming out from Forgot, dribbles it, trying to get through Wallaby, but a nice block there. It's going to start to see Natty push up to try and keep this going here. Puffy trying to get it through. A hook from Katone, though, gets it back over. It's now Natty with the barrage, able to make the save. but Surge looking to send it right back into Puffy. As now Wallaby pushing up on the bottom here with Puffy as well. Natty, nice pass up to Katona. Gets put in the cage, though. Gonna get shut down here as we devolve into the Oni Village special of touch the core once and pray you get the right angle. Nice passing plays, though, coming out from Wallaby and Puffy as a core flip getting burned now. Forgot with a great block, though, is going to see the round continue to go on. A passing plays once again between Puffy and Wallaby. Finds the hook, but doesn't find the shot just yet. Core flip pass down to Puffy. Finds it right into the bottom. Natty thought that was going straight and Giga Blasted up, but that was a great play from the LLC.
Yeah, in that round, it definitely felt like Catalyst was the right pick. I think taking bulk up is controversial. I think it'll scale in the later sets if it ends up being useful. I'm definitely like, I probably would have taken Catalyst myself there. I think even though I'm making an argument for the bulk up, it's pretty hard. Overall though, I'm really curious, like LLC looked a lot better that round, but this game has looked kind of scary so far. So that primary, right? Kotone had a really good strike war on it, but he was only able to get that specific angle because the primary like pushed the core back and gave him that angle to shoot. It's kind of hard for me to say any other way for Sir to play that, but it's those like little dynamics and like being able to do that, strike war the primary and get that timing that enables those kinds of punishes. And Kotone is doing a really good job so far this game of using the Kazan strike hitbox. Kazan's a character that can do those kinds of strikes easier than any other character because he just has more time to do so.
Yeah, and with the size start as well, you know, it's just only gonna get better from here, really. On the Kazan, nice little dribble into this top side. Not a lot Sir could have done about that. Kotone stayed out of core flip range and just sent it right up into that corner where you know, the Mako can't reach. And you know, that's really the big weakness here for the LLC is once that final barrier goes, you know, Mako can sit on that barrier and hold it for a pretty long time, but once that net is open and the core moves as fast as it does, especially with Estelle and Kazan on the other side of the field, it becomes very difficult for LLC to keep up the defense on an open net. And we see in Calamities, you know, bring these sets into overtime where they have that extra core speed even. And just really, you know, putting in a lot of work there. That being said, the LLC does have a power play going right now. They have a core flip to work with as well. Natty is still alive, but the core flip from Wallaby sends Natty to the other side of the world as the barrier is going to fall. Natty trying to stay alive, but a great hook into Pendulum Swing combo from Wallaby is going to see the goalie getting taken right off the map. Puffy just allowed to float that core right on in as it gets tied up on set point.
Yeah, and I think if LLC can win this draft and they can start making the game go longer, their comp starts to really come online once Rasmus either gets speed or he gets quick strikes. Because at that point, he's able to run back more and help his team get the core out. We see a lot of the time on offense, LLC is struggling to get the core out once Cosmic Calamities establishes a good position. And there, however, they just get one barrier and then instantly Sir core flips at 2 Wallaby and uses core speed to get the goal in. And now they win that set. Wallaby is first pick. He can pick anything he wants. If Quick Strikes or Stack shows up, I'm pretty happy for him. And the Quick Strike shows up, I'm pretty sure he opts into this. He loses Rampage and Peak Performance for it, which is a little unfortunate. But it's still Quick Strikes on Rasmus. Pretty good. There's an argument you could have left it to the Era. Debatable, not sure which. Era ends up denying Stinger, which I'm not sure they really needed to do on this map, especially because like Kotone had Rampage to choose from along with Stagger Awakenings to choose from, but I see why he would do it. They're afraid, like the enemy team does do a lot of damage with heavy impact. It's understandable. Finally, like Forgot's able to get some move speed from Peak Performance, which move speed really good on Oni Village. Good drafts for everyone, really. There's not really much. Like, I can't say one team Giga won the draft, but both teams got things that they would want.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Era kind of picking up the Stinger there was, like you said, a little bit questionable, considering all the other options that Kotone had. But Wallaby with the quick strikes, Catalyst almost makes up for that, just because the energy gain and of course being able to strike quicker is now looking really good, and a great pendulum swing there from Wallaby to get the KO and the point, earning a core flip in the process. You can see the LLC be first on the board here in this set 3. Kotone still limited to a 1 Rampage stack as well. If they can keep that under control, they'll be in pretty decent shape and just let Wallaby cook with the the energy Exodia. But like we see right there, there's 1 stack going over to Katone, and this is Awakening that I've seen trip up people all the time, especially on characters like Kazan, because you have hitboxes changing size mid-match, which is not something that much else does other than like the few characters who have inbuilt size skills.
Yeah, and something I forgot to mention actually, like Wallaby got Quick Strike Catalyst because of Katone going bulk up in that previous round. Like that's an overlook by me. It was definitely Catalyst, and taking that into account. And now the fact Wallaby has Quick Strike's Catalyst, like eyes are really on him. This comp is built to enable him. And if in one of the next 2 drafts he can hit like stacks on stacks or anything that'll give him speed, I think it becomes a really difficult game for Cosmic Calamities to handle. But as we saw that last round, they're still able to find these really good scores. There's still a lot of like positives for their team in the Awakening draft. It's just you gave LLC a win con that you didn't need to give them.
Yeah, I mean, it is, like you said, built around Wallaby just being a hyper buff with Mako era, and now, of course, all the energy stuff as well. But this being said, they're having a little bit of trouble getting this core away from Katone right now. They do earn the core flip, though, but Cosmic Calamities are holding on to this offense for a pretty long time here. Now, nice little back pass there over to Natty is going to keep it going for even longer. Wallaby has a core flip up, but is not willing to burn it just yet. Likely looking to get 1 barrier before having to, but burns it right there inside of Sir's own Mako cage. There's an unfortunate little bit of miscoordination there among the team, and he is just going to see the core get right back to Katone, who forces out Sir's core flip as well. Puffy is able to get 1 barrier, though, for the side of the LLC as we go into overtime, but this is where Katone wants to be, and yeah, with that red core speed off the hook, just brings down 1 barrier here. Nice strike roll from Puffy to keep that goal defended, but it's still looking a bit scary, so they still have a barrier to work their way through, and Natty has a core flip, but doesn't even matter because a hook from Katone is going to see that possession retained and just sink it right in. Cosmic Calamities now bringing it to set point as they're looking pretty good here. I think this set becomes very crucial, as like you said, if Wallaby is able to get a good Awakening, the LLC are looking in good shape, but if Cosmic Calamities are able to win this draft and get good Awakenings, it suddenly becomes a game in their favor, as both these teams kind of have pretty clear win conditions laid out for them.
Yeah, and something that I really want to mention, like Katone, that hook that he did to score, I'm pretty sure his hook just came up. The way he's been using these hooks to just get the core and hit it around all of LLC, like he just popped off that in that sequence too, and he might just score here.
Yeah, I'm looking for, nice save by Sir. But Katone still has it, and has a core flip now. Forgot as well. We got 2 core flips over on the side of Cosmic Calamities. Buffy able to buy a little bit of time here, but a piercing shot trying to get it over. Does bait out Katone's core flip, though. They still have a good shot here. Core flip has to come out from Wallaby. It's going to get blocked. It's now back in the hands of Forgot. A nice blink to maintain possession, but they need to try and get this core back over to Katone. A hook, looking for the shot to the bottom, forces Sir's core flip, but doesn't go very far. Back up to Forgot, who burns a core flip in turn and finds the point. Cosmic Calamities now taking their second set. Who's the MVP? Forgot's the MVP.
And there's stacks on stacks available. Now, if he takes stacks on stacks, Mako will get Orb Dancer or Orb Ponder, but as we saw last game, Sir got that exact same build and they didn't win with it. So Estelle goes stacks on stacks. Mako probably is going to end up going the Orb Ponder, yeah. Katone gets back, I guess. Probably, I think he should go the Reptile Remedy, yeah. He already has bulk up. There's still, like, I think 1 Stagger Awakening available. I think it's Reverb. Maybe that was in the previous draft, but he has... CDR is good, and you're setting yourself up for that later, or forcing the enemy to deny it. Meanwhile, Wallaby gets specialized training. This Awakening on Oni Village, my brawler on Bun Bun Bonanza, Scyther 12, has picked it a lot, and he's able to find these edge kills that change the game. And that's kind of what Wallaby has to play for now, if he wants to use his Awakening, because he wasn't able to get anything else in that draft. There was no Speed Awakening for him, and we'll see what ends up happening on this map. You often use the speed lanes to get those, and we'll see if Wallaby is able to find that. So far, not really even looking for it, but the core just hasn't ended up there, and I think they've been hitting the core in good spots, so it makes sense.
Yeah, right now, kind of on this diagonal setup, there's not a lot of places that you're going to be looking for those edge KOs as if it was kind of parallel barriers. But yeah, when you're playing on this map, it's not normally like considered a KO map. But if you have those abilities like Juliet Dash Punch or the Spec Training Hook or sometimes even Dubu Roll, you can definitely catch people out who are playing in the speed lane and just not really thinking about it and just standing right on the edge because they're not expecting, people to be really KOing on this map. And with how fast the core moves, it becomes kind of this jump scare moment. A nice play there, though, from Cosmic Calamities. Feed it right up to Katone to point blank core flip that to take the first point as they're looking very good. Like you said, that stacks on stacks is it's just such a good awakening, especially on these open maps and especially on Estelle, who already has that kind of cross map influence, just getting even more ability to move and now kind of just outpace Wallaby a bit, just kind of in the foot race, is pretty big for kind of just securing this win condition and just not letting Wallaby, get too much time with the core, getting too much energy at all really here. So we will see how they end up playing it. A nice offense there from Wallaby. Does see the barrier go down and Natty's core flip get burned. A core flip in return is going to see the point getting over to the LLC as they tie it up once again, but it's still just going back and forth, and it's like it's been all game. It's anyone's match.
And that's huge. Great goal there by LLC, and now Puffy with core flip. Sir almost has core flip. Meanwhile, the side of Cosmic Calamities barely has any meter, and LLC already took down one barrier. It's such a scary spot. The shrink actually barely makes the core too small, so it doesn't hit the barrier. Unfortunate sequence, and now Puffy accidentally wastes his flip. Wallaby not able to find it to him. Barely like a mistiming there between the forward duo, and it makes him alleviate a lot of pressure. And Kotone Okiing Sir there, getting a really good timing window where like he pushes Sir away from the barrier and just gets it for free. And a round that looks so good for LLC ends up going Cosmic Calamity's way. And now they're on match point, series point. Cosmic Calamities could be making it to landing.
Yeah, this could be absolutely huge here for Cosmic Calamities. Sir and Wallaby both have core flips, though. That Wallaby's going to burn his to get that one barrier here, but they still need to get the most important one on this bottom side. Forgot able to find a blink and bring down the auxiliary barrier. Katone, nice strike war, opens up the LLC side of the field. Forgot just trying to work it up. Katone has a core flip, burns it here, just looking for the angle. Right into the bottom, is going to find it past everybody, and that's Cosmic Calamities taking the series and earning a spot in landing.
Yeah, and I like them all posing together right at the end. This win, I know it means a lot for the team. Forgot trying to prove, hey, like I am a good midfielder. Sure, I was a goalie in NASL, but for midfield's always been my main role. Kotone trying to show that on Party Rockers too, like he was a really good player. We see Kilius and Shapeshifting already in landing on that Lob City roster. Meanwhile, Kotone had to make his way to there, and he did it with this team that he created. He scouted out Forgot and Natty and kind of brought them together. Natty, a player who came from solo queue and came from normals and just one day decided to start playing ranked and made his way to the top of the ladder and now making it to landing. All three of these players had a lot to prove today. And I think even though they looked shakier earlier in the day, those last two games looked so good from them, especially that last one. And we saw a lot of like why people expected this team to make it to landing from the get-go.
Yeah, I think they definitely proved it. They looked really solid out there, especially like you said on that Oni Village game. They had a great character draft just in general. We talked about it, kind of extensively at the beginning. But just even, having that drafting knowledge and of course getting a lot of good wins on the Awakening drafts as well, went a pretty long way to helping secure their victory. But of course, they just played so solidly. They had the coordination on the defense and on the offense. And when you're dealing with, Rasmus with getting core flip and quick strike and all this hyper buffed Rasmus, they kept it composed. Oni Village can be a nerve-wracking map, to be sure. There is no room for mistake, especially on that map, and they made very, very few mistakes. They just looked so solid. On that last game, as close as it was, LLC definitely proved why they're here as well. But yeah, Cosmic Calamity's very impressive performance.
Yeah, and I think looking ahead for LLC, they're going to end up having to make the losers run now. And they're a team that I said this a little bit earlier, but I feel like they are the team of Luke. They're the team that is set up to make Luke kind of shine. He, like I said, I feel like is the best goalie in this tournament. You can argue like Xeno Gemini or Fudgy Waffles, but that's my take. You can even argue Natty, right? He had a pop-up performance today. But anyways, they don't have Luke, and I think they still were able to make that look really competitive. And Sir is a good player. They're kind of sticking him into this Mako Kitten role today, from what I've seen, which I feel like they probably haven't had much time with him, so it makes sense. But I don't think it's like his strong suit as a player. In solo queue when I played against him, he's playing the Finny, he's playing the Kai, he's doing more damage and he's more involved in the game and he's not just like stuck defending the whole time. I'm curious if they'll have Luke for losers, if they'll have Sir, if they'll make any adjustments with what they're picking for their team. Um, I definitely think like they in these games they looked like a team that could still make the losers run, and I know they have the mental to do so, and I'm really excited to see how that ends up developing for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that losers bracket is looking to be pretty exciting as well with the LLC Platinum exclusive pass. Oh yeah, Whoa Chills is still down there versus Dragon Bite, Plink Plunk, and the Fools. So that I think those are gonna be some pretty exciting matches, which we'll be having. Those will be coming up later in the day. But I mean, stick around to see those. But for now, that's all that we have. So we're gonna be cutting it to a break. Um, Anything else you want to say?
Go Plink Plonk Bonanza. I'm biased, but that's everything. Really excited for these matches, and thank you.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Liftoff, where we are finally about ready to deem the next two teams worthy of moving on to landing. I am joined today by Dendar. We've had some exciting matches today, but only two more remain, and it's two more spots on the line here.
Absolutely. This is an exciting one for sure because both of these teams, the Platinum Exclusive and the Fools, both are NASL level teams that are looking to break out into NASL, and with landing being that opportunity, one is going to have to gatekeep the other. So as we get into these matches, we'll have to see which one of these teams comes out on top.
That's one of the things, right, with these teams. From the Fools, right? Everyone knows Zoro on his little anime arc or whatever's going on over there. Consistently talks about that all the way from CCL. Now potentially has the opportunity to compete against the best of the best in the North American Strikers League, but has got a couple more steps to get there first. Standing in their way, one of the teams that came out on top in NASA last season was Platinum Exclusive here. And despite roster changes, a lot of people still heavily favor this team today in order to come out on top. However, right now, Pineapple is not in. Instead, the roster right now is Zay, Vaga, and Josh. So we'll see what kinds of interesting things happen to that roster with a little bit of the mix-up there. But, of course, probably been expecting that coming through all day. We can talk a little bit about the maps because those have been decided up to this point. The Fools went for Atlas's Lab in Game 1, which we're now starting Striker Select for. Platinum Exclusive went to Taiko Temple on Game 2, and the Decider in Game 3 will be on Night Market. Striker Select already going underway. PLX there in the blue, banning away Coins Rasmus, and the Fools banning away the Vice, preventing a damage comp from Platinum Exclusive.
There's some interesting bans because Rasmus not particularly gaining from these awakenings here. The Vice obviously gaining from that aerials and Adrenaline Rush should they look to go into a KO comp. But banning out Coin's Rasmus here is interesting because it's not as though Coin is just a Rasmus one trick, that's all that he knows. That is a player who has shown excellence in multiple characters. So we'll just have to see whether or not that works out for them with these awakenings. And with Atlas Lab being a more damage-focused map with that black hole availability, the Adrenaline Rush here could be really interesting to see how much the teams can abuse it, or whether or not they'll look to use these aerials to sort of get around that black hole and sort of avoid the situation where that damage could come out, and instead try to pressure the pockets with that extra range that they now have.
Striker selections continuing to come in here. You see the Aimee and Estelle picked up on 4 and 5 for Platinum Exclusive to pair with the X from earlier. A little bit of shades of a damage composition, or certainly something that has plenty of offensive presence. Given the aerials pickup here, you know that Aimee is going to be coming in on that eject button. You have to imagine that's going goalie. The Estelle also will have further presence thanks to that aerials pick as well. So I like this combination here in this 4-5 pick for Platinum Exclusive. We'll see what the Fools decide to round out this composition with. Maybe not leaning full on to that damage heavy thing. I also have to imagine that the X pick is also another denial away from Coin, because we just saw him play the X a little bit in the last series versus Plain Blanc that they were able to come out on top of. So another denial there, potentially, as we continue to come through here.
I do like this pick 2 and 3, though, of the Mako and the Zentaro, because like you said, we do see that shade of damage comp, but Mako being an excellent hold-it-down goalie in these pockets and Zentaro pressuring those. But like you said, Coin going onto that X, there's a lot of reach on that team between the Aimee and the Estelle. That's a lot of potential ways to apply pressure, even where a character that's maybe not as mobile. So maybe they can't do things that are as flashy as a Zentaro, or maybe another character that has that speed boost from the Mako coming out. But with that extra reach from the goalie, with that eject button and the aerials on the Estelle, like you mentioned, that's going to be a lot of ways to help out the X player here, as we do see Josh getting the X, as that is a scary player on the forward position. I've seen them do a lot of crazy things, so I think them being on the X here could be very scary for the side of the Platinum Exclusive, yes.
The Fools will round out their composition with an Era to Vens in the midfield, providing perhaps a little bit of extra mobility on the aerials. And as the 8th overall pick in the draft, you don't have that many options when you're picking up. But you take what you can get. Certainly everyone's got an Era right when you're in the midfield here. So should be no stranger as we get into things on Atlas's lab, though. Don't expect to see that many KOs, at least early here. Josh is the only one with Adrenaline Rush, largely because aerials isn't going to help your X at all. But you see even Coin opting for the aerials for that extra dash speed.
I like that pickup of aerials from Coin that you mentioned, because that extra reach allows you to do so much more early, where maybe you don't have that KO potential quite yet, especially with a character like Era, who doesn't do a ton of damage, but allows you to have so much more presence. And when you add even more presence on top of that with the aerials, that gives you so much ability to get into that scaling late game that you may need to deal the damage as Zentaro. But Josh, with that Adrenaline Rush, I'm looking to see if maybe they can get a cheeky dash punch kill, or maybe something like a Bell Ringer into the black hole, so they can really make value of that and get those cooldowns ticking.
Well, the team doesn't need damage because the X will just do it himself. The X Maximus, double KO there for the first goal, going to Platinum exclusive. 2 energy bursts, actually 3 energy bursts online now for them. Zay will commit his for the bottom barrier, and Josh will be looking for the wayward Coin. Good use of the Maelstrom here, blocking this lane. Vago will finally commit that energy burst to send the core away. Vens, though, keeping pressure online, and barrier will fall here. Opportunity for the Fools. The ensnare drums come out, give Coin a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of a backboard. Vens will collect the core, try to send it in himself, the Bewitching Beam. Now back to Coin. Can they find the passing play back and forth? Not quite this time. The black hole comes back on. Slice and Dice doesn't come in just quite, but Vens will finally have that energy burst to finish off the goal.
An energy burst spent and a good goal. But one thing to note is that Josh has an energy burst of their own that they looked like they were looking to use once they got that barrier, and they recognized that Vaga and Zay have that reach to get it to them. So it's not as though they're quite out yet. That is just one energy burst spent. We'll have to see if this one gets spent here, or maybe they try to go for a quick barrier. But Zay a little low on energy along with Vaga, but they do have more energy than the side of the Fools, however, as they have almost nothing to evade should they get put in a tight situation. So as long as they can get it out of these pocket situations where the Era's speed is allowing them to catch the outclears, oh my goodness, a death goes onto the table, Zoro looking like they're next. It could be a very dangerous situation where your energy that you were holding on to now is suddenly gone, and Zay and Vaga are tunneling down this pocket looking for an opportunity.
Beautifully done by Josh to keep the pressure online, and then Vaga will cyber swipe in for the KO. There's the Firewall Sentry goes out, but that's just a formality, as Josh will be able to take care of the goal himself. It feels like once you start to see the momentum swing as the point goes on for a little while, and Josh especially starts getting a bit of work done, you see Platinum exclusives start to swing. Of course, name of the game still is going to be KOs. You know, this, I've mentioned it as offensive presence, but it's no lack of damage here, right? The IME in the goal box is going to keep putting it out. The X is going to continue pounding down on you, and here he comes again, looking for Vens this time, but into his own goal. Point will find goal barrier on the other side, though, and now we've got both sides open. Zay looks for the core flip towards Josh, not able to find it there, but there's the offensive presence. Shove all your chips forward, and they find the goal. Platinum exclusive. Gonna pick up the first set of the game.
The chips are all in, and they cash out their 3 people in the goal box. The damage could come alive because, like we said, we mentioned that they do a lot of seemingly chip damage. Death by 1,000 cuts. You have to take an Estelle beam every now and again. You go to catch a clear, but the IME dash is on top of you, so you get chunked out little by little here. And with quick strikes being picked up for X, that's even more opportunities to punch you into the sidelines. But Hotshot, maybe a bit of a deny there from the Estelle, as Bewitching Beam making the core shrink doesn't particularly send it flying. So I have to imagine the Unstoppable in response is picked up to deny the goalie, who then gets team player. But that's a lot of ways to get the ball out of their half of the pitch now with that team player. And with Coin picking up that size, we're going to have to see if whether or not they can make the use of that size with this double barrier map, or whether or not the Orb Ponderer pickup here is going to give Vaga so many cooldowns that it feels like Zoro's not going to get the chance to or Coin's not going to get the chance to shine, because there's so many cooldowns that are now going onto the enemy goal box.
Well, here's the thing about that Orb Ponderer pickup from Vaga is that with Orbs back in the game, if he is able to come away with Orb Replicator as well, that's going to be more damage for everyone on the front lines, right? Including Josh, who now has that quick strikes on the X Maximus. That's going to come online more and more often if that Replicator comes online. So I love that choice by Vaga opting in to the Orb Zodia, as we used to call it. But that's the other thing, too, is the Ivy doesn't really need much else, right? You've already got your dash distance. What more could you possibly want? Maybe some Creation Awakenings? Throw in there or something of the sort. So, okay, I'm being told that I'm a boomer and Orb Replicator doesn't exist anymore. So, you know what? Maybe not. But even still, a fine pickup for the goalie here, nonetheless, who is going to flip in, find a barrier, take it himself. Well done by Vaga.
The flip was used for a pass, but it was to themselves, it appears, as they do get that top side. You mentioned the Orb Exodia, the Orb Replicator being gone. While it is gone, it is still very reminiscent of Extra Special in this case, which is an awakening that Aimee loves, and should she get something like that on top of this Orb Ponderer, this Fireball Sentries will create so many problems for the side of the Fools that once you get stuck in these pockets, it feels like you're never out. Just as Josh is punching it in, the core seems like it's never out of their goal box.
Continues to be a nuisance on the offensive lines here, and still has an energy burst to his name. He has also not been afraid to utilize that energy burst for KOs, catching some of these members off guard, so have to be careful of that. But now Coin looks to use his. We'll find both barriers, and a nice little play there. Ven's gonna let it slip past to Coin, but Cyber Swipe comes out from Vaga to send it away. Josh now down to the bottom barrier, able to find that one. Zay looking forward. There's the core flip from Josh, and it's been a quick 2 sets here for Platinum Exclusive.
The sets may be quick, but I really want to emphasize on that last play how they slowed it down right when they had almost like that seemingly felt like a checkmate situation where Josh has that core flip. Your team is coming up to back you up. Vaga has that eject button. There's so much happening on that collapse that even if they are up so much, they are willing to slow it down to recognize we don't need to put pedal to the metal. We just need to make sure that you have no options. And they did that beautifully there. And here they are rewarded Catalyst pickup. Maybe not the most flashy thing here, not like a twin drive for the Estelle, but certainly good. The Stinger on the X could cause a swath of problems with the extra damage from that ultimate, applying that now 7.5, not quite as scary as it used to be, but when you're applying it on every hit, and you already have this Death by 1,000 Cuts comp, the Sentry Turret coming out to help with that damage, Vince is looking low, and Josh, even though they aren't able to confirm these barriers quite yet, not quite right away, they still have so much pressure that they are piling up on this enemy team. The collapse doesn't come through, but still, even without that, there's another one coming. You know it is because of that Orb Ponderer that was picked up, and that's just more damage as they're looking to damage Vin's out of this game.
And here's the other thing, too. Feels like there aren't very many defensive options left if you're the Fools, right? Even if you do end up winning this set, what more can you hope for after this? You're going to have to find a way and find an answer right now. Coin would already be using his recovery drone sent back, and Zero's going to get a cheeky little goal there as Vaga can't quite get the Cyber Swipe out in time. So the Fools will take a breather for a moment, but even still, things looked dangerous there for a while. Really going to have to see Coin continue to come up big, and there's another double barrier. Will he be able to find the goal here? This now has that energy burst. Looking for something, trying to bully position Zay away. Looks like Vaga going to come on back through with that Cyber Swipe, trying to get this core back up to Josh in that X Maximus, but Coin has to drop back. Played the defensive game for the Fools. Offensive pressure not there, and a couple of easy clears for Vaga, but Josh continues to come away with these KOs. Another double KO for Platinum Exclusive. It has been all to their name so far, and there's the X Maximus to punch it home.
You mentioned those flips for kills earlier, and there we see it with another double KO going for their side. This X Maximus plays have just been so great when they get that collapse in. So with one barrier down, they did lose the 2 barriers early, but you're not picking an eject button goalie because you're trying to bunker down and hold it down. You want it for that aggression, for that ability to say, we are attacking as a team. This is not a one-man show. Even though Josh is putting on a bit of a clinic, this team is coming to life together, as with that energy being spent. Now Josh, close to a core flip, Zoro close to one of their own. But when you're up this far and this team is pummeling down on you like this, it is so difficult to find a way to get yourself into this game.
One of the things we're continuing to talk about is, especially on a long day like today, where there is so much pressure to perform, these teams have got to be feeling it at this stage of the day, having been playing for maybe 6 hours at this point, now even more. Going to be game 1 over to Platinum Exclusive, who looks like they're the much more composed team right now. We'll see whether or not the Fools have an answer, but that was their map selection. We'll see whether or not they can turn the tides of battle with first pick in the next Strikers.
That's such a scary first game if you are on the losing side of that exchange. Because those guys, like you said, you maybe have been playing for 6-something hours, but that just looked like another day in the office for them. This is their 9 to 5. They're out here looking to just sweep this up and move on. And honestly, with that kind of a performance, if that keeps up, this is a scary team if they go into landing playing like that. However, that is just the first game. We do have the next game coming up, and I believe it is on Taiko Temple. And so now we will have to see how they change, because that is a much more creation-focused map, right? Maybe not so much on the damage side. You can certainly go damage, as they're very tight corridors and pockets that you have to play in. But something like that, if that comes back and continues to play at that level, that is a scary character to play against on that map.
I was about to say, look, yeah, it is a creation game, but guess who's opted into the creation game? It was Platinum Exclusive, right? They're the ones that picked this map. Obviously, the Fools didn't ban it away, so hopefully they're thinking of something here. But to your point, the IME is going to maybe even rise more in priority. Do you want to try to get that away from Vaga because it was such an offensive threat in addition to those creations coming out? But there's plenty of other picks that we can see come out here as well. Slew is no stranger to in the collegiate space to run something like the Atlas midfield. Of course, don't quite have the same roster anymore, but that was before Atlas midfield was cool, for those of you that are unaware. But even still here, right, trying to figure out what potentially the Fools could bring to the table, it's starting to draw a blank, because we're at the end of the day, we're tired, and this is just the inevitability. Look, you're not even into the big league yet, right? You win this match and you have to try to beat 2 other teams in order to try to make it into that league. Still a long road awaits both of these teams, but Platinum Exclusive certainly looks like they can handle it right now.
They certainly do. They show a lot of potential, but even though they do have that road ahead of them, that's not till tomorrow. So we will give them a little bit of time to rest should they go into it. But right now, if you're the Fools, you have to think about what you can bring to this game, to this map, right? Coin, known for their Rasmus, not the scariest character to me on this map, at least as far as the forward presence. You want something maybe like an Asher to really just shove it in, or get that X in there, maybe take that away from Josh. So you could say, okay, Josh isn't on the X. We at least have that going for us. Maybe we can get that moving in. But honestly, I'm trying to think of how they can bring this one back. And it may also just be, this is the last game that they need to win, right? Maybe it's a little bit of nerves. Maybe you've been playing for so long that you feel like you're exhausted, you're tired. You've been playing for so long, you just need one more. But if you let that mentality of just one more get to you, you have to separate yourself away from, we need one more game in this bracket, to, we just need to focus on the round that's ahead of us so that we can keep our head on our shoulders and keep playing our game plan as we want to. But we'll have to see whether or not they're allowed to execute that game plan in the face of this team.
We're in Striker Select now for game 2. Taiko Temple as picked by Platinum Exclusive. You see the bands there. And interestingly, the Fools selected to take the 2-3 pick here rather than selecting for the first pick in this Striker Select draft. So you see the bans come through. Vice and the X gets banned away. No double brawler ban, so the Rasmus is on the table here potentially for coin. Obviously not the strongest on this map, and they'll lock in Dubu and Era, those creation characters, in response to the Vice.
Ooh, I like these pickups on the 4 and 5, though, recognizing that they do have that Vice first pick. Zentaro is a ton of damage, and Aimi, another great damage character here. And like we said earlier, with this Creation Awakening, it's maybe not a Creation Awakening start, but that is a lot of pressure in the later end of the game, where even if they lose early because they're a damage comp and they're looking for that late game scaling, now all of a sudden they have this horrifying Aimi backing them up as soon as, okay, well, if we deny a damage awakening, maybe the Aimi gets an extra special, you know? So you have to sort of balance now, okay, well, how do we survive this damage? How do we take survivability and deny this creation goalie? As with the Dubu era, you do have the creation denial, but if you see something like a 1-2 punch, maybe your goalie wants to take that just to help get the core out of your half, but an era can't really do as much with a 1-2 punch as something like a Vice or a Zentaro can. So we'll just have to see with this last pickup what they can do with that. But as we're going into character select here, it looks like there is an Atlas Hover. That is an interesting pick here with the Dubu pickup. Do you think maybe this is a Dubu forward in the works here?
Very likely, right? I mean, it almost has to be. Yep, that's the Dubu forward on Taiko Temple. Rapid Fire Heavy Impact is the start, which we didn't even get the chance to talk about much at all. But once again, I'm scared here, Dendar, because Platinum Exclusive has got shades of this damage composition, and we saw what they did in the last game with that sort of thing. We'll see whether or not they can try to replicate that here. It's going to be a matter of whether or not they can take Coin's Dubu off of the pitch, because that's kind of what the game boils down to, right? If you can get the Dubu away, he can't put any logs down, and he can't bully your goal barriers away. And you see the Supernova, the second it comes online, Zay commits it for Coin, even while he's still low on energy. He has to try to run on back. Some are assaulting back into the goal box to pick up the orb, but now we'll punish with the Tofu Fortress. This character is still goofy on this map. I know this has been in the game forever, but every time I see it, it is just goofy. That's it. There's no other explanation.
You call it goofy, I call it a work of art. But the artist here is Zay Forever with that clean kill off of the middle, taking them out. It took a while. A big man is a big target, if nothing else. But they took an awful long time getting them off the pitch, and they've taken a barrier in response for Coin's life. So maybe you have to see if that pound of flesh is worth it at the end of the day. But with 2 barriers gone, it's a little scary. We do have that damage comp scaling potentially later, but right now Coin is really just finding their way like a pinball machine into every which way, everywhere they're going, bouncing all around. It's so difficult to stay alive when you're that big and these corridors are this small. Vaga covering that top side. But honestly, Coin just has to say, if Coin can stay alive against this onslaught of damage, that's so good for their team. But with the second barrier falling, Coin looking for an opportunity, it's so difficult to get anything going when everybody's just looking at you as a target.
So difficult to have any amount of aggressive pressure here when every single character on the enemy team has something that can send you off of the map. Zay will finally find the power cord to put the goal in the net. It turns out all you needed to do was KO the Dubu like 5 times, and then you'll finally get the goal. The testament to just how well Zoro was holding it down there, able to find unique clear angles to get this away, but also that's not exactly, what this Platinum exclusive lineup is going for, right? They're not hoping to try to get all of the aggressive presence all of the time. They're mostly looking to just KO Coin first and then worry about the rest of the problems on the power play, but you can't let Core slip past you just like that. It finds the split middle of the barriers and will result in an open net, but now Vaga looking to punish back the other way. Josh will be able to find the KO versus Zoro, and Venz is looking mighty low here as well. Tofu Fortress out will force Zay's energy burst to be near useless, but now Josh looking for a little bit of a flashier play here. Finally will put the goal away. 2 goals up for Platinum Exclusive.
Josh showing us there that maybe you don't just need damage to get a KO. They got that secondary kill on Zoro pretty early in the end half of that round, and that led to them eventually collapsing in and getting that ace, which led to the goal, like we mentioned. But there's a lot of damage still going on to Coin, but honestly, if you're Coin and you're picking up orbs constantly like this and drawing so much aggression, maybe if you can pick up one of those Orb Awakenings we were talking about last game, that can give you a little bit more opportunities to sort of get in there. But honestly, even as a bit of a hypnotist here, making them look directly at him, it allows Vinz and Zoro a lot of breathing room here to make their plays come to life and cover other sides. Zoro here opting for that strike shot, giving them a little bit of extra range as well, and with the rapid fire on everyone other than Zay and Josh, that's a lot of cooldowns. Josh is now the one that's being bounced around, but with 1 barrier each on this bottom side here, Vin's looking a little low, and there they go.
Here goes Coin as well, right off the drum in the center. Josh has got the energy burst to the corner here, and now Zay's just going to calmly pass it. Nothing Zoro can do as the Atlas in the middle. And Platinum Exclusive is now 12 goals to 2 versus the Fools so far in this series. See whether or not they're going to be able to make it 2 more sets here as we see another series. And there is a Deadeye and a Stinger in this draft. I don't even know what Zoro's going to pick here, but yeah, has to deny the Stinger basically just to try to hope that the hamster can survive for longer.
Just what can you do if you're the Fools here? The Orb Ponder was sort of the first look at the pickup for me for Atlas, because maybe you can get your ult up a little bit more to protect this hamster. But with 1-2 punch and Deadeye going the way of Platinum Exclusive, Siege Machine helping out on that damage front with the extra duration on those sentry turrets, I mean, you get a little bit of survivability in the Stagger Awakening with that reverberation, but I don't know if stacks on stacks is where you want to be looking if you are prime suspect number 1 of this onslaught of Inquisitors here.
What was he? He was either going to take Team Player, which is a useless awakening for him because he's not supposed to be passing. He was going to take Orb Ponder, which he was going to lose the stacks of anyway, or he was going to take stacks on stacks, which he's also going to lose the stacks on anyway. It's kind of a lose-lose no matter what you do in that situation if you're Coin. And to your point about Zoro hoping to try to get that revival up faster, you can't revive this Dubu like once every 30 seconds. That's just not going to be possible as he continues to get throttled and thrashed around. Platinum Exclusive puts another one away.
I don't think there's going to be any Phoenix here. There's no revival from these ashes, it feels like, for Coin. But maybe with another draft or two, they'll be able to find something. But this just looks so difficult to get around. Vin's not able to really abuse that speed because the person they'd be speeding up is taking a million hits. But they are still finding opportunities in this midfield to score barriers. But right now, it seems like the side of Platinum Exclusive is playing a game of, can we get more kills this game than goals these last 2 games? So with Josh scoring another one there, getting another kill, this is looking difficult.
Still looking mighty difficult. What more can you say? What more can you even do here? Vaga applies the pressure once more. There's the supernova from Zay, this time actually securing the barrier and getting a little bit of extra damage on some of the members of the Fools. Coin finally is going to be able to walk the core back to the other side, but only is going to find 1 barrier in the process and then get bullied away from setting up shop in the enemy goal box. Gonna bounce off a couple drums here, and Zoro walks a little bit too far forward, doesn't hit the projection, and it is 15 goals to 2. I hate to say it, but Platinum Exclusive is looking like they are ready to take on their next challengers.
Next challengers indeed, but these drafts not looking like the thing that will turn the tide here, especially with Adrenaline Rush being picked up. You already have the cooldown from Heavy Impact, you have the damage from Deadeye, and now you have seemingly an insurance policy on this game where what cooldowns? There are no cooldowns at this point. Hotshot getting picked up, not going to help with the survivability, but going to help with the defense here. Twin Drive, more damage. Catalyst is a great way to build up some energy while this onslaught is happening. But on the other side, Coin getting that unstoppable is a nice defense to pick up. But at the same time, you are against characters like Zentaro, who have 1,000,000 hitboxes, Vice, who has Chain Lightning to strip it from you. And with this map being so small, it feels like it can be difficult to run away and regenerate that unstoppable. So, realistically, how are you surviving here?
Josh has heavy impact 1-2 punch. Zay has Deadeye, Adrenaline Rush, heavy impact. And Vaga has Twin Drive Siege Machine, rapid fire. There is nobody that Coin can run towards with the hopes of staying alive on the enemy team. There's going to be something constantly thrown his way, and it is just going to be annoying, to say the least, to try to find something here on this Dubu. Forward now, Ven's maybe looking for Coin here, but Zay and Vaga both well positioned. Now the core flip gets it out of the way while the cooldowns are down, and damage can't get pumped into Coin. There's barrier maybe about to fall. No, beautiful clear from Vaga. Gets it right past that log. Holds the barrier online, not for long. Coin will finally find it. Zay almost sends it back with Supernova as well, but oh my, Demon Angle. All right, Fools will catch a break. If that's even a break at this point.
Around the world the core goes, but one thing we should bring point to here is, while yes, Coin is being a bit of a bullet sponge, part of why this has been allowed is because Zay and Vaga have that excellent defense that they've been showing round and round again, where even though, yes, they can push abilities into Coin and deal 1,000,000 damage, they're also showing that they have this defensive prowess to keep the barriers up, even in the face of a massive hitbox like Dubu. So even when they finally get those opportunities where Coin isn't being pummeled, they show, sure, he isn't dead yet, but neither is our barrier.
Oh, hang on here. Coin forward, almost able to come up with it on the somersault. And Ven's as well on the Bewitching Beam. Now Zay drop back. Well done. Finds the clear. And he is going to be able to stall out for a moment. That was the best look at a goal that the Fools have had in some time. Not able to put it away, though. And now Coin staggered again. Forced all the way back. Has to drop back for the orb. Does have an energy burst, though. Might have the chance to use it, though. Might get KO'd right before, and there it is. Vaga will send him off the center drum, and as Josh will open up, it's another double KO for Platinum exclusive. And yet again, another goal goes into the net of the Fools.
Coin finally got the chance to use a core flip that game, and Vaga, with the knowledge of using that middle section to bounce them around where Coin thinks they're safe, suddenly not so much. That energy burst is no longer available, and neither was the life for Coin. But Zoro, recognizing that the goalie had the situation covered, turned their focus onto Zoro. Or Josh turned their focus onto Zoro, my apologies. Where they recognized, okay, Coin is going to die to my goalie. Zoro is low HP. Maybe I can turn my attention to them so that we can score this goal once Coin gets off the map. But right now it is Josh who is in a perilous situation. Not quite dead to the Tofu Fortress, but I don't know how they were alive either.
Stays alive. Somehow, some way or the other. Power Chord actually works against Zay, but the Supernova won't. It'll send Ven's away. Zoro now flips it away up to the top side, tries to buy some space on this penalty kill. Able to find it here. Now, there's the energy burst, and now Zay again able to find the mark. Taking Coin off the pitch once more. Supernova comes out, not able to send the core exactly where he'd like it this time. Josh does have an energy burst online one more time. There's the goal barrier falling once again. And there's the glitch pop, sending it right over to Josh. Beautifully played once more from the Platinum exclusive, and now they are on landing qualification point.
One more point to qualify, but at the same time, these points have been rather quick. So it doesn't feel like this is the penultimate round. It almost feels like this is more of a how can we put this? A courtesy, right? Where they recognize, okay, we've been just so dominant in this performance, but wait a minute, Coin is trying to make an opportunity. Even in the face of that, that shows that the mental is still there, even though they've been hit with damage time and time again. But with the barriers open, it's a scary situation.
Oh no, just had no place to send the core. as Josh was coming in on the top side and the Firewall Sentry was set up there on the bottom. Platinum Exclusive have punched their ticket into landing, and they look ready to take on the competition. They made it to landing last time around, but this time they might pose another threat, even if they were taken out by Bang Bang earlier today.
Not just another threat, but a big one by the looks of it. These plays were phenomenal by them. This damage comp is already scary to play against, but when you put it in the hands of players like Josh, Zay, and Vaga, I mean, that game just shows just how potent it can be in this game. Some would question, is damage weak? But the skills of these players certainly are not, as they have shown a dominant performance in this game and shown that they deserve to move on to landing.
Well, folks, we are going to take a very short break here. Platinum Exclusive, of course, is the next team to move on, but we've got one more spot left in landing. As you take a look at some of the highlight plays from this last one. Next up, of course, it will be the LLC versus Dragonbite. Dragonbite, this team that has made it all the way from one of the bottom seeds here, coming in from the last chance qualifier, I believe. Now, looking to try to make a spot in landing their own. See whether or not they'll be able to do it versus this LLC team, which people have been skeptical about over the course of the day today. Will Luke be playing? Will Luke not be playing? We'll see what is going to come on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got one more landing spot on the line after this short break. One more spot is on the line in landing, where some of the teams that were in the North American Strikers League last season currently await in an attempt to reclaim their spot. My name is Kavot, joined here by Dendar, and up next, it is the LLC versus Dragonbite. Remember, Dragonbite was a team barely scraping in to today's festivities thanks to the last chance qualifier, and they were able to come out on top. And now they've made the run all the way up to this point where they're going to go up against this LLC team, Dendar, who we've been following pretty closely over the course of the day today.
Dragonbite on a Sisyphean task. They have pushed this boulder all the way to the peak of this mountain, but one more stop awaits them. One landing spot, up to 3 games. We'll have to see how it turns out, whether this boulder falls or not. However, on this game, this first one, we will be looking at Atlas Lab, with the starting awakenings being Quick Strikes and Siege Machine. Quick Strikes, something that kind of good on everybody, but with Siege Machine available, we'll have to see what characters were picked here. As for the side of Dragonbite, they have selected Drakkar, Zentaro, and Mako, but for LLC, we have X-Era Aimi, X and Era. That is a scary combination.
Certainly a scary combination here, but we'll see what ends up coming through here, right? Obviously, the X era, no matter what you do, it feels like it's an inevitable pairing, right? The two love very similar awakenings, but still get paired together for a lot of the same reasons, and able to continue keeping the X train running. But even still, this Drakkar pickup as well is something we've seen more in recent times in this tournament overall. Has been a favorite of a handful of players here as well.
The Drakkar pick is definitely interesting because with Quick Strikes, with the change to the game a while back where abilities reset your strike, he does have access to that strike, primary strike. And with Quick Strikes, that's a lot of energy you're going to be building up here, should that be what you take. Siege Machine being the other option, maybe they prefer the extra distance on the projectile, but I think Quick Strike's the pretty clear pickup here for most of these characters. The only one I'm uncertain about is the Aimi. I could see them sliding either way because I have to assume that's the goalie here. But the game took a quick little restart here, as now we are going in. Xeno Gemini on this Mako, a player that has been looked at for quite a bit here as someone that sort of glues this team together. So we will have to see whether or not, in the face of Luke, Wallaby Gangster, and Puffy FPS, 3 extremely notable names, if this Sisyphean task will come tumbling down the mountain, or whether or not this is going to be their time to shine.
That's right, folks. Luke is back, and this is a player who was pretty hyped up, to say the least, at the beginning of last season, during the qualifiers and during everything then. As was actually able to hit like rank 1 on the leaderboard, was grinding the game quite a bit, but then got on a team in the league and kind of faltered a little bit, didn't quite play nearly as much, and now is hoping to try to qualify here alongside Wallaby Gangsta and Hungry Boy. But it's Ashy Burp who's going to be the first one to strike here, putting the first one back for Dragonbite.
Dragonbite definitely are in a situation where they are in the faces of Titans. Like you said, Luke, notable player. Puppy SPS, somebody who came back and is one of the strongest midfield players I have personally ever seen. They seem like they don't just understand the role, they understand the game exceptionally well. And then you have Wallaby Gangster, somebody who's been here for, I have to assume, a very long time. But it seems like any time I hear Omega Strikers, they somehow get called into the mix. So, in the face of these Titans, how will they perform? But it seems like with them being evenly matched here at 1 point apiece, we will have to see whether or not, after their run defeating multiple notable teams such as the Fool's Wand and Pass, whether or not they can take down these Titans. in their attempt to be David.
Of course, time will tell as this one continues to come through. Wallaby nearly gets taken off of the pitch thanks to that black hole explosion, but we'll live to see a few more seconds as it is, because everyone lives to see at least another goal, unless it's the last goal of the game, which you don't get to. I digress. Ashy coming in here on this Zentaro, trying to pick up this other barrier. Uses the passive already, gets it around Wallaby, but Luke is back and does have that energy burst here as well. And interesting, you know, about this Dragon Bite team, of course, that has made it this far. The fact that they were kind of able to come through that last chance qualifier, make it up to this point is a testament, of course, already to their willpower in order to come through. And for the record, they're also, you know, able to come through with the endurance of the day so far today. They are fresh off of their last win, whereas the LLC has had to wait for a long while, but it looks like that is of no problem to Wallaby Gangsta, able to find the second KO here, forcing the double power play. Ashy holds on for a moment, able to send it away, but finally Puffy will slip forward and strike it in.
A good goal, recognizing that opportunity of the power play, taking it slow. Didn't quite get it right away, but after enough time, you do have that sort of guarantee that when you have 3 players against 1 Zentaro in the goal box, something will eventually crack. But you mentioned the endurance here. Them being that 17th seed, they went through that last chance qualifier. That was a lot of games they had to play to prove, and now they are here from the end of losers' side. However, with that many games played, you did mention that they have been fresh off of a game, which, while the endurance may be lowering, that does give them that freshness to be able to say, all right, well, even if these games are harder on the mental, we're in there, we're warmed up, we're ready. But Wallaby Gangster looks at that and says, the only thing we're ready for is to take you down with a quick kill there onto Striker Kai. But with Xeno Gemini having a flip available, we'll have to see if they can crack this defense.
We'll see whether or not they're able to. It'll be difficult to crack defenses on both sides. So I say that, Luke already is going to commit that energy burst defensively. Now Puffy looks for the corner barrier as well, but doesn't come up with it. Xeno Gemini will commit his. Puffy steps forward, able to find the strike towards that barrier one more time. Wallaby closing in on that top side of the goal box. Maelstrom sweeping through the pitch. Xeno Gemini still holds against the X-Maximus. Now Wallaby low on stagger, going to get sent away for a moment. Likely will not be able to regain ground, and snare drums come out again. Puffy sends it just a little bit wide of the pass. Glitch Pop comes through, and Luke is able to put it back. First set going to the LLC.
Primary not quite catching the save there, but these rounds do not look bad. We even saw the damage aspect of this comp coming to life there a little bit with Wallaby taking a ton of damage and getting staggered. They were able to still confirm with their team that goal to get them into this draft first pick, but with Stinger being the first pick as a denial from the Zentaro, that's one less thing that you feel like you get to capitalize on the fact that you won. So now you have team player going to Aimi, a good pickup. Chrono boost here, I assume as perhaps a deny to the X to limit that dash range and sort of keep them in place. And a stagger pickup, recognizing the damage could come to life here a little bit with that Stinger pickup and the prime time on the X. So maybe just a little bit of insurance policy there and a potential way to keep themselves in the game should things go awry.
Yeah, we'll say the Chrono Boost for Xeno Gemini here also probably playing into the X, or probably, you know, in part that denial for the X. Also, the drum and bass does have that little bit of extra haste you give to your teammates while it's going off, so maybe we'll be looking for that here as well. But goal gates open. Striker Kai starts to step on 4 here, looking for this one, trying to connect with Ashy. Not able to find her this time. There's the slice and dice forward. Still can't find it. Luke holds. There's the firewall sentry, sending the core away, and now Wallaby sends it up to Puffy. That's a free barrier. Looking for the second here down to the bottom side. Puffy does have the energy burst here. Will commit. Still just keeps it in this corner. Striker Kai keeps the barrier alive, but can't get it past Puffy, even still in this corner. There's Wallaby, finds the angle to slip it past, and now will win the strike war in the goal box to send the goal back.
Wallaby doing a little bit of walloping there with a great angle on that flip. They hit it off the backboard and got just the tip of the barrier there, which allowed them to open up those goal gates. So a great angle to avoid the defenders. But with this black hole gone, this midfield opens up a little bit more, which maybe allows Luke to step up a little bit, where in some spots where you couldn't dash prior, now all of a sudden you do have that option to move up. And with Puffy giving that speed, the ability to just run around, they want to leave that ability to run wherever they need to, as opposed to feeling choked out by this black hole's presence. Right now, even though they are up a player, Wallaby is looking like they might get the next one on the chopping block here, as with Ashibur Beck, Zentaro, a great character at confirming these low stagger kills. So we'll have to see whether or not they look for the offensive there and look for the kill on Wallaby, or if they keep pressing up this point like we're seeing here.
Looking for the goal. As Ashy starts to step on forward, will steal away the orb in the goal box, but Puffy steps forward, able to find the angle to get it around Xeno Gemini. Now Ashy starts to step on forward, gets close to it. Now able to find it there. Overtime now as the goal moves slightly faster. Luke finds the connection to Wallaby, can't find the angle in. There's the cyber swipe forward, but now has to retreat. Bellringer send the core back the direction that Wallaby doesn't want it to go. Ashy now in the corner. Oni's blade, slice and dice off the corner, near post. Now able to find it there. Luke trying once again to find this pass to Wallaby, who's kind of in the middle of both of these defensive strikers. Striker Kai's dropped back, and now Ashy, beautiful core flip, right, splits the wickets right between the two defenders on the red side of the pitch, and starts to equalize this set here. We'll see whether or not this Dragonbite team's able to hold on.
Hold on, they must if they want to secure that spot. However, one thing I'm noticing here is that Luke, even when pressured, is showing excellent defensive awareness, always clearing the core to where it should be. Not saying, oh, there's a Zentaro in my face, I should be worried of this. They just recognize, I've been in this spot before, I know what I must do. But right now, it is the side of Dragonbite that has recognized what to do, as they're up 2 barriers here, but even with one going down and the black hole being traded for some health here, Wallaby Gangster is pummeling down this pocket. We will have to see if they can get this last barrier and keep the pressure in their favor, or whether or not this could be a Dragonbite comeback.
Looking for it here. There's the core flip from Wallaby. Not able to find the barrier that time. Apparently we are part of the Black Hole Disdain Club. As it feels like everyone's just taking it off the pitch the second it spawns in. Overtime now, glitch pop forward from Luke. Here's the offensive pressure of the IME goalie that we all know and love. But it's not able to pair up with anyone from the team of the LLC, though Wallaby's able to find a kill in the interim. There's the barrier falling next. Luke's got the energy burst online. There it is, cyber swiping forward, and it'll ricochet around Puffy in open space. He was not going to miss that angle. And now, once again, we're on set point for the LLC.
A quick lane swap appears to be happening here, as they recognize that X not a very good character on the kickoff. Wallaby Gangster a good player, but the character just lacks the tools to deal with something like a strike shotgun from Jakar. And Zentaro, not exactly a slouch on the kickoff, still a forward in nature, but has a lot of tools available to them, so perhaps they're looking to dominate the kickoff here as a way to mix up how they're approaching this game and get themselves back into it. But right now it is Wallaby who's in the mix, as they are trying to figure out a way to get this barrier, with one available both sides on this bottom half of this map, with the top half opening up. Should this black hole go away, that's a lot of space to abuse, especially if you're Luke with that eject button IME. We've seen them time and time again use that space to their advantage, and now with it being opened up, but the ability on cooldown, we'll have to see how they use it.
Beautiful angle from Ashy, able to find that bottom goal barrier. Now Striker Kai on the pass. Here's the Oni's blade looking for the collect, but Luke is going to throw up that firewall sentry. Able to have a little bit of extra defensive presence just temporarily, and it's enough to keep the core out for now. Puffy commits the energy burst defensively again, intercepting the play. There's Luke forward once more, applying that pressure onto the blue side of the pitch. Here's the passing. Puffy keeps the core. Beautiful control Can't get it up to Wallaby in time. There's the energy burst. Finally, he'll find it. It is 2-0 already for the LLC.
2-0 and another draft won, but last time they won this draft, they had to pick up Stinger as their first pick, with Puffy being the first pick again. We'll get to see if they maybe get to pick up something like this Castellas to assist them in pressuring their game plan, which they will pick up. With Rampage going to Drakkar, a little bit of size will certainly help on this midfield, but also a deny from that X, and with the size going to Mako, that's two players who have committed to denying the potential X size, which size is a scary stat on that character. But with Unstoppable being picked up for Luke, that's going to be another defensive layer that when they finally do get it to them, that Zentaro's a little bit less scary. Maybe the shotgun's a little bit less scary. And Wallaby Gangster getting some stagger here. The extra healing, we've seen Wallaby take a lot of damage from Ashy, and with Striker Kai helping with those shotguns, we'll have to see whether or not that extra stagger will help them stay alive, or whether or not they're potentially looking to build into the stagger tree, maybe get a peak performance there. But a peak kill goes to the side of LLC, so we will have to see how they capitalize on this with one barrier available both sides. Puffy and Wallaby trying to make something happen, but Luke lying in the shadows waiting.
Ashy back online, not able to send the core away. Finds the energy barrier. Snare drums will send the core awkwardly down to the bottom corner of the red side of the pitch. Here's Wallaby now, trying to dodge around and evade all sorts of damage, but consistent is Dragon Bite, attempting to bite chunks of that health bar away. Core flip from Striker Kai, just used to get that gravity well out of there once more, and finally Wallaby Gangster will be taken off of the pitch. Ashy does have energy burst, as does Xeno Gemini, as does Puffy for that matter, who has not been afraid to commit an energy burst on the defensive side. There's Ashy, beautiful strike, able to find the barrier in the blink of an eye. Striker Kai can't get it around Wallaby. There's a energy burst nearly missing. Xeno Gemini able to find the perfect timing. Now there's Puffy using it offensively. And there's the angle down to the far post.
A couple quick flips that round. A lot of energy drained. Xeno Gemini and Ashy Burb on next to nothing. But Puffy, having just used their flip, maybe won't have something to evade a shotgun or maybe a Mako primary. We'll have to see how that lack of energy gets abused. But we are still in a quick strikes game, so the energy will be coming back, but so will the damage. As right now, Ashy Burb is at about half health. Wallaby looking like they could be next, but with the extra health from Reptile Remedy, it seems like that's been a good pickup for them so far. They did die last round, but here they're looking healthy and ready to make something happen as soon as they get Ashy Burb off of this pitch.
Low on stagger here, now tries to go forward, looking to try to trade the goal barrier for her life, but couldn't do it there. And now it's pressure committed for LLC. They find their second barrier. Luke over to Puffy, interrupted by the Oni's blade from Ashy. Looking back the other way. No dice this time. Wallaby can't find the dribble. Off the top side, Puffy again with an energy burst. I feel like every time I look at this guy, he's got an energy burst at the ready. Wallaby has his as well, but Ashy's going to collect on the slice and dice. Here's one from Puffy's, able to send it away. There's the second in the ensnare drums. Tries to find it and will find somehow the strike afterwards, sending it to the top corner, and it's game point for LLC.
Game point indeed. A lot of pressure on line, but even though the health bars have been pressured with the Zentaro and Drakkar damage, it seems like the points are just not going in their favor, even with that extra layer of offense. But with Luke trying to get it out of this pocket here, they do have that flip available. That energy is still up for them. And you mentioned Puffy having seemingly a ton of energy at any given moment. They have been just dominant on this midfield, and I guess that's why they've been MVP for both of the drafts we've seen so far. As with another player down, another power play available, one block available for both sides. Low energy on Xeno Gemini. Will they abuse that, or will they get the time to get Ashy Burb back up to make this play come to life?
There's the Oni's blade already committed again. from Ashy. Tried to find the core in the corner, but couldn't send it back that time. Striker Kai now low on stagger. Gemini tries to poke it to the other side. Ashy also lower on stagger here. Puffy committing the energy burst that time to try to find the KO, or at least rack up a little bit of extra stagger damage. And will KO Ashy one more time. Now comes through with the Maelstrom. And all of a sudden, it's only Gemini trying to delay the inevitable. The snare drums will do just that for a moment. And now, able to find the perfect pitch, sending it away. Luke tries to keep it forward with a glitch pop. But we've stalled for enough time for Striker Kai to come back online as well here for Dragonbite. Looking to find this pass up to Ashy once more. We'll find the barrier. Luke can't find the clear. There's the lock and load. Not able to come up with a goal this time. Wallaby in the corner. Now it's going to find off of that bounce. Weird angle. But once again, it goes back. That's going to be at least another goal here for Dragonbite. But again, much like even some of the last match, it feels like a drop of water in a desert.
Another point is certainly another opportunity, but we need to find more than just a drop. We need to find an oasis here. But right now, even with this flip available and Striker Kai working on one of their own, it feels like there's just so much that they have to overcome here that they need more than just the oasis at this point. They might need the ER. But all barriers available, but a player is not, as Ashybird goes down to that Maelstrom. That's the energy gone, and now Striker Kai has to burn a flip just to keep the play going, but gets one out of Luke here. As they do manage to trade resources, which in a power play situation, you're keeping even though they're up a player. That's not terrible. The snare drums helping keep this defense alive, but there's just so much that has to go on, and when you're using things like the Oni's Blade to keep the defense up, that's one less thing you have to make this comeback come to life, as now the barriers are down and Wallaby's looking for the kill.
Looking for the goal one more time, but no, it'll be Puffy that finds the goal himself as the pass back and forth between these two veteran forwards will seal the deal. For game one here, goes to LLC on their map pick. For what it's worth, Dragonbite did select Oni Village for game two. As take a look at these stats, 3 goals, it was 1 goal a set, but that's not going to be enough to end up winning you the match here.
Maybe not the first match, but we are going into another game on Oni Village, like you mentioned, so maybe they'll be able to take the experience from this one and recognize this is where we faltered. This is where we need to bring things up a little bit and get ourselves into the situation here. Oni Village, a map that will punish mistakes heavily, though. A bad angle on a dribble, suddenly that speed lane sends your core somewhere else. You don't have access to it. So you really have to tighten up. And if you've recognized those mistakes and can crack down on them, this map could give you a lot of opportunities. However, Oni Village has been in the game for a while. And so have these players. And when you've been playing at a level that the team of LLC has been playing for so long, you've played a million matches on this map. You understand this map. You know the weaknesses and strengths of your team composition on this map. That is going to be a hard time for the side of Dragonbite to take a bite out of.
Tends to be a favorite, certainly, of teams over the course of Omega Strikers for as long as we've had map selected the game, which actually has only been 1 season of the North American Strikers League, believe it or not. But nonetheless here, right? The one thing I'm looking for is you're thinking Oni Village. One of the things that typically is king on Oni Village, of course, it's king all the time, but especially on Oni Village, you're looking for that speed. So given by the fact that they were willing to just give up that era in the last Striker Select, we didn't get to see, of course, that Striker Select play out, but the era going over to the LLC combined with the X, likely a 2-3 or a 4-5 pick, or actually it was probably a 2-3 if I had to guess, pick there for the LLC. We'll see whether or not, some kind of different strategy is going to emerge here. Whether or not you're going to see that era, if they don't want to play it, maybe take it away outright. But of course, time will tell here. You see the starter awakenings coming through for our second game. It's Deadeye Rapid Fire here.
Rapid Fire, when I think of Oni Village and I think of Rapid Fire, two things come to mind. Estelle, and in their namesake, Kai. Striker Kai, getting that Kai banned away, fairly reasonable here. But it is going to be Rasmus that is taken away. Able to use Rapid Fire fairly well with those pendulum swings. However, just a great forward on this map, given that they have so much reach with those pendulum swings and also the death touch and whiplash being sometimes with enough size, the size of the barrier. So I think that's a smart ban away here. As the Estelle, the other one we mentioned, is picked up here to abuse that Rapid Fire. But the 2-3 here, Zentaro and Atlas. Atlas, great at holding down a single barrier, but Zentaro, a lot of mix-up options, but also potentially a lot of damage with that Rapid Fire available. While Oni Village isn't exactly known as a KO map, if you give them enough opportunities and enough time, it could certainly turn into one if they keep going at it.
I spent a lot of time talking about the era of Puffy and how much effort it put out. And I forgot to mention that if you banned away the era, you'd be letting the Estelle free from Puffy, which you probably don't want to do. One of the better players on the Striker, probably all time in terms of Omega Striker's competitive history. So it'll be nice to see him reprise this pick, even if it's just for this match, is coming through for a sub here for the LLC. Kazan Aimi 4-5, though, from LLC means they're not going to be any strangers, of course, to attempting to continue that forward presence, right? Luke looked incredibly comfortable on this pick in the last one. You'll imagine he's going to see that one yet again, and it'll only be a matter of what goes in the midfield slot here for Striker Kai. Maybe it's back to this Drakkar, though I also imagine that could have been a pick away for Puffy earlier too, so who knows? Well, really, I think you got your pick here if you're Striker Kai.
Yeah, Striker Kai, I have certainly seen them on the Drakkar. That is a character that they have performed on multiple times. However, like you mentioned, Puffy on this Estelle, that is not someone you want to scoff at in this midfield. You need to have a midfielder that can really lock it down against this player and that can potentially use one of these two awakenings here to really jumpstart your game plan. But with us leading into this game, everybody has readied up. The pick 6 hasn't come through quite yet, but we'll see what it is once we get into it. But I believe it's Xeno Gemini that's going to be on that Atlas. That's a comfort pick. And Ashyburb has time and time again been good on this Zentaro. So, with one more character being picked, we'll have to see how they round out this team. And wait a moment, it is Octavia.
There's a gamble. I said we needed speed here on Oni Village, and certainly Octavia would give you that speed from Striker Kai, but you get Rapid Fire as your first starter awakening here because you're not picking Deadeye, right? You might as well pick Rapid Fire. You're really fishing for whatever you can find on some of these drafts on this character. Of course, picking the Octavia 2 into an Estelle Kazan Aimi, there's no lack of damage there, certainly. While Oni Village, not, of course, known for seeing a lot of KOs, it wouldn't be surprising to see the members of the LLC continue to rack up the damage against that Octavia and just take her off of the pitch.
We could certainly see another death by 1,000 cuts style here on that Octavia. However, the Rapid Fire isn't the worst thing on her because we'll have to see whether or not Striker Kai can use that additional primary resource as a way to keep up this flow state. That last round they didn't get the opportunity to, but here with a new round, a new opportunity, we'll have to see with the help of Xeno Gemini, they can defend these barriers and then eventually get that flow state rolling to the point where Ashyburb can cover what they need to cover and just leave Striker Kai to feed them the core an infinite number of times with all of that speed. But right now it seems like an infinite amount of damage is going on Striker Kai should this keep up. And with a character like Kazan as the enemy forward, that's a lot of very easy ways to confirm kills once staggered and a lot of damage to push out. So you'll have to be extremely careful in this game if you're Striker Kai.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of talk about this so far today. It feels like the general consensus is Kazan isn't actually the highest dealing character in the game anymore. Of course, has a plethora of cooldowns and certainly can still pump out the damage, but isn't necessarily known for that. Maybe that's a little bit of the saving grace here, but even still, if you're Striker Kai, maybe you wouldn't want to hedge your bets on this Octavia, but we'll see whether or not the gamble is able to pay off. Open goal gates on both sides here. As now Ashy is able to catch the core there with the Odie's Blade and flip it in to the net to tie our game up at a goal apiece.
1 goal apiece. However, there is the scary situation of, even if they lose this set, the side of Dragonbite, or not Dragonbite, Dragonbite, has a huge advantage in that in the draft, they have so many things that you have to look to deny. Chrono Boost, Cast to Last, things like, I don't believe Fight or Flight is still in the game, but even then, maybe you take something from the Octavia. Now this Zentaro has access to some things like Stinger, or perhaps even a Dash Awakening to get them more online. So even if this first round doesn't come out in the favor of Dragonbite, the drafts could be heavily skewed in their favor, depending on how the drafts go and what Awakenings show up here. But if that doesn't come to life and you have sort of average drafts when you're down, people like Puffy, Wallaby, and Luke will take anything you give them and make a mile out of it. So if you aren't getting perfect Awakenings here and then playing perfectly off of them, it's going to be very difficult to keep yourselves alive in this game. Just as it's difficult to stay alive as Striker Kai goes down, and Xeno Gemini was almost next to that top spin.
It feels like if you're Striker Kai here too, you're going to need a couple of Stagger Awakenings, right? To try to outlast a little longer, because it feels like that's just a bit more of what you need, just a little longer holding on, but you're getting KO'd nearly a minute in to a lot of these points. Even still though, Puffy's going to be able to end points early with that piercing shot anytime he's able to find a signature lineup, and able to find that one there. Here's the beat drop from Striker Kai. Not able to find much of anything there. So now Wallaby's going to jump down to the other side of the pitch. Luke tries to apply the pressure here. Xeno Gemini is in a tricky situation, be able to send it away with the Expanse. Doesn't have that cooldown for a little while longer, though. That's one of the things, kind of like the panic button, right, of course, of this Atlas, which you'd love to see a kind of a twin drive come up later in a draft, but the second that Expanse goes down, it can be much more difficult to try to fend it away here, especially from the aggressive onslaught of LLC in this composition. Here's the core flip now, looking for the bottom corner. Puffy tries to use his to get it in as well, and there's a piercing shot, which will finally stun Ashy to get the core in.
On these offensive sequences, I don't even think Collapse begins to describe how much this team comes together and secures these goals. They are always there supporting each other, whether it be with a piercing shot or with Imi covering with that eject button. Once they get that offense alive, it feels so difficult to keep the defense up, even if you're a character like Atlas, who getting this twin drive here, a big pickup, you sort of foreshadowed it, but with Catalyst now on the side of Puffy, that's a lot of energy that's going to be going their way. Recovery Drone, not the consolation prize you want if you're Striker Kai. It'll keep you alive a little bit longer, but if they keep focusing you, one life might not be enough, and it's not something like a Chrono Boost that's going to keep you moving and keep the game going in your favor. That's, at this point, like I said, almost like a consolation prize. It's not what you want to see.
Ashy, though, able to find both barriers with 2 quick strikes. Now looking to collect the core. Can't find it there, as Luke will be able to send it away. Xeno Gemini going to meet him down on the bottom barrier. Will find the way to send it back, and there's that recovery drone already taken away. Oh no, that was actually the revive from Xeno Gemini. Able to use that one to keep Striker Kai alive with the recovery drone. So we'll still have that, but Wallaby is not giving up on this Octavia, continuing to hug Striker Kai. There's the top spin as well. A little bit of extra damage. Crooked leverage. Pulls back to the center. Here's the flow state, but what can you do if you're Striker Kai right now? Just get right knocked off the pitch. There's the recovery drone. Both the Expanse and recovery drone have been used at this point just to keep Striker Kai alive, and now Ashy's down. still at a striker deficit here, even despite committing all those defensive resources. And now Puffy going to use that energy burst. Thanks to that catalyst, finding that one barrier, almost able to find it away. Luke, beautiful energy burst, gets it away, and now Puffy is there every time on the piercing shot.
Every single time that piercing shot pierces through the defense, as up 1-0 now, both in sets and in rounds. We will have to see. Wallaby Gangster, one thing to note though, with that extra size from that Might of the Colossus, is getting a little bit of extra damage. We mentioned that he wasn't the highest damage earlier, but he still gives enough to apply pressure to a very low health character like Octavia. But another thing to note is that size is an amazing stat on that character. So many of all of his abilities, I believe, scale with size. So the bigger he gets, the more of a threat he will become. The core flip being used for a kill there, but the barrier is taken in turn. So even without core flip being used to take barriers, strikes just being used to take goals. And when you finally feel like there's breathing room, you have Puffy throwing out a piercing shot to cover anything else that could possibly happen. This is just so difficult for the side of Dragonbite in the face of these players.
And now once again on set point. See whether or not they're able to come through. Striker Kai utilizing that flow state up early and now able to find it there with the primary. Sends it back. I like the general play off of the kickoff because that's when you're least likely to be KO'd if you're Striker Kai, right? But even still, you don't have that flow state up online right now, so you might not be able to do it. Although Puffy might help out there a little bit. One barrier goes down for the LLC. Now Ashy looks forward. There's the slice and dice, denies the energy burst from Luke. Xeno Gemini, though, commits one expanse. Ashy low on stagger here as well. Here's the beat drop. Beautifully done in order to get that up to the Centauro. All of a sudden, tied set here. Dragonbite might be looking to bounce back.
It does certainly look closer, but that first barrier, I believe, was a pass that had gone awry. But they took a good use of that opportunity given to them and did score that point. But we'll have to see whether or not these points can keep up like this, or whether or not the pressure will come back. As right now, Luke really just making the most out of that eject button, putting down the firewall sentry, and saying, okay, this zone is now ours. What are you going to do about it? Wallaby Gangster is trying to find these kills, but between the recovery drone that is already gone and these ultimates from Atlas, they've done a good job of surviving what could have been a lot more kills here. The Wallaby Gangster's looking a little low. Perhaps the KO could come back to bite them, as it is now Wallaby Gangster who's on death's row, but with both barriers open, all the gates established, it just slides right in before I can even pass it off to you.
No! Oh, you want that one back if you're Dragonbite, but you won't get it back. Puffy, once again, the set MVP. Aerials is online, and probably the worthwhile pickup here for the Estelle, not only, of course, as maybe BestieInSlot, but also as the denial, as another Dash Awakening away from the Octavia. Striker Kai going to have to settle with peak performance here.
Peak performance is a settle, but it does cover two of the things that you mentioned earlier. A little bit more stagger and a little bit more speed. So while it may not be the highest in those two categories, it's certainly a push in the right direction. But when you're already down 2 sets, a push might not be what you need. You need an express ticket to wherever it is you're trying to go. But with Monumentalist being the other pickup and Reverb being the pickup for Ashybird, those aren't the most insane awakenings picked up versus something like Aerials. And now we see Rampage come to life for Wallaby Gangster, another size awakening to go with that Might of the Colossus. That's going to be a lot more kill potential as well. So maybe that defensive layer of the recovery drone and the Atlas ult might not be enough anymore. And with Missile Prop coming onto Luke here, that's even more reach than they previously had, which, I mean, they had a eject button. They already had a lot, and they've been showing so much presence in this midfield that now with that extra reach, we'll have to see if they can make the most out of it.
Ashy doesn't quite have size to take care of that one. Striker Kai looking to clear out the midfield. There's the core flip. Burns not able to come up with the core that time. Glitch Pop already used. Ashy tries to drop back, can't find the core. Here's the core flip from Puffy. Wallaby dribbles it into the corner. Xeno Gemini already gives up the strike shot. Wallaby looks to poke it through. No, denied. Here's the energy burst. Xeno Gemini able to send it back around. Ashy looking to close off the passing lane with the Oni's blade. Now looking to rush in. Can't quite collect the core on that bottom corner clear. Nice expanse. Gets the core out of there. Still overtime. Flying all around the place. Welcome to Oni Village. Now that core is right back into the corner. Glitch pop forward. Looking again. Can't quite get it to a teammate here. Luke still in trouble, and Ashy is able to finally find the core for the goal.
A great connect there by Ashy to get it past Puffy. That a little uncharacteristic of Puffy not getting that save there, but as these rounds go long, they've been playing for a long time, and this map encourages a lot of very long rounds, so it can be difficult to catch every little thing, especially once you start to get a little bit of that fatigue. But barriers are still being traded fairly evenly, though, but with the extra reach of Luke here, if the barriers are being traded, that means the defense is not quite what you need it to be if you're the side of Dragonbite with that defensive goalie. However, Xeno Gemini doing a good job holding it down here, not flinching in the face of all of these hitboxes and collapses that are coming onto their side. And with Striker Kai having a flip available, Ashy Burb almost went for themselves. This could be a play that comes to life here as a player goes down.
Power play opportunity here. Ashy has energy burst, so does Striker Kai. There's the Oni's blade, and Ashy will collect to set it up to that top quarter. Set point now for Dragonbite. They have some potential here, and worth noting, we haven't seen Castellast or Chrono Boost in this draft at all. So some of the best in slot awakenings here for Striker Kai on this Octavia are still in the mix. Just got to find a way to send it to those sets, and already off to a good start. Energy burst, though, committed from Striker Kai. Not able to find the barrier that time. Here comes the KOs back, but one stagger awakening so far, doing an excellent job of keeping Striker Kai that much more alive. Hasn't gone down in this set yet, and of course the extra healing coming in from Xeno Gemini will supplement that as well. But double barriers taken now from the LLC. Luke closing in. Here's the Firewall Sentry again, and it'll keep the core forward and allow for the easy poke of the closed umbrella from Wallaby Gangsta to go in.
You mentioned Castellas and Chrono Boost having not shown up. However, with Xeno Gemini holding it down as well as they are, even if they are losing points, they're still the one on their team getting the most experience here. So even if those options do come up, it's going to be difficult to get them to the players they need to go to. But another round, another point, another opportunity to get this draft in your favor, and another round in this game. But with one barrier being down, it looks like they have a chance. And Ashy Burb coming back to this midfield a little bit to help protect these barriers. As Striker Kai now needs a little bit of protection from this Atlas ult. The barrier's open. We'll have to see if they can score this in quickly.
Just one, smallest tick away from Striker Kai being safe. Not that that would have played a significant role in that one. And now, qualification point for LLC on the line now. Dragonbite looking to try to swing this one back on around, but barriers traded on both sides. Luke has the energy burst, doesn't go back on the eject button. He'll have to take the walk back, but will not be punished for it this time. Glitch pop, able to keep possession of the core. It's one of the things here so far about the LLC is their ability to continuously keep possession, keep the triangle alive here between the three members. Continues to play such a key role in their ability to even get it, keep it away from Striker Kai. Here's the beat drop, though. There's the energy burst. Wallaby tries to pull it back. Here's the energy burst from Ashy. It does the Puffy angle back to that team. Dragonbite will take a set here and extend our game 2.
That is a huge set to win, especially with it being 0.5. Now, with Atlas being the first pick here, we do see Chrono Boost come up in the draft. However, Octavia's third pick, and there is Estelle there ready to capitalize. but they take stacks on stacks, as Explosive Entrance is also available as another dash awakening. So they say, we'll just make sure that you don't have the speed from stacks, you'll have more burst when you pop that secondary, but in the overall game plan of the game, it won't be as much of a downfall for us, as that Explosive Entrance does go to Wallaby, a deny on the Zentaro, but Zentaro picking up that 1-2 punch here. A lot of good pickups for the side of Dragonbite in this draft. Every character getting something that's pretty good for them here. And with that hot shot timing with that twin drive, that's going to give Xeno Gemini a lot of opportunities to pop that secondary. But Luke getting that Orb Dancer gives them even more opportunities to come up into this midfield and abuse that eject button and abuse the ability to collapse with their team here. But with one barrier apiece, we'll have to see if these awakenings are enough for Dragonbite, or whether or not, even with these awakenings, the experience of the team of LLC is going to be enough to secure them this landing spot.
The one thing that's changed so far between the first 2 sets and that 3rd set was Striker Kai's ability to stay alive. And that one stagger awakening seems like it was enough to dissuade LLC from continuing to try to dump all that damage onto this Octavia. And now Striker Kai has played at least a little more of an influence. Will lose the flow state there. Well, not able to go in that time for Dragonbite here. Strike War won by Wallaby. Xeno Gemini looks to get this up to Ashy. There's the Expanse getting this forward. Ashy still doesn't quite have the dash range that you'd like on the Zentaro. Now Oni's Blade. Here's the core flip. It is able to put that one away using all of the resources in the Zentaro's kit. Well done to her, and puts another goal on the board here for Dragon.
This comeback is starting to pile up. The points are getting there. The barriers are being taken. Striker Kai is staying alive, like you mentioned. That extra stagger, I really didn't think it would be enough, but here, maybe it's the extra speed giving them a chance to position in ways where they take less damage. Or maybe the other team is trying to lock this up, so they've forgotten about Striker Kai, and they're just saying, okay, we want to focus on our offense. But killing a player is a really good offensive tactic, so if Striker Kai can stay alive here, they're at half health, but if they can keep themselves up and give Ashybird more opportunities, that's going to be an excellent way to bring this comeback back to life. As one thing I've seen with Luke and Puffy is that they do an excellent job of holding control of the core here. Well, right now they're trying to take a hold of Striker Kai's life as that recovery drone does go down, and I don't believe the Atlas ultimate is up yet, so this is an opportunity to secure that kill.
Potential opportunity, of course. Will get revived from that recovery drone, but won't have that for the rest of this set. Now has to evade the top spin and will get taken off that time. It feels like I was heard by LLC talking about how Striker Kai was still alive. They're like, yeah, you know what? No, we'll still take care of him. We just haven't gotten around to it yet. And they'll do that there. Wallaby pops the energy burst just to get away from the beat drop. Still low on stagger, but LLC will be able to find both barriers of Dragonbite. Xeno Gemini tries to send the core away once more. The Wallaby is still low here, but sticking in the middle of the pitch. There's the Oni's Blade from Ashy, who will finally send him away. Striker Kai now in the flow state, tries to keep this one up for as long as you can. Able to continue it there, but now it's going to run out as the core goes down to the bottom side of the pitch, and now it's going to slip past. Xeno Gemini credited with that goal. Didn't quite catch and see what sent it in, but it just travels across the pitch, and hey, you'll take that one if you're Dragonbite. Now on set point, about to send us to a set 5.
We certainly have a game on our hands. Puffy has that flip available, but I don't know if they were in range last round to save that core from going around, or maybe they expected Luke to be there to pick that up. But either way, Xeno Gemini scoring that point is big for their team here, as this is the first time I believe they've been up 2-0 in a set in this game. So this is a huge breakthrough for them. And whether or not they can keep this up is going to be the key factor in whether or not they get another shot at this landing spot, or if this is going to end as a 2-0 in the favor of LLC.
Glitch Pop barely sends it away from Luke. Now going forward in the cyber swipe, able to find the goal barrier. Puffy looking forward, trying to apply pressure, and will get both energy bursts there from Dragonbite. That's a huge defensive resource that was just burned. Luke now Over to Puffy. Crystallized Thorns keep this core in the corner. Wallaby looking to pull it back with a crooked leverage. Can't quite seem to find it there. Striker Kai now back in the flow state. Wallaby looking to slow him down. Will be successful in doing so, even if just for a moment. And now is low on stagger. Striker Kai is. Almost gets pulled back. There's the revive, though, coming out from Xeno Gemini. Will heal Striker Kai back up at least a little bit, but here is the maddening descent once more, knocking Striker Kai away. And it'll open up the goal here for Wallaby Gangsta, looking to try to end this one here for LLC.
Trying to lock this one up as they are up the 2 sets. They really don't want this to go to a set 5 where Octavia could get another very critical piece to that Exodia to bring them to life, or even Zentaro getting something else to make them even shine brighter than they already are, as this comeback is coming to life here. But with the offense getting past Xeno Gemini, both topside barriers remain, but it's so difficult to get it past this midfield sometimes. Striker Kai, without that flow stay at the moment, now picks it back up, is going to have to find an opportunity, but with that being down, I think that this could be another point going into the hands of the LLC.
We'll see here. There's 2 energy bursts online once more for Dragon Bite. There is that Celestial Intervention out once more from Xeno Gemini, so won't have that to keep Striker Kai alive if indeed the damage starts to get racked up on this Octavia. Beautiful Expanse keeps it away and denies Puffy the barrier. Overtime now. Energy Burst sends Striker Kai away and collects the core. Wallaby able to find it into that barrier. Overtime once more. There's the top spin. Power play opportunity here. Luke looking for Wallaby again, but Ashy able to interrupt things with the passive projectile. Puffy rose warping backwards. There is the projection. Almost able to find the core. Luke, nice save with a gut check from Ashy, and there is a beautiful flick from Ashy. Puts it back, and we are heading to a set 5 here in game 2. Looking for the reverse sweep is Dragon Bite.
At the start of this set, it did not look like this was going to go to even a round 4, but here we are in round 5 in this draft. Potentially some big pickups here. We do see Castellas getting denied away from that Octavia. Team player going onto the side of Xeno Gemini. But quick strikes into the hands of Ashyburb. They've been making some great plays, and if they keep making opportunities like they did with that previous flick on that point, that's going to be great for them. But unstoppable pickup here from Estelle, with Stinger being the pick for Octavia. Stinger not going to be doing the most for them, but when they've already been managing to keep themselves alive finally, you don't want to give Kazan another chance to change that. So I think that's a good deny there to keep themselves up. And then finally, we do see Primetime being picked up, but even though the Primetime makes the ability to deal less damage, when you have more abilities, turns out you deal more damage. So even with the Stinger denied, we will have to see whether or not they can abuse that rapid fire Primetime to keep Striker Kai down, or whether or not that denial is going to be enough to keep them up and allow them to play this game in the way that has led them to this return.
Doesn't quite look like it, as already the recovery drone has gone away. While Striker Kai was in the flow state, there, the core got caught on the wrong side of the Expanse. Luke can't quite keep it forward that time. Puffy going to use basically everything in his kit, trying to get this core forward. Ashy, there's the core flip, checks Luke on the barrier. Passive, looks to try to close on it herself, but can't find the core that time. Xeno Gemini continues to have this core flip. There's an Expanse used. Ashy tries to help out in the midfield. There's finally the flip used to clear it up to the top side. Striker Kai immediately back on the pitch, uses the flow state, going to expire, lets it run out. There's the top spin coming through. This KO's happened both ways, but it is going to be the goal going in nonetheless. LLC 2 goals away from qualification to landing.
Puffy stays on point with those piercing shots we mentioned earlier, but one thing to note there, that last round we saw a little bit of it. Wallaby Gangster also playing a character with a very low health pool, and Ashyburg recognizing that goes back and collects the kill. While they didn't save the goal, perhaps there is that option there available now of targeting Wallaby Gangster should the situation arise. But right now the defense needs to survive with their net open.
There's that Celestial Intervention. Striker Kai not unstaggered and will get taken off of the pitch. Power play opportunity once more for LLC, who seems to have remembered their original game plan. Up to Puffy. Gonna get denied there by the strike shot. Here's Wallaby again. Top spin. Sends Ashy away this time. Looking for the core into the net. Puffy looks to try to collapse. Wallaby will finally poke it through, and we're now on qualification point for LLC.
Potentially the last point, but I would not count out Dragonbite yet. They've found goals that seemed impossible to find. So if they can make the comeback of 2 sets, 2 points, 3 points, maybe not out of the question. But right now, Ashy is the one that's looking a little bit low. Striker Kai was the original target of this team, but maybe Ashybird is the one that's going to get chunked out a bit as they've recognized that Ashybird is finding these goals. But one barrier down each side. Striker Kai getting hit with that top spin. That's a lot of damage going out to them. The barrier's open. Potential last point. How can they make this offense happen?
There's the barrier down. Striker Kai in the flow state here, looking to try to collapse on this one, but will get KO'd thanks to an energy burst from Puffy. Ashy finds the connection from Xeno Gemini, but it'll get saved away. Power play opportunity here. Luke back in time. Puffy to Wallaby, looking forward in the slip. Can't find the core that time. Striker Kai back online into the flow state almost immediately. There is that firewall sentry preventing Striker Kai from going anywhere, and he'll already be tanking so much damage. Wallaby Gangsta already on top of him. Now the KO comes through again on a 4 KO streak. Seems like they've all been to Striker Kai. Just looking for the goal once more as LLC, trying to put it back, and Puffy will with the piercing shot. These players all have had their opportunities to compete in the North American Strikers League stage, and they're looking for one more time to do that here in tomorrow's landing. They'll be there alongside some of their former peers.
Absolutely. A performance that shows they deserve to be there. Puffy, even with that last goal, the goalie recognizing to evade the piercing shot that was coming, Puffy finds a way to get it in anyways. And Luke and Wallaby Gangster supporting that offense on the eject button, and just Kazan's natural ability to make things seemingly happen no matter what you can do with those kills available. A great performance by the team of LLC. But Dragonbite putting in a great performance themselves. They weren't even originally going to be in this tournament. They were our 17th seed from the last chance qualifier. And they made that performance against a team that has been dominant so in the past. So if you are them, I would not be upset with how you played, especially with a comeback that looked like it was about to be mounted.
Yeah, you know, for someone like Striker Kai, of course, you're thinking, well, really would rather be in the main league, right? Played the entire season of the North American Strikers Academy last time. But once again, I mean, hey, this team looks like it could be a team to start coming together. I think, you know, as things start to continue expanding out, as they start to get a better feel for one another, because it feels like this roster probably came together pretty recently, and all things considered. But as they play together over the course of the league, hopefully they continue sticking together, and maybe they'll make another run in the next Liftoff event to try to qualify for a landing. But that's it. Those are our teams in landing. So joining, of course, Last Call, Showtime, Bozo Bunch, Oshido Core Flip, Doggo Dog, Chikara Chatting, a named team, and Party Rockers 2 will have Bang Bang, Cosmic Calamities. We just saw LLC end up coming out on top. And of course, Platinum Exclusive. Those will be the 12 teams competing in landing. And in just a moment, those first 3 teams I mentioned, Last Call, Showtime, and the Bozo Bunch, will be drafting their landing pools together of the remaining teams. So, folks, the show's not over yet today. Don't go anywhere and stick around for a bit. But, Dendar, before we sign off, you've got any other final words here to close off our night?
Can't say I do. The games were fantastic. The plays were fantastic. But at the end of the day, the games run out. And so does our time on this stream, or at least mine.
Folks, don't go anywhere. The draft of the pools will take place in just a moment. So grab some popcorn and sit back for what will be the unveiling of our agenda tomorrow. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the show today. It's K-Bot once again, now joined by Vaughn, who's been watching doing Omega Strikers things now for 10 whole hours today. Vaughn, woo! What do you think about the Liftoff day today?
Well, I think that the last game just showed the classic Xeno Gemini lore. I don't think anyone would have ever, if this team came in like a more natural way. Obviously, they had our special last chance qualifier, so they had a bit of a unique circumstance. So that was a crazy losers bracket run to follow that team all the way when they started as Dragon Bite against the Fool's Wands, all the way to LLC and everyone in between. I think there were some crazy matches today. I watched Plink Plonk and PPL battle for NASA admittance, which is crazy. I watched the Fools have a real Cinderella run. I watched Bang Bang dominate as expected. Lots and interesting storylines, and I'm looking forward to seeing the teams that qualified play tomorrow as well. So I enjoyed it a lot. I'm going to be definitely watching tomorrow, K-Bot.
Well, I think we all will be. And speaking of tomorrow, it's about time that we get everything set up for our pool. So, as a reminder, folks, the way this is going to work is that the first 3 teams were the best teams coming out of NASL that didn't auto-qualify for the league. They get their first picks going through here. The Bozo Bunch will actually pick first, then it'll be Showtime, then it'll be Last Call. From then on out, the teams that those teams picked are going to fill in the next team in that group. So there's not one team that gets control of the entire way that the group is going to shake out. Instead, it kind of filters down. So expect probably to see the worst teams go first, and then probably they'll concede for some of the better teams later on down the line. Vaughn, you think we're ready to just get into this? Because I think we're ready to start revealing the first couple.
I think we just go right on ahead. Save the yapping for later when the teams are actually thinking about what they're gonna pick. Let's just get the show on the road. Give up.
Well, first up here, the Bozo Bunch for Group C selected Doggo Dog as the team to come in here. Vaughn, what are your thoughts here?
I did not have that team as the first pick. I'm curious to see, because all these teams have been scrimming, right? So some of them have notions of other teams' strengths that we don't even know. My opinion is if I was in Group C in Bozo Bunch's position, I probably would have gone with a different team. I think that it's a completely fine matchup for Bozo Bunch, but I was surprised that this was the first team selected, because it sort of insinuates that Bozo Bunch perceives them as the easiest target. So I'm interested in how much a lot of these teams have been intermingling. Like, for example, the hallowed whispers of Showtime scrim dominance. Like, no one wants to be in their group. So, I just think it's interesting that they picked Doggo Dog. I like Doggo Dog's team a lot. So, not what I expected for this pick. So, interesting, K-Bot.
Of course, Doggo Dog is the Quest Esports slot that is Switch, Sloopid, and Big Geek coming in for that roster. We'll be seeing them play tomorrow in Group C. For the second pick, in Group B, Showtime ended up selecting a named team. Twee Zoe Water Fury is the starting lineup here as they get slotted in here in Group B, Vaughn.
I think if someone was watching on stream, they saw me mouth what I thought was going to get picked. I was so sure. If you watch NASL Season 2, God, I thought Huss was going to pick Drew Danger. I thought there was no way he wasn't going to pick Drew Danger there. I thought chatting was on the chopping block to just cut him down, but I guess not. I was so sure of it. I was ready for the Octavia shrugs, that old beef. But maybe, Huss has an S-tier win under his belt. He's matured now. So I guess he's showing leniency and wants instead to play the Ants. And I can't blame him. I think they're a team that's a bit on the weaker side and also completely unproven. So it's kind of hard to gauge like how much of a threat they could be. But I think compared to some of the teams we'll see in the later rounds, it's definitely on the lower end of a team that Showtime would be worried about.
To your point here, rounding out the first picks into each of these groups, the 4 seed, Last Call did end up picking Chikara Chatting into that slot. So you talked a little bit about them already, and there they are, although with the wrong frog.
Bozo Bunch!
Oh,
yeah. You know, it's funny.
yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but Borg and Appa, I wouldn't call it beef, but Borg gets really annoyed by. Did you know this? Because Appa always yaps about how last call's overseeded. Have you ever noticed him doing that? He does it a lot. So I'm sure Borg is very much looking forward to trying to take out that team. Completely new midfielder. I mean, even though they're a NASA champion, I think definitely weaker now that Chianzu's not on that squad. Bit of an unproven talent now in the midfield. So we've seen Appa and Drew play together for multiple seasons now, so they can always get it done. I'm just interested to see how the team will perform with their new roster.
Wait, the Showtime versus Chikara chatting lore would have gone hard times 2.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because both Joker and Chianzu. Oh well. We'll get to see that one, at least not yet. Of course, coming in here for now, remember folks, now we go back the other way, except this time it's chatting a name team and Doggo Dog's turn to take their picks. In Group A, as the third spot there, Chikora Chatting selects Oshi no Corflick. Coming in here, Oshi's starting roster is now Mirime, Kachikuma, and Judgmental. I've heard Judgmental stocks might be on the high, Vaughn. What do you tell me about this player?
Well, Judgmental has been getting some fantastic placings in pretty much everything he's entered. I think there's been some crazy stats, like he hasn't gotten lower than a top 3 in like any tournament he's entered in a long time, which is, I think, just like one weekly or one set of weekly wins doesn't say a lot, but when it's consistently done over months, it says a lot. And it also is a type of player that Oshi is probably comfortable playing with. It feels like a shade of Merchant in the sense that they have the aggressive eject goalies like the Luna, his best pick, which was originally Merchant's one trick before he was known for the Vice. And then he has the secondary Atlas, just like Merchant. A couple other picks in the back too, but it really does feel like as Merchant has been stepping away, just interested in pursuing other things, that they found the best possible replacement for them to keep chugging along at their level. I'm surprised that Oshi was selected. It feels like there's a lot of other teams that are still on the bracket, and this is an NASL team for the last 2 seasons in a row. One that's even made playoffs before. So Chikara Chatting actually is going to get the run back from 2 seasons ago when these 2 teams were in NASL, battling it out towards the bottom of the standings. I am interested to see how Judgmental meshes with Miri Megan Kashikoma.
Certainly be interesting overall, but got to keep moving along here, as the next pick in Group B by a named team is LLC, who we just saw clinch their spot here. This team looked solid overall. Vaughn, what was your read on their play today?
I think they've showed a lot of potential, but they've also showed a lot of inconsistency. Like, the LLC we saw today looked very different than the LLC we saw in Launchpad 1. That LLC went to Game 5.5 versus the Fools Wands, a team that got out in Losers Round 1 today. And Showtime is a bit of a step up from that roster. I've gone on to say I think Showtime could win an S tier today if it was hosted. That's a hard group for LLC to find success in. I'm curious what the 4th member of this group is going to be for LLC, but if Luke and also Wallaby really execute in the same level they did today, I do see this team being able to make it out. I think their ceiling is high, and I also think that there's something to be said about teams that are just straight up friends. I think that's really important when the stress hits the table. So, interesting choice by the Ants. We'll have to see what happens with that group.
Showed a lot of promise, of course, today, but we'll see whether or not it's enough to stack up and make it into the primary league. Now, finally, Doggo Dog will fill out the 3rd pick in Group C with Platinum Exclusive. Gets picked here. You're nodding your head, Vaughn, here.
Yeah.
Seems to make sense.
That checks out to me. I mean, everyone's just playing Hot Potato with Lob City or Dubu Party 2 as they're going right now. No one wants them. No one wants Bang Bang. So you're kind of just checking off the teams that you saw just now play in Liftoff and Launchpad, and you're deciding, the lesser of 2 evils. It really was coming down to you either want PLX here or you want Cosmic Calamities. I think that those two teams you take your chances on instead of throwing yourself into the meat grinder of Leon squad, and then you have the Bang Bang squad of the 3 NASL caliber players that have looked incredibly dominant. So this checks out to me. I think there's been some doubt on PLX with their roster changes, them losing Fudgy, Andrew, but I really do believe in the Josh Zay forever forward core to be able to take wins in Group C.
Now going back through, we'll go A, B, C one last time to fill out the last ones of these. So in Group A, Oshido Coreflip does select Cosmic Calamity, as you kind of mentioned there. This team felt like I certainly had question marks, but I was pleasantly surprised overall today.
They performed. I think a big reason for that was Natty. I think this guy's the biggest question mark in this whole cycle. He just kind of came out of nowhere, spawned in. He got picked up immediately with a role swapping midfielder and then a forward who was on a NASA team, Duper Party 2, really underperformed, I'd say, in playoffs. So there's a lot of debate whether this team was going to be able to go the distance. And I think that Natty really proved his stuff today. I said this multiple times. I said, I don't know about this guy. I'm not convinced. I need to see more from him. And he delivered today. I think Group A is probably the closest group in terms of the highs and the lows of the team. It feels like any of the 4 teams could make it to NASL out of this group. So that's going to be a bloodbath. It's not necessarily, it doesn't have the highest level team possible, but these 4 teams look close. It's anyone's guess who makes it out of Group A, K-Bot.
Well, this leaves LLC with the lesser of 2 evils here between Bang Bang and currently Party Rockers 2, presumably soon to be renamed.
There's no way they pick Party Rockers. There's no way. You got to dodge that.
You are correct, Vaughn. They do take Bang Bang as the opponent here in this one, leaving Party Rockers 2 in Group C. Immediately after, by the way, in the chat, Pineapple typed in all caps, "Thank you. If we were in the same group, I was going to lose my mind." Evidently did not want the Platinum exclusive Civil War round 2 in Group C. So Group B and C has also been set here, Vaughn.
Yeah, I think Group C is... Oh, God. I would not want to be in a group with Bozo. In my opinion, Bozo Bunch with just an upgrade, already a good team, and then... arguably one of the best rosters we've seen constructed in a long time with this... Leon and Gravity are 2 of the most well-respected players with accolades, podium finishes in multiple S tiers, multiple S tier championships, shape-shifting, a sub last season, and also the star player of Duper Party and NASA last season. I would be scared to play these guys as sad boys. Like, that would be a hard game for me. And I've played in NASL since it was conceived, so I would be terrified of Party Rockers. And then Bang Bang has really come out guns blazing. So I've been impressed with how much they've been working, and it's been paying off. I think if I'm in Group B and I'm the Ants, I am a little nervous when I look at the rest of the teams in Group B. That is looking like a bit of a group of death to me, K-Bot. I would be nervous.
Feels like there are 2 pretty high favorites there in Group B that are very likely to move on to the league. Remember, folks, brief reminder of the format and how this will end up working tomorrow. It's what's called GSL groups, where it's a 4-team double elimination bracket. You win twice and you're in, you lose twice and you're out. It's plain and simple. And the way this will work is that the matchups you see between the 1 and the 4 are the actual matchups, right? That'll take place. So 1 and 4 in each group will play, and 2 and 3 in each group will play to start out the winner side of the bracket. So with that in mind, maybe, Vaughn, if that made sense and pictured in your head, what matchup looks like it's the most interesting round 1 matchup that could be kind of the tail of the tape over the course of the day tomorrow?
So I think one comes to mind specifically, which is actually, I'm looking at Last Call versus Chikara. These are the 2 teams that have fluctuated the most in terms of what level they're at. We really aren't sure what Chikara's strength is with their newest midfielder. I want to say their name is Reset, but if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, feel free someone to let me know. And then last call, there's a lot of questions about the synergy. First, I've said this before, midfield is the most complex position to play at high level competitive because solo queue does not train you for it. It's just a completely different ball game. So Borg's gonna have to deal with that. He's been putting in hundreds, and I literally mean that, hundreds of games to learn the role as fast as possible. But imagine you're fresh, you're learning to play with a midfielder who probably adjusts their play every week as they improve and learn. So you have to adjust to them. And then 3Z Breezy, I don't know if you know this, K-Bot, he actually teamed with Grimella longer than Bells and I have been a team. So this is new territory for all of them. So that's going to be a big momentum game for both teams. In terms of the match, I think is going to be the closest, though. I think Doggo Dog can really give Bozo Bunch a run for their money. I'm not sure if Switch is going to be there because of Gommel fighting game stuff going on. But Doggo Dog I have a lot of respect for. I think more than most people, I think that they're all individual players that there's just synergy you have when you trust people and know them for a long time, that even if you're like not at the very top of any game, it does add a bit of an X factor in terms of never giving up, somehow knowing what they want to do ahead of time. Like there's just some synergy there that you already like hit the ground running with. So I think Last Call versus Shikara is the one I definitely want to see. It's the debut of new Last Call, completely different roster, but Bozo Bunch and Doggo Dog is looking close.
Well, folks, we will be watching this closely tomorrow. Things will kick off at 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. Pacific. And you'll see each of these three groups take place at different times throughout the day. Which group will take place when, we'll try to announce ahead of time, or you can just tune in tomorrow because you'll want to watch all of the matches anyway. Why wouldn't you? That's what we'll be doing, of course, and that's what we expect you to be doing here as well. Folks, from all of us here, BestieInSlot, thank you all so much for making this a successful liftoff, and we're hoping for a successful landing tomorrow as we decide who is going to be playing in the North American Strikers League Season 4. Vaughn, any other final words potentially for the folks that are competing tomorrow and vying for a spot to go up against the storied teams such as your own?
Hey, prove you belong. That's all I got to say. We'll be waiting. Let's see how you do it. That's all I got to say.
Well, folks, thanks so much for tuning in. We will catch you all right back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good night. We'll see you all then.